fast guys got to be able to hit, and all the big guys got to be able to run and hit. So it's like it's a good experience, and I hope that everybody, gets on the same page going forward so we can all get this thing back on track.
We want to thank the student athletes for their time, and now we're going to pass it to Coach Rybacky. And let's just start here. You go from defense coordinator for a decade under a tremendous head coach in Tim Rebowe, and now you move to head coach. What are some of the differences you've seen so far?
Yeah, busy doing what, right? I was fortunate to have the opportunity to coordinate the defense and coach the linebackers for so many years, and now I feel like it's a transition of responsibility. Now I get to coordinate the team and coach the coaches every day, and I learned a lot from Coach Rebowe, great friend, great mentor, and we're fortunate to be in a great situation in Thibodaux. The progress that we made as a program in 10 years, I would put up against anybody in FCS football, and our job is to make the same amount of progress in the next 10 years.
Hi, Zach Carlton, FCS Triumvirate. Good to see you guys. For the student athletes, Nicholls is kind of uniquely situated with a lot of different rivalries. You got the River Bell Classic. You're right there with a lot of other in-state schools with McNeese and SLU, and then you have kind of the back and forth over the last 5 to 10 years with UIW, kind of sharing and trading Southland Conference titles. So who would you guys consider is your number one rival for you personally in the league?
Hayden, we'll start with you first.
Okay. All of them are really fun to participate in. They've all morphed throughout the years since I've been there for so long. But me personally, UIW is probably my number one now.
Yeah, I would be on the same page as him. Like, I haven't been here long enough to see how teams have changed and how teams have rebuilt. So since I've been here, the big games at the end of the game, like Southeastern, but UIW was a big game, and that's one that we got to look forward to. So that's the one I'm doing.
And you mentioned, Ty, that on the defensive side you're always running, and the offense is getting a little share of that this year. Being in South Louisiana with the hot temperatures, the humidity, all those things, going into that week 0 matchup, how important is it to be in peak physical shape in week 0? And what do you think is that gonna be an advantage for your team going into that matchup?
Yeah, like for every team, like that's the plan. The plan is to be most conditioned, because the first game is like nobody's doing game reps. So it's like the first, second quarter is going to be, oh, yeah, y'all going to be high pace. But then right in the second half, y'all going to be like, bro, I ain't played a game in so long. Like, it's like that's the feeling. So the point is like to try to get as close to the game reps as possible, like run, do everything we can, like, make sure, first quarter, or just have so many situationals where we just keep running, little bursts of running. And that's what we just got to do to be in top-tier shape going into the season.
Awesome. Coach, coming off of you guys obviously have the Manning Pass Academy every year that you host at Nicholls. What does that do for the community? And then are there things that translates to the football program that helps you improve, maybe with recruiting or just ideas that you take away, or just the experience for your athletes to be around great athletes like that?
Yeah, we have 2 really special camps on our campus every summer, between the offensive lineman and defensive lineman camp that comes in the week before Manning camp and Manning camp itself. And what it is, it's a great opportunity for people to see Thibodaux, see our community. It's great exposure for us because we got a really special place. And to have people there see us in person, they realize how special it is for their own self. And then we also get a chance to connect with some people that, otherwise we wouldn't. The Manning camp brings in a lot of people, and also the O-line and D-line camp brings in a lot of NFL coaches. So to have those connections and meet those people is really great for our university and our program.
And Coach, you obviously have 2 outstanding athletes and leaders on your team here. Is there an athlete who is either a transfer or an incoming freshman that, obviously at the FBS level, there's a lot of media coverage of incoming athletes. At the FCS level, not so much. So is there one athlete that you would point to, maybe on offense or defense or both, that you're like, I'm really excited about this guy and nobody's heard about him yet?
Yeah, I don't know if it's a guy that nobody's heard about, but we do have a new quarterback who will start for us in week 0. That's Deuce Hogan, and he's out of Texas. He's out of Grapevine Faith, and I'm excited to see him play. He's a high-level individual. He's got great character. He's a great person, but he's also very talented, and I'm excited for him to get the opportunity to showcase that on such a big stage.
We talked to the student athletes about week 0. Tell me the excitement from your side. First football game in America, on American soil at least, but being able to do it in Thibodaux, to get the community behind you, to get John L. Guidry, sold out and ready to go for that week 0 game. We know it'll be hot, but it should be a tremendous matchup. So just what's your excitement level to get that started?
First, what a great opportunity for our program and our community to be on that stage. I mean, it really is an excellent opportunity and one that everybody in the area is very excited about. Football is very important in South Louisiana. I think everybody knows that. So for us to open the college football season there, I think really showcases that. And then for us, man, we get to open up with the champs, and that's a big-time challenge for us, and who would want it any other way? I mean, that's a great program. Incarnate Word has done a great job in the last 4 years. They've been plays away from playing for a national championship, and that's the outlook we have for our program. And so to get that measuring game right out the bat will be big for us.
Talk about these 2 student athletes with you. Obviously, you've been on the defensive side, and you got 2 of your defensive players here. How big have they been to your program? How important have they been to your program, and especially going into this year?
Yeah, incredible. I'll start with Ty. I mean, Ty from Texas, MVP of the state championship in this state. He came to us last fall and made an immediate impact. I know he said he wasn't a full-time starter, but what a football player. The way he plays the game is exactly the way that we want everybody in our uniform to play the game, and that's a tremendous credit to him and the work that he puts into this. And then Hayden Shaheen, 6-year player. He's been there every step of the way since day one as a freshman. He really is everything that we're about on and off the field. He's a leader in the locker room and in our program and in our community, and he's been that way every single day. So they mean the world to me, a lot like a bunch of the other players that aren't here today do too.
Ty, you are a Texas kid, and you're back home in Texas here with a lot of high school coaches. What's it like being back home a little bit? I know you're in Denton. I know it's not San Antonio yet. Yeah. We're down in San Antonio. But what's it like to be back in your home state and see a bunch of the high schools around?
Nah, it was great. I just met my DC from high school, and same energy as always. I was like, yeah, I missed the environment. I missed the energy of the group, and I didn't know that this was how packed it is when they come out here to do the Texas high school little coaching thing. But it's just great to be home because I was already at home, and then I came here and I was like, oh yeah, bro, it's just the high school energy just feels great just to be around. And it was like, I love just to be here.
Yeah. Coach, we'll close with this. Just as you enter your first season and look forward to a great season with the Colonels, just what are you most excited about? What fires you up as you enter the 2025 season?
Man, I'm ready. I'm ready to get to work. I'm ready to do football every day. I'm ready to do it from the beginning of the day to the end of the day and be around these players and these coaches and staff members. Man, we got so many people in our program and our department that work so hard every day to make us successful. And that's really the thing I enjoy most, is being around those people and working hard towards our goals every day.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Nicholls Colonels. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. You can do it right now.
All right, we continue to keep things rolling here at our Southland Conference Media Days. We are now joined with the longest tenured head coach here in the Southland Conference, Frank Selfo. Coach, thanks so much for joining us.
Austin, thank you for having me.
Big picture, off season to now, just how's it been for you with everything?
Been good. We got a mature football team this year. So the spring really went well. Summer has been good, and looking forward to camp next week when we start up.
Okay, before we talk too much football, those guys ask those questions, but I first want to talk about the style. I love the fashion, and you got a special...
that doesn't happen too often, Austin, just so you know.
No, Coach, yeah. You look great today, but I want to talk about the socks in particular. Tell me about what you're rocking.
That's my second grandson, Sal. It's Sal socks. Got his face all over him, and he's awesome. He's 4 years old. I love him to death. Hi, Sal. I hope he's watching TV right now. I don't know, but he's just awesome. He just I got a pair of socks with all my grandkids on there, except for the third one, Alessi. I don't have his socks yet. So, Bailey, you got to get me a pair of socks with Alessi's face on there.
And do they have socks with your face on them?
No, absolutely not. No. They don't wear socks. They're 5 and 4 years. They don't wear socks. Okay. We just glad to get pants on them sometimes.
There we go. That sounds like boys for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Coach, we've talked about Southeastern. We talk about the Southland Conference as a whole and the strength of it. And you've been on the end of missing out on a playoff spot because this league is only getting one bid. And we talked in the offseason about what it would take to get the Southland up there. I'd like to get your thoughts on that at this point. What is it going to take to get the Southland to a 2-bid and maybe possibly 3-bid football conference?
Yeah, I don't think people recognize how difficult it is to win on the road in this conference, and even at home too. But nationally, we're just kind of frowned upon.
Yeah.
And excuse me. And when you go back and look on how we've done outside the conference, I think our teams have performed well. We've got to do a better job against better teams. And when you look now, there's going to be more automatic bids, automatic qualifiers that are going to be able to get in. That's going to reduce the number of at-large bids. And some of these conferences that are getting 4 and 5 and 6 teams in, we'd love to play them. Play us on a home and home, and we'll schedule anybody. I don't think there's a coach here that won't say, let's go play. We'll play you on a home and home basis instead of, look, fly up here and we'll pay you. We're not doing that. Come down here and play us too. South Dakota State came down here last year and handed it to us. They beat the heck out of us. We're going up there next year. Eastern Washington played a home and home with us. We went up there. They beat us. They came down here. We beat them. Tarleton, home and home. So we're willing to go play anybody anywhere at any time. I think the national media has to take a better look at how we've performed. I know us, we've been in the playoffs 3 times since I've been there, and we won the first-round playoff game every year. We beat Idaho, very good team, Villanova, and FAMU. And all 3 of those games were from different conferences, and we played them, and we won. So we're going to perform well. Our conference just needs an opportunity to do so.
Will it be harder to get those games nationally when you go to a 3-game, because you're going to have your money game at some point.
Yep.
And then you've got to try to bring somebody in. Those teams aren't coming down here, it seems like. They're looking for their own money games.
Well, they are. We're going to go to 9 conference games, right? That's going to come in the future. At our place, we struggle with the dollar from a budgetary standpoint, and a lot of times we have to play 2 FBS games, and that's what we've been playing since I've been here. This year we have Louisiana Tech and LSU. And we want to try to get away from that model. We want to get to 1 FBS game and then play 2 FCS, 1 on the road, 1 at home. Make it those national spotlight games, playing the Montana States, North Dakota States. Those are the teams that if we want to be mentioned in the same breath, we have to go play them, but we have to be successful on the field against them.
Would you like to see, like you did with the Ohio Valley, kind of that organization where you play a whole league and kind of judge it, but a step up?
You can, but it's hard to get the conferences because of the travel to our conference. We're more regionally located, as those are, but a lot of times those are flights, right? So that puts a tax on everybody from a budgetary standpoint. So what we're trying to do is we're creating some stuff. I know we've had this discussion a couple of years in a row with Chris. He's been on the front end of that, trying to do something like that. But a lot of those teams can go play non-conference games very close. So they can take a bus ride to go play another non-conference FCS game where it's difficult for us right now.
Speaking of bus rides, Coach, the Southland might be the best league in terms of geography. You guys are kind of on the eastern end of that thing. Yeah. You kind of have to move a little bit for UTRGV, but I've got to imagine when you look at some of these other far-flung conferences, you have to feel pretty grateful to be in a league where you traditionally don't typically have to fly very often.
No, we don't. I think the biggest one for us is UIW coming over here to San Antonio. This year we'll play them on a Saturday and then turn right around and play our regular game against Nicholls on Thursday. So that'll be a difficult travel opportunity. So we'll fly on that one. And then UTRGV will take in that flight because that's a long trip all the way across. And, but everything else, you get on a bus and you go. And I think it allows the fans, too, to be able to travel with you, the home fans be able to travel with you and see the teams when they get on the road.
Let's talk about the makeup of your team this year. Obviously, the transfer portal. And, look, the FCS has always been a league where you could get guys who were disillusioned at a higher level to come down. Now you can kind of get guys almost anywhere. Everything is sort of fair game. How has that changed the recruiting aspect of things for you guys? And then maybe a player or two that is new to the program that you're excited to see?
Yeah, for us, we're still a high school-based football team. Organization, we're going to recruit the high school kids first. We do that. We recruit Southeast Louisiana. I made that commitment when I got there, and we've stuck by it. We're going to continue to do that. We Southeast Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Gulf Coast. That's our main recruiting areas, and we're going to stay there. At Christmas, we sign all of our high school guys, and then we jump into the portal to fill in any holes that we might have because we don't know when we have that signing date who we actually going to lose off of our own team, right, that jumps in. So we lost a couple this past year. Everybody does, so it's not nobody's whining about it. It's just the way the environment is right now. We've got to figure out a way to keep the guys that we have from a retention standpoint, and then we go out from an acquisition standpoint. But I think we do a great job of recruiting, developing our own players, and growing them up inside our program.
Give me a name or two, guys that are new that you're excited to see.
I don't know. I like our old guys. I like Caleb Proctor and Cade Collier that came here. Caleb Proctor's he's a Buck Buchanan Award guy. He should win it. If he has a good year and he stays healthy, he's going to win that thing. He's a dominant player at the defensive tackle spot, which you don't have a lot of. He had opportunities this year to go somewhere else, and he didn't. He stayed here because he wanted to win a championship. He wanted to graduate from Southeastern, and he's loved his time there. And it's pretty cool. Cade's the same way. Had opportunities to leave. He's already got his degree, and he's here playing again. And that's why those two guys are here. They're great leaders for us. So if you want me to talk about anybody, I'm going to talk about those guys because I know what they've done. Yeah.
Well, hey, Coach, you talk about the being up for the Buck Buchanan Award. The Southland Conference has players like David Walker last year. They can do that. That also helps raise the national profile. But about the roster, I'm curious how roster limits have helped you guys and maybe have kind of hurt you guys when it comes to trying to get under that limit.
We haven't been there yet. So this is the first year to do it. And then now you have the designated guys that you can do, which we designated a handful, about 15 guys that allow us to go over the 105. So we really hadn't approached that yet. Next year, I probably would be a little more indicative of what's going to happen. We're not sure what the fallback is going to be from the FBS of players looking for a place to play, having an opportunity to go play somewhere where we'll be able to get some guys that we think are pretty good players, maybe they couldn't make it at a Power Forward school, right? So I think it's too early to tell what the impact is going to be. I know with the 12-game schedule, though, when you look at what we're doing, the 12-game schedule, open date inside, camp starting in July, that's a long season. So we have to be we got to be mindful of how we handle things during camp and during the course of the season to make sure our players can last the rest of the season.
Do you still consider FCS more of a developmental
process? No. Everybody's a developmental, right? You go to LSU, you're going to have to develop. You go to Texas, you got to develop. What they do to us is that they'll come to our place and go, who's done a great job and who's playing really well? Let me go get a ready-made guy and bring him in. So that's they plug in the holes too, but they're still recruiting high school guys too. I think that model of going out and filling your team with portal players every year, they've proven that's not working for some teams. So they're doing a better job of recruiting the high school player, developing those so that you have a culture involved in your locker room, within your program, and the coaches know who they are, so you're not having to change that whole team around every year. We're not basketball. Football's a team game. We're not an individual sport, so it doesn't work like that just quite as well.
With the House settlement, Coach, and obviously the FCS taking on a larger burden to pay for a lot of the FBS schools in the past.
Right?
Yeah, look, don't get me started. Has it done anything for you or to you in your program in terms of budgetarily what you're having to work with?
Well, we have to make some adjustments. We do. We got to pay in just like everybody else does, right? So that has an impact on us from all aspects of it, whether it be travel or equipment or salaries or personnel even, right? So that has an impact on everybody. Where it's going to be, it's going to start evening out after a while because the universities are going to have to support it. It might come at the expense of sports, some other sports, right? That could happen. But they got to find the money somewhere to support the revenue-producing sports and where it goes, Patrick, nobody knows, right? I mean, nobody knows. So if somebody tells you they know, they're lying because nobody knows.
Yeah.
Well, Coach, thank you so much for joining us and stopping by here at the set. We'll see you up at the press conference in just a few minutes. But you were just talking about your student athletes. We have Cade Collier and Caleb Proctor, and they are now joined with Brooke Kirchhoffer.
Thanks, Austin. Joined now by the Southeastern Louisiana Lions. As you mentioned, we've got tight end Cade Collier here, as well as defensive lineman Caleb Proctor. You guys were one win away from going undefeated in conference play last year. Do you feel like you guys can repeat that same success this year, and why?
Yes, ma'am. I most definitely think we can repeat that same success from last year.
Can you guys be undefeated this year, potentially?
Yes. Yes, I mean, one win shy last year really sucks. Undefeated in conference for sure, but, obviously the goal is to go undefeated during the season. But that conference goal is there to win every game. One game short is not where you want to be in any conference.
A big part of that is your quarterback. You guys will have a new quarterback under center as the Eli Soar era is officially over in Hammond. Cade, what have you seen from that two-horse race at quarterback?
Yes, ma'am. Both quarterbacks that we got coming in, Carson Camp and Kyle Lowe, both great, phenomenal athletes, and I feel like they both can get the job done. I mean, it all comes down to fall camp. We'll see who does better than them.
A lot of newness on the offensive side of the ball, but defensively, you guys return a lot of players. You have quality depth on the defensive side. Caleb, what do you expect to see from the defensive unit this year?
I expect to see a lot of execution. I feel like we're going to come out and be ready to play. Guys are going to know where to be. We got a lot of vets. A lot of, I think, 16 starters returning. So, it's just about coming out. We know how to win. We know what it takes to win. So I'm really excited for what the defense is going to do this year.
Speaking of vets, Coach Selfo usually waits till about the fall to talk about the leadership of the group, but back in spring is when he really started to say, wow, I'm kind of excited to see that guys are already taking on leadership roles. Who have been some of those players who have stepped up that you've seen?
Our linebackers have stepped up a lot. Our secondary has stepped up a lot, too. KK Reno is one name I will throw out there that has had a really good spring, really good summer, and I can see him continue to be really great.
You guys both also, to brag on yourselves, had breakout seasons last year. Where are you kind of setting the bar for yourself this year?
I want to go for it all, but, I feel like my individual goals will just come, with us winning, the things that we take care of as a team. I feel like the things that I want to accomplish, they'll come with that. So, yeah, I just want to, win. Winning, I think my individual goals will come after that.
And Kate, for you, what steps did you take this off season to try to improve your game?
Worked a lot in the weight room this off season, trying to get stronger, faster. Last year was my first year really playing, so I don't know, just trying to elevate my game from there.
All right, you guys are back at LSU for the first time since 2018. I see you both are smiling. It's got to be exciting to be back in Death Valley playing in Tiger Stadium. What can a game like that tell you about your team early on?
It's going to tell you who wants to be there, who really loves the game of football, because it's a big game. We're playing LSU, SEC, great team, and hopefully the lights aren't too big for anybody, but I feel like we'll find out. I guess the confidence level in the team. I guess you'll find a confidence level in that game, and you'll find out, just what guys are going to be who.
Kay, being a guy from Alabama, what are you looking forward to with being in Death Valley?
I grew up a big SEC fan, so Death Valley, watching Alabama, Indiana, SEC team play them, and it's a dream come true trying to play in Death Valley at nighttime. I mean, can't beat the experience on that one.
Oh, definitely. And speaking of the schedule, you guys will face a new opponent this year in the conference, UT Rio Grande Valley. What have you heard about them? I know it's probably hard to scout them right now because there's not a whole lot of film, but what are you expecting from that game?
We've been talking to the guys that are here from UTRGV, and they said they have a solid team, ready to see how they compete and how they handle the season.
What about for you, Caleb, playing on the defensive side of the ball?
We're excited. Like you said, we don't know much about them. They're new to the conference, but that's our first home game, so of course we're going to be, gunning for them. And we're excited for that game.
Yeah, and you guys have some exciting things happening too on campus. I heard there's a new football facility that is currently being installed behind the scoreboard. Mm-hmm. How exciting is that to see what you guys are building at Southeastern and the money that's being poured back into the football program?
It's been amazing. The last 5 years, we really showed a lot of people that we're a good football team and that all benefits have been reaped. We've been reaping them.
And Caleb, no pressure, your head coach just walked in, but with getting the new football facility and money being poured into the football program, more onus kind of on what you guys are building, what Coach Selfo has built there. For those that don't know Coach Selfo, how would you describe him as a coach?
He's a good coach. He's a great coach. He's as a coach, he's not a coach that's gonna say, "Hey man, that's a great job. You're doing a great job." But when you're doing your job, you're taking care of your business. He's gonna take care of you, and he's gonna let you know that you're doing a good job. And so that's a great thing about him.
What about you, Kate? Do you have any fun stories with Coach Selfo and maybe recruiting-wise, what that was like?
Yeah, the first time I met Coach Selfo,
I was a little nervous, I'm not going to lie.
He does try to do the little intimidation factor at first, but he's a big softie. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, I 100% agree with that.
For those that are watching, what do you guys want to say about what you want to be and the message you want to send about who Southeastern football is going to be this year?
I feel like you can say that we're just not going to leave it up to anybody else to determine, how our season is. We're going to, approach every game accordingly, and, we're going to make sure that at the end of the day or the end of the season, when we look back, that we took care of everything that we could have taken care of. And that's just the main goal this year. It's not to leave it into anybody else's hands, to dictate how our season is, the outcome is.
Awesome. And Kate, for you on the offensive end, same thing.
Yes, ma'am. I think we need to be more focused on the details this year. We had a lot of mishaps last year that led to some tough losses, some close losses. So just managing those will be in a good spot.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for joining me. We've got Cade Collier and Caleb Proctor, Southeastern Lions, looking to make some noise this year in the Southland Conference. Austin, go ahead and send it back to you.
Thank you so much, Brooke. A lot to look forward to this upcoming season with Southeastern. Definitely going to see those guys make some big plays on the field. We just talked with Coach Selfo. Corey, I'll ask you, where do you think they stack up going into this season?
Man, they're right up there in that group that could make a run for the playoffs. They had a playoff resume last year, should have got in. We heard Coach talk about that. I think that they're right back in that group, and there's only one automatic bid, so you got to fight for it.
Jim, what excites you about this team?
I think the fact that they have been so stable over the years and are always able to play their best football the last half of the year. Can they survive the first 4 or 5 games, put themselves in a position to where they can make a run like last year, and do they get enough credit for the tough games they play to get in the playoffs?
Yeah, that's the real issue is non-conference for these guys. The 1-4 last year, great. Make a nice run in the league, 6-1, cool. But 7-5 is not likely going to get you in the playoffs in a national space, especially when your only non-conference win was a down Eastern Washington team. This year, Louisiana Tech and LSU, you're not beating LSU. We know that. You should handle Murray State. You should handle Mississippi Valley. If you can find a way to get Louisiana Tech on the road in the opener, and Sonny Cumbie's team has not been that good over the last few years, you find a way to go 3-1 in the non-con, Southeastern might win the whole thing.
And you don't have to win that game as much as you have to. In those games, you have to compete. And if you can compete, then you don't lose the points as much as if just getting blown out. The big thing is, can you look like a playoff team in that game?
Yeah, well, I agree. That's going to be the big key for them. How they get it there, you got to put points up there. But like Patrick said, Sonny Cumbie and Louisiana Tech, this is a big year for him. It's a make or break year. They could be ripe for the picking there in the first game.
Well, let's see what Coach Selfo has to say about that. He is on stage now with his 2 student athletes.
Amen.
So we'll
Caleb
take a listen
Proctor.
in to the press
Gentlemen,
conference.
welcome to the stage. Welcome to opening drive. And Coach Selfo, I'm going to have you start off with an opening statement.
Yeah, I want to thank Chris Grant and the Southland Conference office. A great opportunity for us here to showcase who we are as a conference. I think that we have really stepped up our game, getting us out there, getting us some national exposure. You've been a great part of that, James, and we really appreciate that. And then, the city of San Antonio being gracious in hosting us. And I think that when you look back, the experience for these players is what's the most important thing, and happy to be able to bring these 2 guys with us.
And let's start. We're going to open with questions for the student athletes first. And so, Cade, Caleb, I want to ask both of you as returners. I imagine there's got to be a little hunger there after just one missing out on the Southland title and then missing out on the playoffs. So talk about your focus going into the 2025 season. Let's start with Cade, and then we'll go to Caleb.
Yes, sir. I would say it all comes down to the details. Like I said, we lost a lot of games. Well, not a lot of games. We lost games by 3 points last year, and that comes down to the small details. The way you do the small things is the way you do the all things, and I stand on that. So losing the conference, we lost the conference by 1 game last year to UIW. So this year we'll be able to compete a lot better, and that's it.
Caleb?
We just we're returning a lot of guys, and like Cade said, it's the details. We lost by 3 points. So we've really been harping on finding 3 points, and a big thing this year is we don't want to leave it into anybody else's hands of the outcome of our season. We want to, do our job, do the things that we know we can do, and, let the chips fall where they fall. We don't want to leave it up to anybody else. So that's really the main thing, just taking care of our business, doing the things that we know we can do, and just handling business.
Caleb is a leader on the defensive side. Talk about what you've seen so far from spring practices into summer workouts. What are you seeing from that group? What gets you excited for the defensive side this year?
You see a player-led side of the ball. You know, it's a very mature side of the ball. We got a lot of guys that have been around. They played a lot of ball. A lot of guys that know how to win. So, you know, it's just very exciting. You know, you feel like as you go on and I've been here a while, you see a lot more execution, a lot more attention to detail. You know, guys are where they need to be when they need to be. So it's just a very mature group, and very excited for that.
Kate, I asked the same thing on the offensive side. What did you see in spring ball? What have you seen in summer workouts, and what gets you excited from the offensive side?
Yes, sir. Like Caleb said, we have a very mature team coming back this year. We have 25 seniors. Everybody. What was the question again? Excited. Oh, excited. Okay. We're a very mature team. I'm excited to go out there and compete and, I don't know, give it our all.
So, Hammond is a beautiful city. It's a small town community there in Louisiana. Can you guys talk about what Hammond means to the two of you and what kind of home field advantage you have there at home?
Hammond's a great spot, man. You know, I got here 3 years ago and never knew what it was before I got here. And this place has grown on me so much. You know, the community, the fans, when it comes to football or just sports in general, they're there. You know, they rally behind us. And, you know, our job is just to make sure we give them a great show. This place is amazing, you know, and I wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
Yeah, I got to Southeastern in 2020, and I had no idea what it was either. And I instantly fell in love with the small community, the fans, the coaches, and everything about it. I like how it felt like it was a regular hometown. There's pretty much it.
You guys are located right there, kind of central Louisiana. A lot of in-state rivalries with McNeese and Nicholls and all the schools right there around you, Northwestern State. Who would you two personally, I guess we can start on the left and move over again, but who would you two personally say is your number one rival just for you as an individual in the league?
You know, rival's a tough question, you know, because I've been here 3 years. You know, rival can been coming on for years. It can been something that's going on, you know, but we lost by 3 to URW last year, you know, so that's just tough. That's something that holds on my shoulders. So that would be my individual rival. But obviously the rival for this school is Nicholls, you know, the Riverboat Classic. You get a trophy if you win that game. So obviously there's some that's a big game when you play down there in Thibodaux.
To follow up what Caleb said, I would say the Riverboat Classic is probably our biggest rival, but us and UIW, it's always a great game, and they're becoming our close second. So
we want to thank the student athletes for their time, and now we will move to Coach Selfo. And Coach, your players touched on it, the details. You know, you had some games last year, 3-point games, very close games. You know, what's been your focus on how to turn that around, turn those into wins this year?
Yeah, you know, we preach all the time, more games are lost than won, right? And the two games that we lost by 3, Tarleton and UIW, both of them are national seeds. And that's why we felt like we had the opportunity to go to the playoffs, because when you lose to teams like that, if they're that good and they give them a national seed, then that reflects well on us. And I think sometimes we do get overlooked. This conference does get overlooked with what we're able to do out on the field. And so it is about details. It's about, like I said, losing. There's more games lost than won, and we've got to take care of those things. And you got to tie those loose ends up, and you can't go back. There's no do-overs. And that's what we're looking to do as far as going forward from that standpoint.
And kind of to piggyback off that, there's a lot of people, including myself, who feel like Southland should get more bids, more automatic bids in the playoffs. What does a conference like the Southland Conference need to do in order to solidify that moving forward?
We've got to be more successful on the field, wins and losses, and we've got to play everybody, right? I don't think that the conference gets the respect that look, I've been in here, 7 years, going on my 8th season. So I've seen a lot of different things, and we'll play any conference anywhere, and we do. We played 4 conferences last year, and we do that every year. I don't think, and you guys are part of them, the media that does FCS does a good job enhancing who we are and giving us the credit that we deserve. And I understand the Big Sky. I know where the national championships are coming from. Those are special. But when you look across the 24 teams across the country, a couple of them should come out of this conference. And if they don't, we should be getting guys coming down here and playing us or playing us on a home-and-home basis. And let's see how we do it. If we do what we need to do on the field, give us the credit where it's deserved. Sometimes, you look back at, and we've had some, back-to-back Walter Payton Award winners. Cam Ward was the Jerry Rice Award winner. So we've had some national guys. There's some good players in this conference. And I think when you look across the landscape of FCS football, we've handled ourselves really well across the board.
So speaking of good players, you have a couple of them here with you.
Yeah.
Is there a freshman or a transfer incoming who no one's heard about yet, but you were really excited to see them perform on the field this season?
No, I'm excited about this guy right here. He's the best defensive player around. He's going to be on the Buck Buchanan Award watch list, should be. Cade Collier's going in 6 years, a tight end, does a hell of a job for us. These are the guys that I talk about. The freshmen, they got to figure out a way to get on the field. I'm not worried about them. These are our leaders. This is who develops the culture. This is who makes everything go. And like he said, we're a player-driven program. Our organization's run by our players, not by me. I'm a part of it. They play for each other, not with each other. And that's the whole thing. I think that's the environment that we have within our locker room. And it's because of guys like this.
This question is for you, Coach. So you add an All-American kicker, you have an all-conference kick returner and a punter. Are you looking at special teams as part of those small details to kind of shorten that gap between first and second place this year?
We're one of the top special teams programs in the nation last year. So that's a big emphasis for us. We spent a lot of time on it. Everybody's available. These two guys are both on special teams. None of our players are off limits when it comes to special teams. So that's just as important as our offense, defense, and everything else, from practice, preparation, breakdowns, all of those things. We never slack on that. So everybody, we understand the importance of that, and that's not something that we got to tie up loose ends. We take care of that business there.
We mentioned to the players how important, Hammond was to them. As you enter your 8th season, how important has Hammond America been to you?
Yeah.
Been there for a little bit now.
Yeah, they embraced my wife and I. It's been awesome. I've been all over the country, right? Everywhere from the University of Arizona on the West Coast to Jacksonville Jaguars on the East Coast and all points in between. I don't go north. I don't get above I-20. That's it for me. I'm not doing that. But I stay in the South. But Hammond is a place that just we're calling it home, right? And the people there are so welcoming. They love Southeastern. They love us. We spend time with them. The community's involved in what we're doing and who we're doing it with. And they're out there every day. They come to practice. They stop by. I could be out in the front yard and people are going to stop by and just say hi. And just that community, we've got signs all around the town that says our team, our town. And it does. They embrace of what Southeastern is all about and what it means to the community of Hammond, and also what the community of Hammond means to Southeastern.
I got to ask about your socks. Who you got on your socks?
Yeah, man, I got Sal. That's my second grandson. Yeah. And these two guys play with my grandkids as much as anybody else. So Sal's on my socks. I wore Giovanni last year when we did this over here. So I got Sal this year, and then I got a third one. I got to get a pair of his socks. My daughter-in-law hadn't gotten them for me yet, but I'm going to get Alessi socks. And then my other son's having twins. So we'll have 5 little boys under the age of 7 in about a year. My house will look like the Gaza Strip at Thanksgiving, I guess. It'll just be blown up, man. But I'm looking forward to it. I think I'm going to have a hell of a time.
You've been in an age where we've seen the transfer portal. I feel like Southeastern Louisiana has been one of the schools that has done a really good job with retaining players. You're still going to lose some. We understand that. But what's kind of been, I don't know if secret's the word, but what's been your secret to retain players and keep two guys you have with you that have been with the program for a little bit?
Both of these guys had an opportunity to leave this year, James, and we've had great conversations. And we encourage them. If that's what they want to do and that's where they want to go, we're going to help them do whatever they need to do. But I think we treat our players the right way. We treat them as men. We respect who they are as men. We give them the opportunity to develop and grow, and they can see the benefit from that. It's not an antagonistic organization. Our guys, the community has a lot to do with it, but our guys really do have a good time with each other. They spend time with each other from a family-type atmosphere. I don't think you can't put a price tag on that. And they're going to get opportunities at other places sometimes, and we've had some guys go on and doing well and in pro camps right now and starting for Power 4 teams. And they can see the value of coming to Southeastern and then develop and grow and get coached, and then when that time comes, do you want to stay or you want to leave? And some guys have gone. these guys have stayed. And that's a big deal for us. And that's why we end up with 25 seniors. How do you end up with 25 seniors? There better be something going on that's right there. And we got a lot of things going on right in Hammond, America.
We'll get you out on this as you enter the season and enter 2025. What fires you up? What gets you excited going into this year?
Oh, our team. Our guys, man. These seniors. Like I said, we got 24, 25 seniors. Man, it's just, I've been with them a long time. I mean, they make me happy to get up in the morning. I'm an old fat white dude. What the hell they got in common with me? Nothing. And they get me going every day, man. I can't wait to see them, hang out with them. Talking to them the other night at dinner when we got here, talking about the stuff, coming in my office. Just, I don't know, it gets me going every day, and it makes me want to be there, man.
We want to thank the coach and the student athletes. Ladies and gentlemen, the Southeastern Lions.
Thank you, James.
Thank you.
Thank you, Coach Selfo. We are now joined with the newest head coach here in the Southland Conference, Tommy Rybacky. You've been with Nicholls for 11 seasons now, but this is your first year as the head coach, and there's a lot of excitement going into this season. You guys have that Week 0 matchup. Tell me about what you're expecting in that game, and maybe also a little bit of nerves as well.
Yeah, what a great opportunity and a great way to kick off the season. You know, football is really important in South Louisiana, so to be able to have that Week 0 game in South Louisiana, first game in America, I think is a special opportunity for our community. And then for our team, what a great chance for us to measure where we're at. We get to play the champs at home right out of the gate, and I think that's a great opportunity for us, something we'll have to be prepared for, and we'll have to work really hard in fall camp to be ready, but we will be.
Coach, you talk about that game and how much that means. A couple years ago, you beat them on their field. Last year, they got the better of you guys. It's a physical game. Nicholls is always real physical. You taking over defensive coordinator, I imagine you appreciate that style of offense and that we'll see that continue.
Yeah, there's a brand of football. There's a formula for success in Thibodaux at Nicholls, and you know, it's always going to be about blocking and tackling. It's always going to be about effort and execution, and those are the fundamentals of our program. And you know, regardless of what plays we're running, we're looking for those things to show up in our brand.
Coach, obviously you're taking back over for somebody you're very familiar with, so it's not really a new program, it's more of an extension of a program. But what will you bring differently, and what will some of the things you want to implement that over the years that you wanted to get a part of?
Yeah, everybody would say this, and Coach Rebo would say this as well, man. You got to do things your way and the things that you believe in. And I think the day-to-day processes that we have changed a little bit, and that's because they fit the direction that we're headed. And college football is changing. We're going into a new climate, new environment, and so being proactive in some of the things that we're doing will really set us up for success moving forward.
You know, I just want to give a quick Tim Rebo appreciation post here if I can, and obviously you were with him for a long time. The continuity of that program throughout the years, you and Rob on the other side as a coordinator, and then taking that program from one of the least resource-funded programs with facilities that were let's be frank, subpar, to now great facilities, field house. Obviously the Manning Passing Academy has helped with a lot of that. What do you think as you take over Nicholls that is so much in a better place than when Rebo took over Nicholls?
Yeah, without a doubt. When we got there in 2015, the program was in a certain position, and we've made so much progress in the last 10 years under the leadership of Coach Rebo. And I said this earlier, but I don't know if there's an FCS program who's made as much progress in the last 10 years as we have. And our job is to make the same amount of progress, pick up where we left off, and do the same thing moving forward for the next 10 years. And we're excited to do that.
By the way, is Colin Guggenheim does he still play football, or is he finally left? I have to know this.
All right, so Colin Guggenheim is our running backs coach now.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, so he's still
okay. So he's still going to be tormenting Southland teams, just in a different way.
Yeah, in a different area.
I love that. Boy, that kid was something else. Something special.
Yeah. Coach, looking at your first season here, this schedule, it is brutal. Did you say thank you to whoever developed these first few games? You got UIW. We know how big that is. Then you go on the road to Troy, West Georgia, Texas State, Eastern Kentucky. Both of those are on the road. 4 straight road games, including Lamar and SFA. Are you tired of hearing about that one already?
No, I mean, it's such a great opportunity to play every week, and just to have games on the schedule, man, we're excited about that. So, you know, whatever the challenge, whatever the task is every week, that's what we're going to prepare for and be ready for. And so, you know, it's not our job to pick pick the schedule. It's our job to show up and play it, right? So that's what we're going to do.
You know, you talk about money in that. You guys opted out of the first year of the house settlement. What was kind of the thoughts on that, and how do you think that sets you up for the next year?
So, we did make the decision to go into the settlement.
Oh, you did?
So, yeah, so we did end up opting in. And I think the decision was made based on the direction of college athletics and what's going to be the best thing for our program moving forward.
Did you guys originally think about opting out? Because that's...
Yeah, for a long time, we did talk about opting out, but I think, when we got some new information and some of the things as our athletic director, JT, looked at it from a holistic perspective, he decided that was the best move for us.
And is there any talk in the state of Louisiana about the $1.75 million that the tax, the new tax, has that been talked about?
Yeah, in an exciting way. I mean, all the departments are excited about getting that revenue back into the department. So,
as a defensive guy, no surprise you bring a couple of D guys with you for the media days. But I want to take it to the other side. New offensive coordinator. What are you looking for on the offensive side of the ball? Obviously, we've seen a lot of tailback going at it, rushing the ball. Is that going to change? What are we going to see offensively from Nicholls?
Yeah, just, to go back to the beginning, I mean, selecting the players to come today, it really was a decision based on who would represent our program well, not necessarily what position they play. We could have brought a ton of different guys today. We just happened to bring 2 defensive guys. But I'm excited about the direction of our entire team. And all 3 phases. We'll have 3 new coordinators. We'll have a new defensive coordinator, a new offensive coordinator, a new special teams coordinator, and all of them are going to bring a different approach to the game, and I'm excited to see that.
Are you nervous, concerned about the idea that now, I don't know how many times you might ever flip over to the offensive side of your headset during a game. I'm assuming not very often. Now you've got the switch on your headset. You can listen. You can talk to both guys. Is that something that is? There are little nerves associated with the idea that, now it's someone else calling the defense, and you've got to also be responsible for the offense.
Yeah, within a game, everybody has roles, and, my role now being the head coach is to manage the game and to manage, all 3 phases of the game. And so, it's about preparation, and I think preparation will offset those nerves. There's a lot of decisions that are going to have to be made throughout the game that I need to be prepared to make, and that's where I'll spend my time is getting ready for those things. And then I'll trust the coaches to do a great job calling the game, and I'm sure they'll prepare to do that just like I did for many years as the defensive coordinator.
Coach, I think that's one of the biggest things that I hear from you. You've got a defensive coordinator, and a lot of coordinators who become head coaches still want to call the plays, still keep their hands in that. Where did you get that idea that you needed that step back? Because I hear a lot of them go, man, I had to get a coordinator the next year, and it kind of puts the program back a year. You're already kind of a head start.
Yeah, you gotta have trust. We got a great staff, and every one of the guys that are on our staff has a role, and they all do a great job working that role every day. And so I trust those guys, and I trust our defensive coordinator, Darian Monroe, as much as I trust any of the guys on the staff to do their job. And so that was easy for me. I just know that, there's a lot that goes into being a head coach, and both outside of the game and within the game, and it's important that I take care of those responsibilities first.
When you play a week 0 game, do you have to do things differently because it's a longer season now? Have you prepared for that, or because you now are going to be playing? Like I know McNeese did it last year, and they had to kind of adapt during the year a lot because they played that extra week. Have you looked into that?
Yeah, some of the things that change. Obviously, your summer program has moved up a week. Your fall camp is moved up a week. And, once you make those adjustments, you're working through a season. I think the thing that it does for us, it sets up a bye week for us in week 4, which will be needed after our opening few games. And so that's exciting for us to be able to work 3 games, recalibrate, get ready to go for the next few.
Kids like Austin and I like to talk about the vibes, right? The vibes are really high in Thibodaux. Manning Passing Academy has become such a big thing. It's created so much goodwill and just so many good things around Thibodaux. Obviously, the continuity that's involved. Just for you to go out there in week 0, the head guy, having the head coaching headset as opposed to the coordinator headset. How excited are you for this season and where Nicholls has come from where you started as the DC now to taking over as the head coach?
And really exciting. I think my excitement is for the players the most. You know, those guys work incredibly hard. It's a 7-month build for a 4-month season, and they've worked tremendously hard since the very beginning in January. And so I'm really excited for them to take the stage in week 0.
Well, I bet no one is more excited than your student athletes that you brought here today. And Brooke Kirchhoffer is with Ty Marsh and Hayden Shaheen now, 2 defensive stars. So let's check in and see what they have to say about this upcoming season.
Thanks, Austin. We have Ty Marsh and Hayden Shaheen here from Nicholls. Huge week 0 game with you guys, taking on the conference champs on the national stage. What's the message about how you guys want to start the season?
Yeah, it's definitely very exciting to give our great fans at Nicholls a chance to come out for that, and we're going to be on ESPN2, the national recognition, and just do that for the Southland, put them on the map a little bit more. But it's super exciting to start your new season off like that with a good team like that. Excited to see what happens.
Yeah, and to get the national recognition, too, on ESPN2, I think you guys are actually the very first college football game nationally televised. What is that going to put the spotlight on Nicholls, and what do you want to show?
I mean, great stage to put on, a great opportunity. We're going against the champs from last year, so great opportunity, put on the show for the team and have all the Nickel fans come out and just probably most likely put on the wing, you know what I'm saying? So it's just a great opportunity overall.
And you'll do it with a brand new head coach and Coach Rybacky, moving on from Coach Reba, who I know you guys have a lot of love for. But look, I think he brought 2 defensive players for a reason, so that he would only get some love and good things talked about him. No offensive guys, with Rybacky being the DC, now the head coach. How has the transition been for you guys, especially on the defensive side of the ball, with him being the head coach now?
It's been pretty smooth. They were with each other for a really long time, so they share a lot of the core values of what they want in a program and what they want to see out of their players. But it's just been fun to see him kind of take his own spin on things and show us how to do things his way.
What are some of those new spin on things, and what's been the biggest difference you've seen from the 2?
Running every day. Find a way to run. Find a way to get us conditioned for the season. Make sure we not getting up to the season and being all tired from the first game. So it's just to run, keep running. That's short as I can keep it.
So this Nicholls team is going to be fit this year, is what you're telling me. You guys will also have a brand new quarterback with Pat McQuaid. Moving on, your head coach just announced who the new starting quarterback will be. So, Hayden, I'll let you take this, and then I'll ask you, Ty, what you guys think about him. And can you name the new starting quarterback for us?
Yeah, Deuce Hogan from here in Texas. Just super excited to have him. He's a great guy. Got known him a lot since he's been on campus, and just super excited to see what he's going to do for us.
And you, Ty, know him a little bit as well. What can we expect from him and what you've seen on the offensive side of the ball?
Great leader. Was first day he came in, took the world by storm, honestly. He just made sure that he was a voice for the team and made sure that he just kept everybody's confidence up, and that knowing that we have a new leader and we have a new captain, he's going to keep this ship going in the right direction. So I was I like it. I like to see my boy do his thing, man. Okay.
Love to hear it. High expectations around the Nicholls Colonels. Guys, thank you so much for joining me. Austin, we'll go ahead and send it back to you.
Thank you so much, Brooke. A lot of excitement coming with this upcoming season for Nicholls, especially on the defensive end. We just heard from 2 of those stars. Jim, last season, Nicholls set a school single-season record with 83.9 yards of rushing allowed per game. And then they had just 6 total rushing touchdowns that they allowed all season, which was the lowest in FCS. Just what impressed you most about the way they played last year under Tommy Rybacky, and what you're expecting this season again on the defensive end?
I think the big thing is they're always consistent. They're always the same team. Power team. They're going to be physical. They're going to play hard. They're going to run the football right at you. Guggenheim is not back, which is a surprise.
I know. He's been the 7-year guy. I mean, it just felt like he was there forever.
So I think the consistency in a world where everybody's changing and all these kids want to come in, they have stayed the course of this is what we are. We are a local franchise. We are a local product of kids. They buy into it. They're going to play defense. They're going to run the ball. They're the same team. And I think they'll be the same team moving forward because I think they've just continued what they're doing.
Well, the way you have success is to be consistent, and they know who they are. That's another big factor, right? You're not trying to be who you're not. You're in Thibodaux, Louisiana. They understand, and they play off of that. And I think, like Jim said, it helps them to be successful, and it helps them to be consistent. And you see consistency in Tommy Rybacky, and the way the head coach and the coaching system just comes through right now. It's just a line of consistency at Nicholls, and I think we're seeing that pay off for him.
Yeah, I don't know that anybody really understands what Nicholls was versus what they are now. Yeah. Obviously, those of us that have been in the league a long time understand. I don't know if the lay public understands just what Tim Rebowe did to that program to take it from a moribund state. And again, facilities were bad. It was no resources. And now they are one of the top teams in the league and had both their offensive and defensive coordinators the entire time Tim Rebowe was there, which is also unheard of, to have a decade-long span of having the same coordinators. Big kudos, a lot of flowers to Tim Rebowe. If Tommy Rybacky is half as good as Tim Rebowe is, Nicholls is in great hands.
Yeah, I mean, to your point is, if people don't understand what they were, when this all started, they didn't have locker rooms. They didn't have visiting locker rooms. They would play a playoff game, and you would see the other team almost basically getting dressed in a tent.
They were in a tent in the parking lot. Yeah, that's when they were building.
That's how far they've come.
Yeah, it's an amazing story.
Well, and that's kind of what you got to do if you talk about on the Southland as a whole. We've seen the entire conference pick up some of that funding and improving the facilities, and we're seeing that's part of what's brought us into a new Southland conference.
Well, we will see what Nicholls can do this season. A lot of exciting things happening within that program, and Tommy Rybacky taking over in his first season. But now let's head back to the press conference, which is presented by Big Game USA, and hear from from Northwestern State.
Yeah, thanks. We're awful glad to be here at the Southland Conference Media Days. Everything here has been great. I think the guys have had a good experience, and Chris Grant and his staff have done a great job putting this on. And it's football season. When you come here, you know it's time to go. And I think we've had a great summer, going into year 2 with our staff at Northwestern State. We're excited about where we are. We've come a long way. We've had a lot of great growth culturally. Our talent's gotten better. We're still extremely young. I think we'll put out the youngest roster in the country this year, no question, with 50 freshmen and redshirt freshmen and 22 sophomores. But we're excited to get going and see what 2025 holds.
And we'll start with questions for the student athletes, and let's start with Cam and Caleb. As you enter this year as returners, and as you hear Coach say, a younger squad, how important is it to be a leader on this team, to lead this squad and lead these younger guys? Let's start with Cam and then go to Caleb.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is just leading by example. You always want to put yourself on the forefront, just show them the right way to do things, the right way to carry yourself, and just be an overall, good person as well as a good player.
Yeah, just to piggyback off what Cam said, you just want to lead by example. You want to be that guy that they can count on at any moment in time, not just on the field, but off the field as well. Show them how to do things in the classroom, show them how to represent ourselves off campus and in the community. And, just be a lead by example.
You guys both talked about the community a little bit. Can you talk about what Natchitoches means to you and just what type of home field advantage you have there for your games?
Yeah, there's nothing like the city of Natchitoches. It's a small town, but it has a very big heart. Everybody knows everybody. They love the sports teams there. So it just has that hometown feel to it. You kind of just adjust really quickly. And I really love the support there. So I'm very excited to have everybody, the students, the fans, everybody, family, just come support us this year.
Yeah, Natchitoches, it holds a big place in my heart. I've only been there for a year, but just going around town, people in the community know who you are. They know that you're a football player, and so that's why we kind of hold ourselves to that higher standard. And Natchitoches has a great history, of winning and just a great history of being there. And so that's what we want to do as players, is bring that history back. And everyone in the community, obviously after the season last year, they still support us. They're still there for us, and they're ready for us to bring that history back.
Obviously, and I've asked this to the other two Louisiana schools that we've seen, but you guys are surrounded by in-state universities, and then there's obviously some great schools here in Texas as well. Who would you personally, each of you, say is your personal rival? Obviously, you have the battle for the NSU trophy each year with Nicholls and things, but is there one school that you would consider your personal rival in the Southland Conference?
I wouldn't say there's a specific school. I'm just looking forward to competing with all those guys. Each team, they're well coached. They have great players. It's a very fun league, so I'm definitely excited to play this year.
Personally, as the last year, my personal rival, East Texas A&M. I'm looking forward to playing them. So
I'm sure they're excited about having a Southland Conference rival, just being one of the newer schools in the Southland. Thank you, guys.
What was it like, though? Obviously, you did have a rivalry that did return last year in SFA and playing for the Chiefs. So what was it like? What was that atmosphere like to have that rivalry back? Obviously a short distance to Natchitoches, Nacogdoches. What was that experience like for you all? Let's start with Caleb this time and then go Cam.
So actually, I wasn't able to play that game. I was out with a concussion, but just preparing for that game and just hearing the guys in that atmosphere and everything, it was great. They were ready to battle for that trophy. They were ready to take it back home to NSU, and it just sounded like a great atmosphere. And all the guys, it brought a higher level of competition towards that game. So
it was a great experience. I have a lot of respect for SFA and their coaches, their players. Well-coached team, very disciplined. They always have great athletes. So just being able to have, a great rivalry with such a great team, it's very exciting to, be on the field with them and, watch greatness.
I imagine it's got to be excited to get them at home this year, I would think, and see that atmosphere in your home crowd, I would think. So that's great. Anything else from the audience?
Coach, first question for you. Obviously, you come from Division III levels, so what would you say the biggest difference has been going from Belhaven to the D1 level with the Demons?
I get that question a lot, and I don't think the differences are as big as people think. College football is college football. Obviously, the recruiting things are a little bit different with, portals and NILs and all those things, but those are all just things that you kind of learn and adapt to as you go. But prior to being at Belhaven, 20 years of my career was at the FCS level across the country, so it was really probably a pretty easier transition for me than maybe a lot of people might think because I'd spent so much time there. But the one thing that I would say is what we took over at Belhaven and what we took over at Northwestern State, culturally, academically, talent level, where the program was, is extremely similar. And there's a lot of, our staff jokes sometimes about the things that we're going through now and rebuilding the program at Northwestern State are the exact same things we went through at Belhaven. So that gives us a lot of encouragement as a staff to know that we've kind of been down that road before and on the right track. But, people get wrapped up in levels. That's overrated. The field's still the same size. You're still playing with 11 players. You're still playing with guys that are 18 to 22-year-olds that are going to make mistakes, but they're going to give you everything they got. So that part hasn't been as bad as what some people might think.
You also mentioned having 50 freshmen. While that can have a bit of an unknown factor, does that also generate a bit of excitement to see that group take the field?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's 50 freshmen with redshirt freshmen and incoming freshmen because we were able to redshirt everybody in our class last year except for one. So, the best thing that we can have for us is birthdays, right? We need to get older. We need to get bigger. We need to get stronger. And, these are two of our older guys here, obviously, but there's not very many of them, and when you walk in that room, every day you see a lot of young guys, but they are eager, they're excited. They don't really know anything different than the culture that we've brought, so that's allowed us to change things pretty quick and build the program that we want to build. So being youthful like that, sometimes you're going to take your lumps and it's tough, but I think we've got a bunch of guys that are excited to be at Northwestern State and are there to build something for the long haul, so that makes us excited about where we're going.
Coach McCorkle, what's the biggest difference you've seen from your first year at the helm of Northwestern State and then going into year two now? What are some differences you've seen personally?
These two guys sitting next to me, the locker room, it's night and day different, and every time you coach, you always love your players, you want to grow them, you want to mentor them, you want to take care of them, and you want what's best for them because that's why we coach. But, there were times last year, if I'm very honest, you would walk in that team meeting room and it was hard to like some guys in the room, right? And now I've got a group of guys that every day I walk in the room and and they're hard not to love, you know. And my son's a high school football player, and he works out in the mornings, and every morning I drop him off, and I hit the gas as fast as I can to come watch these guys work out. And, you know, I don't know that a lot of head coaches watch their guys all summer, but I think I've only, because of obligations, maybe missed 2 workouts all summer because I just want to be around my team. I enjoy them. They're fun to be around. It's fun to watch them get close to each other. And they're a driven bunch of guys right now. You know, this is a group that, you know, we don't hide from the fact that we're going into this season with the longest losing streak in the country. We're not scared to say that. We know where we are, and we know where we have to go. And to watch the drive and these guys' work ethic every day is really inspiring for me. And they get me out of bed in the morning.
Obviously talking a lot of football today, and rightfully so, but I think it would be remiss not to talk a little fashion, Cam. I think you're the front runner for best dressed so far. Who are you wearing?
No question about that.
Who are you wearing, Cam?
This is a suit from ASOS. It's a 2-piece, like, sandish look. The shoes are from there as well. I have an older brother who's a model, so I kind of steal a little bit of fashion ideas from him. So
that's amazing. All right. Well, thank you for that.
Thank you.
And
I'm wearing whatever my wife put in the bag. That's what I'm wearing.
That's what. Same here, Coach. You know, when you think about you've got 2 of your great leaders here, 2 of the older student athletes in your program, and so obviously they're key pieces for this year. Are there any incoming student athletes, freshmen or transfer athletes who you are just extremely excited about that maybe no one has heard about yet, and they're kind of that one that you're like, man, people are going to hear about this kid this year?
Yeah, you know, I never like to really mention incoming freshmen because you just don't know till they get there and go. But from the transfer world, I think we've done a really good job bringing in the right guys. These guys to my right and left are both transfers we brought in a year ago, Caleb from La Tech and Cam from UL. And I think that that's one thing I'm really proud of our staff is we've identified the right guys in the portal to bring in. We're not going to make a living in the portal, but we're bringing in guys that are running to something and not from something. And I think that's really helped our culture. But we brought in some guys in the spring that I think can really help us out in the transfer world. Fernando Washington, a linebacker we brought in, is really dynamic. He's fallen in love with the team in a hurry. He's been a fun guy to be around. I brought in an offensive lineman from Texas Tech named Garrett Morphus, who I think can really help us in that unit where we struggled last year. Brought in a running back named Dylan Rose from Texas State. A running back, Mayan Hicks, who's a senior from Furman. He's got 1 year to go. The rest of those guys are younger and have a lot of career ahead of them. But those are some new names that some people might see that we're excited about that can come in and help us. But the thing that they've done best is they've come in and made themselves a part of the team. And sometimes when you have transfers and you pull those guys out of the portal, they're coming for looking for something, you know, a paycheck or a bag or where can I go from here? These guys haven't. They've really adapted and kind of fallen in love with these guys that are already here in a hurry, and it's been a neat process to watch. So we're excited about those new guys, and we've got a lot of returners that people will see as well. You know, last year we played the last 4 games, 26 freshmen in games that we're all still able to redshirt. So there'll be a lot of guys that Northwestern State community saw last year that'll be back with 4 years to go. So we're excited about the direction our roster's going, and we think it's in a good spot.
And as somebody relatively new to the Southland Conference, can you talk about, you know, adapting to the Southland football, and then just how we continue to elevate the Southland Conference to become a program that's kind of perennially a 3 and 4 bid, 5 bid league in the playoffs?
Yeah, I'm new to the Southland in year 2, but I've studied the Southland for a long time. The Southland Conference, if I'm honest, is kind of what I always wanted in my career. You know, I played at LSU and have Louisiana ties. Then I took off coaching FCS football all over the country. But I always studied and paid attention to the Southland and the trends and what was going on. And I think where we're positioned right now with 10 football teams that are all committed to be in the Southland, and the things that Chris Grant's done as a commissioner. I mean, this event right here is proof that this is a strong conference that does things right. And I think the level of play is constantly getting better. Excited to get UTRGV in there, you know, and there's some good things happening. I think we're poised to be a, top tier FCS conference as this thing continues on.
Your players touched a little bit on the community of Natchitoches and you know, the crowd you get to play in front of, the stadium you get to play in. What's that been like for you? How has the community of Natchitoches embraced you and your family, and what's that been like going now that you're in year 2?
Well, before we had our first home game last year against Prairie View A&M, Brad Laird, my predecessor, who coaches at the high school now, coaches my son, texted me and wished me well, and he's great. He's been a tremendous support since I've been there, and he just texted me, there's nothing like a night game in Turpin Stadium, and he was right. You know, it's a unique, special place, and again, we're not hiding from our recent lack of success. We've struggled, but even with our struggles last year, we finished second in the conference in attendance, and I think that speaks volume to the city of Natchitoches and the Northwestern State community of how much support we have. have. And there is coming a day very soon where those trends are going to flip, and it will be a lot of fun to see Turpin Stadium completely filled up again. And I do see those days coming. Every day when I pull in and I see that upper deck up there and I see Welcome to Turpin Stadium, I picture it full. I don't picture it as it is, because if it's been full before and they built it for a reason, we can do it again. So it's a great place. People love Northwestern State, as Cam and Caleb both mentioned, and we got a lot of support behind us. It's been really humbling and encouraging to buy into the Natchez community and see how they respond to it.
And we'll close on this, and you touched on it a little bit, but as you enter the 2025 season, what gets you really fired up and excited for the Northwestern State Demons going into this season?
Well, I did mention a minute ago, and again, it's these two guys and all their teammates. They get me up out of bed every morning because they recognize where our program is. They recognize where our program has come from. And I think right now I have a group of 102 guys that are on a mission as much as any I've ever seen. And they know we've got a lot of work to do. They know that we've got a lot to prove. They've got a good, healthy chip on their shoulder. I think they train with a healthy level of anger every day. That's good. And, August 28th will be here really soon. We'll play a really good Alcorn State on Thursday night in Turpin Stadium. It should be a good crowd. They went 6-6 in the SWAC last year, so that's a great first contest for us. But our guys will, I promise you this, they'll show up with some passion. They'll be looking to hit something. I promise you that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Coach, gentlemen, we appreciate your time. Ladies and gentlemen, the Northwestern State Demons.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, as the Southland Conference opening drive rolls on, we are now joined by a legend and Hall of Famer, Matt Viator. Coach, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Now, you coached the Cowboys from 2006 to 15, 78 wins, 3 conference titles, 5 playoff appearances. What type of full circle moment has this been for you to now come back and do it all again?
It's been fun. I will say that. Really enjoyed it. It was a great opportunity for me the first time to be there, the years I was there, and to be asked to come back really means a lot to me. The McNeese program means a lot to me. The Southland Conference, means a lot to me. And, the years I spent in the conference and 5 or 6 years as the chair of the football coaches and stuff. So I'm glad to be back here at Media Days and to be back at McNeese for sure.
Just like riding a bike?
I don't know. I've gotten a little old for that and stuff. So not necessarily that, but the transition's been good.
Coach, you've been out for a little while. You've been out of football for a little while. What's the motivation to come back to McNeese, a place with so much history, tradition, where you have come and won before? What's that motivation to come back and get it going again?
Oh, I mean, obviously I'm highly motivated, and I was only out of football for last year. So I mean, I worked at UL and, did their stuff and worked with quarterbacks and then, was there to all hours of the night, just like I was any other year. So, but no, I mean, the motivation to come back, I would, not reliving the past any, but, I would like to see McNeese at a certain standard and a certain place in this league, and hopefully we can get it back there.
You talked about how important it is for you kind of to see McNeese get back to where it was. Was that your motivation? Because there was a time when you said you didn't want to come back.
Well, yeah, I mean, there was a time for sure that, kind of hoping that, that it would happen. And I'm not saying that I'm the only one or the one that can get it done, but, but wanting to see McNeese, kind of get back to a certain standard that we had and was willing to, to be on the sideline to see it happen. But this was an opportunity when Coach Schroer approached me and looking at it and had some really good conversations with he and Matt Fontenot, and really have heard great things about Dr. Roos. I really didn't know him at the time, but I'd heard really good things about him. And then, now that I've been there and had an opportunity to meet him, I think the time was right.
The thing is, and we've talked about this a little bit, is completely different funded university now, completely different look. Get a new press box, new suites and all that. How different is it now?
It's pretty different. I hope it made sense, but whenever I got hired, I kept saying it's the same location, it's a different place. And, I parked in the same parking lot, went up the same elevator, but it's a different place. And how it's being run, it's been 9 years, and how it's run, I think, for the better. And stuff. So, yeah, I mean, it's some of the things when you're there, and some of the people that you work with, I mean, are still there. But there's a lot of it that is different, Jim, and I think different in a better way.
You know, first of all, you're back at McNeese, so you have to add the extra L to UL. Remember that. It's got to be ULL now. I know you work there, but you got to put the extra L in there. Secondly, how have you changed since you've been gone? Obviously went to Monroe and, had some success there, and then, as you mentioned, your quality control over in Lafayette, and then out for a year. What's different about Matt Viator now?
Hopefully it's helped me. To be honest with you, the Monroe experience was fantastic. The people I thought were great. I really enjoyed it there. My wife and I both did. And I think going to UL, to ULL, however you want to say it.
There you go. You got it back, Coach.
Well, I have a habit of calling people what they want to be called.
Yeah, I understand.
But I think going there and, spending a year with Billy Napier, who I thought was a great guy, and then working for Mike Desimo and being there and stuff. So hopefully I'm a little bit better version of myself. I hope. I know I'm a little older, but hopefully I'm a little bit better version of myself. And I've made the comment, Patrick, in the past, and where I really kicked myself for 17 years, I was at McNeese, and I didn't get out enough. I don't think it's hard in a smaller college. I mean, as a head coach, to when you wore a lot of hats, just to pick up and go spend a week somewhere and learn football. And I kicked myself. I think I should have got out and probably learned a little bit more. So I think going to Monroe and seeing it a little different, going to Lafayette, seeing it a little different, hopefully it's going to help me.
You were way ahead of the curve in terms of quarterbacks that were mobile. You had guys that were mobile at the QB position long before that was a thing. Now everyone seems to have that with the read option stuff and the zone read. What do you feel like, maybe strategically, don't give it all away, obviously, but what do you feel like your team will look like vis-a-vis what you used to look like at McNeese?
Hopefully we have some balance. That's what we always try to do, that we were 50-50 run pass. I think if you have a mobile quarterback, I think what you limit the defense to do, what you have to prepare for, because it limits, if you don't have a quarterback that can't move a little bit, you see every exotic blitz known to man. That's just the way it is. But unfortunately, though, I mean, I do like that aspect of it, but you have to be able to throw it and stuff. So, and hopefully, we can get a guy in there that can do both, and that's what we're striving to do.
Coach, you had just unprecedented success when you were there, and you've got a great fan base. You've got a very passionate fan base, a great alumni base, and so, like you said, we need McNeese at the top of the Southland Conference. We need it fighting for conference championships. Southland is better when McNeese is good. What's the step in a new environment, new scenarios here? It's a different game of college football, as you know, with the NIL and the transfer portal. What are the steps you're going to need to get them back up there?
I think more consistency. Well, it starts in recruiting, of course, and how you recruit and who you're bringing in. But I think the goal is, and I used two friends of mine, Justin Hill and James Landrino. If you look at our baseball and our softball programs, obviously what Coach Wade did coming in for a year or two, I mean, that's a whole different ball game. But if you look through the past and at what we've done, we are competitive every year in those sports. I mean, when you look at it, I mean, when it goes down to it, I made the comment this year, I think I was reading in Jim's article, we could have finished first or fifth in baseball or sixth based off of the last weekend. Well, we're right there. And, we didn't have a great last weekend, but my point was, we have those sports year in and year out. McNeese has something to say about it. Hopefully, that's the goal football-wise. We didn't win it every year I was there. But if you go back and look, I mean, we were right in the mix. Yes. Come November, we're right there. And, we have something to say about what's going to happen in the conference, and that's the goal, to get it back that way.
70% ticket sales up, season ticket sales. First of all, do you have that in your contract with
I don't.
Coach Schroyer?
I don't.
You should get it in next time. What kind of pride do you get that the buzz is so good because you're back?
It's exciting. I think, McNeese, Lake Charles, Southwest Louisiana is really good football area, good football community. And so it's exciting to see that. Obviously, there's an expectation and there's a pressure, I think, on us, to perform. But certainly heading into it, it's exciting to hear that. And no, I don't have that in my contract.
Coach, that schedule is not easy. Three of your four are tough, and obviously you were with the Cajuns. You get to go to their place, but Weber is really good. At least you get them in the hole. And Utah State, obviously, that's a tough road trip. How do you go about trying to approach a non-conference season to make sure that, hey, maybe you can find a way to get to 2-2, 3-1, and then turn around and get ready to go into your conference play?
Well, that would certainly help, and I didn't make the schedule either, by the way.
Yeah.
But, no, I think, certainly it's going to be challenging early in the year, with our schedule. Certainly the conference schedule is going to be tough also. But, look, you just got to, look to get better each week and, kind of let it go from there. But, obviously we have to have a really good camp to start out with those games.
Were you ever picked sixth before in your previous 10 years?
I don't think so.
Does that provide some motivation?
No, I mean, it's just, preseason polls and all that. I mean, it's based off of last year. I appreciate Matt Bonnet doing mine, because I asked him, hey, would you do it? I don't have a clue, and which I don't. But, I mean, most of the time, even when it was preseason all conference and all that, when we had that, I just went off of what was last year and how somebody did last year. And, because especially now, the rosters change almost daily, and stuff. So I don't know how you necessarily predict how good, especially look at the turnover we've had that I'm sure other schools have had too. So that's a tough chore.
Well, and it's a different Southland conference than when you were here. Speak to some of that, how that's changed and grown, and it's coming back.
Yeah, I'm excited about. I've never played Commerce. Of course, that's new. East Texas, Rio Grande Valley. I've obviously have no experience with. And Cornet Word had came in. Houston Christian had came in, like toward the end of my tenure and stuff. So, and then of course you got your familiar faces that have always been there. I know Stephen F. left for a little while, but they're back. We've had great games with them. Obviously, with Lamar starting up the first time I was the head coach, starting football, I think added a really good layer to what we were doing and stuff. So, yeah, there are a couple new teams, but the rest of the league and, the coaches have gotten younger. I'm really excited that Coach Selfo's still in.
Coach, I've got to,
because he's older than me. So
I got to tell you, as a soft media member, which I totally am, I've now TV talent, very soft. I appreciate the fact that we're back in a lovely, luxurious press box. And no offense to the Cowboy Club in the South End Zone, but that's not a place to watch football from if you're trying to broadcast it. So I appreciate being back in the nice digs.
Yeah, kudos to McNeese and everybody was a part of it. It's really nice.
Yep.
Yeah, it really, really nice. And I've had the opportunity to go and walk around up there, but you guys are going to enjoy it.
Absolutely.
That is for sure. And after spending 3 years in the Cowboy Club, I can tell you, and it's much more enjoyable.
No doubt about that.
So Coach, I guess the last thing is, this is a different type of team because of the portal and that. But how much are you familiar with? Because you decided to keep anybody that wanted to stay, basically, whereas you didn't just clean house. So what was your decision of that, and how happy are you with this team?
I'm really happy with their attitude and, and the transition and what these guys have done and stuff. I really am very, very pleased with that. I gave them an opportunity to stay, Jim. Football, I get it in other sports, and I would probably do it in other sports, but you can't replace a whole football team. That's kind of hard to do, and so gave those young men an opportunity to stay. You have young men that are 3 and 4 years into their degree, have to transfer, lose hours, postpone graduation, all those types of things and stuff. But I let them stay if they wanted to change a little bit, and I'm really pleased that a lot of them did want to stay and have enjoyed working with them.
Well, Coach, thank you so much for stopping by. We'll hear more from you in the press conference soon, but we're looking to see you back on the sidelines. Good luck this season. Matt Viator has that expectation of bringing this program back to dominance, and to do that, he's going to have some star players helping him, and Brooke Kirchhoffer is with a couple of them right now.
Thanks, Austin. Joined now by offensive lineman Will Crhsi and defensive end Macy Lewis. Guys, welcome to Media Day. You are coming in with a brand new head coach who is not new to the program in Matt Viator. What has it been like welcoming him back to McNeese?
It's been really good, really smooth. He's been real good to us, and he's big on respect and very calm man. And that's what you need as a head coach.
And Will, we were talking off camera. I know you've got a lot of good things to say about him, but you also have some funny stories to share too, right?
Yeah, so the car ride here, 5-hour drive, 5.5. There's actually no music and no directions. So, it was a quiet ride, but I think that's kind of expected a little bit. But yeah.
He's that old school coach. That's what but man, that's brutal. Hey, you got to let him know. Somebody's got to have the aux in the playlist on the way back. But with that and kind of the old ball coach mentality, what expectations are you setting specifically for the offense this year?
I think this year we're focused a lot more on the detail. Every day before practice, we go out there and we do a thing called little things. Every position, we go out there and work on small things that we all need to get better at. O-line wise, we talk about being the gold standard of the offense. Just upholding the standard and making sure that we're the anchor of the team and that we support everyone and do our job.
Love to hear it. And Macy, on the flip side of things, what are the expectations for the defense? And also, too, expectations you're setting for your younger brother who is now on the team, Sandy.
First of all, shout out Sandy, shout out Type. But, we've been together. This defense, we got new guys coming in, but other than that, everyone's been together. We've been through so much, so we know what to expect and how we want it. And, everybody's just close, and we know what to do.
A lot of continuity on defense. On the offensive side, though, you guys will have a new quarterback. Looking forward to seeing that quarterback battle figure itself out. But, guys, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck this year.
Thank you. Blessed to be here.
Back to you, Austin.
Still talking all things McNeese football right now. We just heard from the student athletes and head coach Matt Viator. Jim, how much excitement is around this Cowboys community to have him back on the sidelines?
I've never seen this much excitement around them since he was here, to be honest with you. The difference is the fact that the fans understand him. They know him. He's from the system, but he's also done it. And they know what to expect. Now, the expectations are pretty high for the first year. But if you go back to 4 or 5 years ago when the hurricane hit and everything that was destroyed, everything is new now. So he's getting a completely new press box. He's getting a new weight room. A new locker room has been put in. The expectations there then are these kids are now, and I give a lot of credit to the kids that stayed, that it's now we've gone through it. Let's enjoy what we've reaped, and let's see what we can do now because we stayed, we took the punishment. Now it's time for us to enjoy the fruits of what happened.
But the schedule is not going to be easy for him at all. I know it starts with Louisiana Christian, a good NAIA school, but then they go on the road to Lafayette, like they mentioned, Weber State, Utah State, and then it's conference. And it's not hard when it comes to travel. It's a lot of regionally based stuff outside of headed to Utah State for the one trip. But my goodness, you've got that as your non-conference, and then you add in the conference. It's a really tough route for them to start with.
Yeah, and non-conference the conference road games. Stephen F. Austin, that's a lot of people think SFA might be the best team in the league this year. Nicholls, obviously, a lot of people think they might be. East Texas A&M, a team on the rise, and then Lamar to finish out the season. And Pete Rosamondo has Lamar in a really good spot.
Well, we'll see if he gets that win week one, and if he does, he would become the school's all-time winningest coach. So a lot to look forward to this season, no doubt about it, for the Cowboys.
And a lot of pressure on them because of the ULL rivalry game.
Absolutely.
Just because they're at a different level, the fans don't see that.
Yeah.
Well, what happens if he doesn't meet the expectations this year? Because it is tough. He's coming back. It is a new McNeese. It is a hard schedule. What if they fall a win or two short of what people think?
I think they're all right as long as they're competitive. As long as there's a trend upward. Yeah. I think that's the big thing. And one of the big questions is how long will he stay? How committed is all this? But the one thing they really want is they want hope. They've gone 4 years of no hope. They've gone 4 years of having to rebuild their houses, see a stadium with no press box. Now they just want to see hope.
Uh-oh.
Well,
I hear Jolie Blonde. That means we have to start swaying. Is that right? Is that what we're supposed to be doing? I can't ever.
You know what that means. It's time for another press conference. We have the McNeese Cowboys taking the stage. Matt Viator's mission to bring a once dominant program back to the top. Let's see what he has to say about this upcoming season.
Matt Viator will join us as he returns to the Cowboys along with offensive lineman Will Crhsi and defensive lineman Mace Lewis. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. And Coach Viator, we will start with an opening statement.
Thank you. I'm honored to be here representing McNeese for sure. To have the opportunity to do it a second time is really a thrill for me. I'm excited to be back here at the Southland Conference at Media Days. Conference I was a part of for 17 years and have a lot of respect for, and look forward now to certainly to working with Commissioner Grant in the new administration here, and just really excited to be here. Excited to coach these two young men on both of my sides here, and the young men that are back in Lake Charles. I think we have a really good group of guys that have worked really hard and have tried to do all the things that we've asked them to do in terms of the transition, and so we're excited to get going next week.
At this time, we will do questions to the student athletes, and Will, Mace, for both of you, what has it been like with Coach Viator, back at the helm with McNeese, but what has it been like? What's that culture been like with him? Tell me a little bit of what's that been like with him coming on board. Will, we'll start with you. Mace, you'll go second.
I think Coach Viator brings a different aspect of the game, honestly. I think the way the assistant coaches he brought in and the way he coaches is much more, I think it's more of a winning mentality. I think McNeese is going to come back. I think we're going to have a great season. I think Coach Viator is going to lead us to some great wins. Yeah.
Mace, what's it been like with Coach Viator?
First, I would like to thank the man above for being here. And Coach V for bringing me. Coach V been very, very good with us. The transition been real smooth. Like I said, he's big on respect, but he's very calm. And like I said, that's what we need as a head coach. You need someone who's very calm and everything. So the transition been real smooth with him, and I'm glad to be playing under him.
Lake Charles, comparatively to a lot of your in-state institutions, is not landlocked. You're right there on the water, and a little bit less of a small town, but still has a small town feel. Can you guys, two student athletes, could you please talk about what Lake Charles means to you personally, and just the community embrace, and then also a home field advantage that you feel there in Lake Charles?
I've been there since my freshman year. I love Lake Charles. The fans are amazing. They love us no matter how we do, good or bad. And, I love them. They're the best fans in Southland, in the country, So just being there, it makes me feel very good, and I want to win. I want to win for them because they've been with us through so much, the losing seasons. I want to give back to them. So, yeah.
For me, transferring from a D2, or a small town, coming to Lake Charles, it was completely different. I mean, the fans and the support from the community is something I've never thought I would experience. Even at our games, talking to some of the guys here, I mean, they say our fans are pretty intense on game days, and support throughout the community. Whenever you go out to eat, you go to the store. Someone asks you, you play football. I mean, good luck this season. It's incredible. It really is.
So there are a lot of schools in Louisiana right there, kind of in close proximity to you guys. Who would you personally consider McNeese, obviously historic program, storied program, but who would you personally consider as your individual rival within the Southland Conference, if you could pick one?
Not in Louisiana, but I think Lamar. I think Battle of the Border, it's the last game of the season traditionally. It's always intense. It's always, both teams could have a losing record. Doesn't matter. They're going to play hard. So I'd say Lamar.
Besides Lamar, I'll probably say Nicholls. It's always a battle with them, the way they play, the style they play. So yeah, I'll say Nicholls.
And with McNeese being such a historic program and having all those great teams of the past, what is it going to take, and how are you guys going to bring it back to historic prominence?
You know what? McNeese always been, a powerhouse in the past, and I always thank, the legends, the legacy that they brought on to us, and just to, carry on that legacy will be something that I will want to do before my college career ends, and yeah, they brought down a legacy, and we gotta carry it. We have to, no matter what.
When I first committed to McNeese, I did some research and found out they were the original powerhouse of the Southland. And so when I came here, I came with the mindset of having a returning to a powerhouse, and with Coach V coming back, I feel like it's all lining up. I think it's almost destiny for us to win the conference this year.
Thank you to the student athletes and now to Coach Viator. It's a simple question, but first, welcome back. And secondly, how excited are you to be back with this program and to be back in the McNeese community?
Very excited, obviously, and like I've said, I mean, it's the. I hope it makes sense because I keep saying it, but it's the same location. It's a different place, and it's a different place, in my opinion, for the better. And some of the things that have been done over the last 9 years since the last time I was there. But to have an opportunity to go back where I'm from and have an opportunity to do it again is really special to me. And I said what I said a while ago, and sincerely mean that. I mean, have an opportunity to come back to the Southland, coming back to the meetings, working with Tom Burnett and Bruce Ludlow and people like that. I was actually here when the corroboration of the Big 12 officials came in. I have a lot of respect for Byron Boston. And I was here, and I was excited when I came in yesterday and saw Mr. Boston still sitting there. That cooperation that I was a part of has been good for this league and stuff. So, there's, like I said, I'm just excited to be here. I've always believed in this league. I've obviously always believed in McNeese, and to have an opportunity to do it again is really special.
Coach, kind of on the same note, coming back to Lake Charles after a period away, you take over a program that not long ago had a stretch of 15 straight winning seasons, partially under your leadership. In your opinion, what's going to be the key to get the Cowboys back to that stage?
I think consistency, kind of consistency in how you go about your business every day. And I don't know what's happened in the past. I haven't asked and wasn't a part of that. But I think moving forward, I think culture certainly wins in the long run. And to have any consistency, I think you have to have a consistent culture. And the expectation of your players and how you prepare each and every day. And so that's where it all starts. And that's what we tried to do this spring. I'm certainly not downplaying what we're running on offense or defense, but that wasn't the top of my priority list going in. I mean, it was to try to reestablish the culture and the expectation and what we expect each and every day out of not only from the players, but what the players should expect out of me and should expect out of the coaches. And basically, I think mentioned it, or one of them mentioned it, but I think respect, in terms of, I talk about it all the time, and the way we treat each other there and the way we respect the tradition at McNeese. But all those things, I think, are the building blocks of what we want to try to accomplish. But that's the start, for sure.
Coach, you mentioned respect. In the years when McNeese was having those premier seasons year after year, and the Southland Conference was getting recognition nationally, what do you think the Southland needs to do to continue to move forward and continue to move and build that national recognition in terms of playoff appearances and getting those at-large bids and getting the respect that the Southland deserves on a national perspective?
I think that certainly you talked about playoffs, and you talked about you have to look at non-conference games, especially against like opponents and stuff. You have to do good. I mean, we have to, and I don't know what's been done, and I haven't really looked, to be honest with you, but, when we were getting multiple teams in the league, I mean, we had these cross-conference games. I remember going to App State, 2009, we beat Appalachian State in Boone, which was a big win, I think, for our league. I remember we beat South Dakota State, in Brookings with 2 top 5 teams with a great game. And not just us, but the other teams in our league too, were winning. And so I think you have to get out of your league and win games. I think lifts your national profile. But I've been really excited since I've been here and meeting the coaches and looking at the programs. I think the league's in a good position, but I think we need to continue to be competitive outside of our league when you look at it. And I think that's how you get the national recognition that you want. And certainly helps every now and then to beat an FBS team, right. To get in there, which, we used to do a little bit, not just McNeese, but, some of the other teams that our league did too. That also helps your profile.
Well, and you obviously have 2 of your outstanding leaders here on the team. Are there any incoming athletes that are brand new to the program that maybe the Southland's not aware of yet, but you're really excited about seeing them on the field this season?
I think we brought in some newcomers. I'll start with defense. When you look at that, we're hoping that Kenan Landry can certainly help us inside. Amari Sibley is a linebacker that came in from South Isle that's from Louisiana, that we think can really run. Great young man. And then we're hoping that we took 2 transfer corners, and Ryan Robinson and Mason Edwards, and we're really excited about what those guys can do. Offensively, we brought in a quarterback in Jake Strong, and we've added some pieces and stuff. But so, and then I guess the most glaring thing is we have 3 new specialists, which we brought in 3 new specialists, and but we're excited about those guys too. I've been watching them out my window, and stuff, and because we didn't get to see 2 of them in the spring and stuff, and we can do limited things in the summer, but I watch them kick outside my window, and I've been excited so far what I'm seeing.
Talk about the 2 guys next to you, Will and Mason, in your short time, just what the impact they've made already with this program.
Yeah, they do everything right. They're their own time. They work hard. They certainly have a lot of respect in the locker room, with their teammates, and they've played. And, the thing I respect about both of these guys, and I respect about a lot of the guys in that locker room is, they've been through certainly a few tough seasons, certainly 2 years ago when, you're winless on the field, but yet they keep coming, they keep working, they still have pride in McNeese and stuff. So, I appreciate that in them. And like I said, since I've been there, they've done everything right in terms of what we're asking to do. And I respect that, and I appreciate that from both of them.
Get you out on this, Coach, just as you enter the 2025 season, as you get ready to return to Cowboy Nation, what gets you fired up? What gets you excited about this upcoming year?
I think, having an opportunity to coach, a group of young men that you never have coach is always exciting. This is a new coaching staff for me with some of the guys I haven't had an opportunity to work with. So I think all those things, and then having an opportunity to get back in Cowboy Stadium, which is haven't been there in a while, but kind of grew up in that stadium. My dad coached and played at McNeese, and the only thing I really knew for most of my life was McNeese football, and to get back in that hole in Cowboy Stadium and to be there again is really exciting for me.
Coach Viator, Will, Mace, thank you for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, the McNeese Cowboys.
Oh, okay.
Well, we are now with East Texas A&M head coach Clint Dolezal. Coach, thanks so much for making time to stop by on this busy day.
Well, that has a nice ring to it, East Texas. It's nice to have that back in there, for sure. Thanks for being here.
Well, a busy day, a busy time of year. I know we still have fall camp, but looking ahead to this next month and how you guys start the year, first you go at SMU and then at Florida State. 2 tough ACC opponents.
A couple layups.
Yeah, for sure. But a couple great opportunities for your team. What are you guys working on in this next month?
We have most of our offense coming back, which is great. The other side of the ball, we lost 9 of, our 11 starters, 7 to graduation and 2 went up FBS-wise. So, that's part of what we're going to go through. But, it's just getting cohesive. That's the biggest thing. And I thought we did a pretty good job in the portal and getting some JUCOs in there. Sprinkled a few freshmen in there as well. So we're excited where we're heading. It's just a matter of time. We got a week away for us.
Coach, you talk about a 180 from where Texas A&M Commerce was. Right now you're East Texas A&M. It fits.
It does.
Always fit. It should have always been that way, but it doesn't matter. We can't do anything about that, right?
Right.
How great has it been what have you seen? Just the alums, the fans, the social media I was hearing yesterday is going insane for East Texas A&M.
Yeah, it's a good-looking uniform. They just kind of broke it out on us. We got to see them the other day, and seeing that East Texas across there got a lot of, social media text through, whether it's Facebook, whether it's, just texting me by myself. It's a great name change. It's back. I'm not going to say it should have went there right away, but it definitely has helped the old guard to come back into the fold for sure, and it's exciting.
And you're part of that old guard.
Oh, yes, sir.
One of the alums that comes in, it's got to be really nice to see all this come to fruition.
It is. It's a full turnover for us. With going from Under Armour to Nike as well. Name change, it feels fresh, and it worked for us towards the end of the season. We won 2 of the last 3 with the name change, and we took Incarnate Word to the last few plays in the fourth quarter. So we're not far off.
What does it mean for your program to have played that way at the end of the year, especially the last 3 games, winning 2 of them against Texas schools? What did that kind of mean? How does that set the stage for this year?
It definitely helps. There's no question. When you move the transition from D2 to D1, you're going to lose big early on, and then you're going to start losing by a little, and you're going to start winning some games by a little, and you're going to start being in a lot of football games, and hopefully we're going to turn that corner and start winning some of those ball games that we lost close ones last year. We got to learn how to win, and I thought we did towards the end of the season, and that's going to propel us going into this season, I hope.
What does it mean as far as a kind of a fresh feel for it, the fact that now you are playoff eligible, you have some kind of goals a little bit more? Does that give you a little bit of a buzz? For sure. It definitely doesn't hurt in recruiting. A kid coming in knowing that you can't go to the playoffs, that's a big part of it. I wouldn't have wanted to gone to somewhere like that. I mean, going to the playoffs and trying to win a national championship is why you play the game. So it definitely has helped tremendously for us to be able to get quality players in here. I thought we did, again, really good job in the spring. We'll sprinkle a few more here. Some guys always come available. Heck, we didn't get Christian Jourdain until 2 days before we started camp last year. So, and he's a pretty good one. He's back and an all-conference player. So, and we've added some other pieces to go along with him.
Coach, you had a transition of your own. Obviously, you were an incredible signal caller yourself back in the day, but then you spent the majority of your time with 2 receivers going in motion toward the line of scrimmage. I mean,
right.
you were an arena guy for a long time. What was that transition like for you going back into the game? Did you ever get a false start trying to get someone to do an arc motion toward the line of scrimmage? Like, what was that transition for you?
It was tough. There's no doubt. Being 30-something years in arena football, I'm used to having 24-man roster. Now that they said we have to be 105, that still sounds like a lot to me, which I think I can manage, having to work through practice with 105 players. So, no, I've definitely gotten my feet underneath me now. It took me a bit. The college game has changed so much since I even played it. Didn't do a lot of shotgun, even when I had my cups of coffee in the NFL. We were still underneath center a lot at that point, too. So, definitely had to learn a lot of it. I picked it up. I had good people around me to help me get me through that. And now I'm definitely am a little more comfortable in my own skin.
Being more comfortable, not only yourself, but also as a program, are you seeing tangible results from that in recruiting, in your fan base? I mean, are you seeing that start to grow because you are getting your foundation set?
Yes, sir. Everything's coming to a head at the right time for us. Like I mentioned, the name change, the uniform change, the obviously Under Armour to Nike. Just the whole group of coaches trying to keep them intact too. It matters, and with this day and age, it's really hard to keep your players with you with the portal. Man, my kids don't want to leave, which is great. Yeah, we lost a few, and I don't blame them. I mean, that's what it's about now, and we'll take anybody that wants to come in and make a name for themselves, and if they want to go play somewhere else afterwards, we'll take them for a year. So that's just part of it now.
I'm curious, did you model your program after anything when you came in? After another school, another coach? Like, what did you kind of use as your blueprint when you came in?
Well, honestly, I use it with what I was brought into East Texas. I was asked, well, how are you going to handle the portal? I go, portal's always been there. It was just called junior college.
Yeah.
So I'd rather honestly have a junior college player because he's been playing. we missed on some portal kids my first year because you don't get the chance to do a lot of homework on them. They didn't play a lot of games for wherever they were at and came to you, and you just don't get to go to their house and talk to their parents and see their friends and see their high school coach. You miss sometimes, and unfortunately we missed that first year, and last year we didn't, and we were a better football team because of it.
A lot of things going around on campus. Name change to Nike. There's a new gym coming soon, right?
Multi-arena as well. I mean, it's growing.
It really is. But the Hawk needs some work as well, right?
It does.
And I think
we're next. You're next.
We're next. But see, all of that right now is so big. This school is trending in the right direction. To those who said initially, when you went from the Lone Star Conference to the Southland, that you were making a mistake, I think you've now proven you guys were not only made the right move, but made it at the right time, because those other schools are left behind now.
It's a credit to our school. We did everything right. I mean, we did it in a 3-year span and got ourselves, Division I eligible. And it takes 4 years for a lot of teams. That's why they had bumped it down to 3 years now. And we covered everything. I'm so proud of our guys. With our GPA, we were 3.0 this past spring, and I couldn't be more proud of my guys.
Coach, you talked about the new uniforms. Did the 2 players that you brought with you get to try them on yesterday? How did they look?
One of them did. Okay. The other one wasn't really excited. Well, come on, where's mine? We only brought one. We just got it in. They love it. It's a beautiful, match. Now our helmets are going to kind of go back to the old school of the pure gold. So I'm excited.
Well, we'll get to see them all in that uniform
Absolutely.
on August 30th when you guys play at SMU. Good luck this season,
Thank
Coach.
You.
Brooke is with those players now. I don't think they're in the uniforms, but let's see what they have to say about this season.
There we go, Austin. You should hear us now. We've got Kyrie Anderson as well as Christian Jourdain from Texas A&M. You guys are now eligible to compete in the FCS playoffs. I know you guys were smiling about that early on off camera. Why is that such a big deal, and also for recruiting?
I mean, we got a goal, so at the end of the day, there's conference play, but we win that, we got a bigger goal in mind we feel like we can achieve. So we got the team, we're backing to do it, so excited about that for sure.
Have to be excited. Kyrie, what about you?
Really the same thing he said, like the goal, we could really accomplish it now. Like it was more so winning conference, but now we could win it all now. So it's like it's making everybody hungrier, honestly.
Hey, you got a tough slate before you get there. You guys start off with 2 powerhouses in SMU, and then you go on the road to Texas A&M. What can you learn about your group early on against those teams?
I mean, it's an opportunity for us to, learn a lot. They're a big school, played in the playoffs last year, SMU. I mean, but we still got, great guys in our locker room. So it's exciting to see, what our ceiling's like, so we can go out there and prove it for sure. So big task, like you said, so we got a lot of work to do.
Really good test for the defense, too. Only 2 starters return on defense. We've got Kyrie Anderson here to talk a little bit about that. What have you seen from the new guys that have come in and what you're expecting to see this season?
I would say I appreciate my coaches, man. We attacked the offseason and the recruitment heavy. We brought a lot of key guys in. I know, like you said, 2 guys that came back. So we got a lot of key people coming in right now, and they look great. So I think we're going to look good so far.
Looking forward to seeing it on the field. Meanwhile, you get continuity on offense. Quarterback Ron Peace is back. Christian, what have you seen him do this offseason, and have you guys gotten together, and what steps has he taken forward?
I mean, the biggest thing is intention and what we do, so going out there with a plan, a backup plan, another backup plan, so we can adjust. Defense throws a lot of stuff at you. We got good teams in our conference, so we got to be ready to adjust. So me and him having that good chemistry, that's we can pick up right where we left off. So we gonna make some noise.
Making some noise. Our high expectations early on from these 2 guys with East Texas A&M. What do you guys expect the entire team to look like? What's been the message from the head coach on what you guys want to put on the field?
To finish, honestly. Finish, grit. It's going to be hard, but push through it. We don't expect nobody to give us anything. We got to go out there and take it, and that's been our motto. Bring them to the deep end, 4 quarters deep. So we're going to see if they can swim. That's our motto.
You mentioned being able to finish. I know you guys didn't have the start you would have liked to the beginning of the season last year. How much of what he's talking about is playing into the mindset for this year?
I mean, it's all we think about. In the weight room, Coach Mack, he's playing old games, especially early on in the year. You know, we get in there, you can see us get attitude, you know, make us work harder. But, you know, that's cool, though, because, you know, we get a chance to go out there and play better than last year. So some of the same opponents, too. So, you know.
Yeah, what game are you guys circling on the calendar as maybe a get back? I'm going to go right to you, Kyrie, because you made a face there. You got some team in mind?
I want all of them, honestly. But I want to say shout out to SFA. They were a good team. But I would love to run it back with them on homecoming. I look forward to that one. It's going to be a show.
Awesome. Looking forward to it. Make sure you are circling that calendar at home. SFA, East Texas A&M homecoming. Looking forward to it. Guys, thank you so much for being here, and good luck this season.
Thank you.
Back to you, Austin.
Man, there's a lot of games that could be circled on this schedule when you look at East Texas A&M. And
by the way, that's October 25th if anyone is circling their schedules.
All right, you have your schedule out. You're ready to go.
Exactly.
When you look at this team, Coach talked about 8 starters on the offensive side returning, just 2 on the defensive side. Is there one specific unit or group that stands out to you that you think is really going to shine this year?
Well, with his offensive background, being an Arena League quarterback and coach forever, and with the guys coming back that they mentioned, especially the quarterback, which is such a big deal. The East Texas A&M is one of those teams that we were talking about at the beginning that is in that group that could make a leap. Maybe not all the way to the top of the conference, but certainly into the mix late in the season. You saw what they did at the end of the year. Took down SFA, beat that was a 5-point win, a 1-point win against Houston Christian, and had a lead on UIW late, who ended up in the top 10. East Texas A&M is one of those teams to watch out for this year.
Yeah, when you have a quarterback and you have a receiver like Christian Jourdain who have worked together, you can be dangerous, and they will knock somebody off down at the end of the year, and that's a big thing to watch because that's how they build. It is a tough start when you go SMU, Florida State.
Yeah.
That is not an easy start. But I think we see is with them, you see a lot of different ways of setting up schedules in this league. They're a team that needs the money to get 2 money games. They're just starting out. You pay a price with that, but it always seems to benefit you at the end of the year like it did last year. So I think they're going to be a dangerous team at the end of the year, more so as they kind of get themselves understanding what they are and seeing how fast their defense can come along. Because when you're replacing 9 defensive players, you're replacing an awful lot.
Well, talking about those 2 games, obviously they're going to be the underdog for SMU and Florida State, and there is great opportunity. Regardless, we talked about this earlier, you just want to see them compete. When you start the season like that, how much of an advantage is it maybe down the road you don't get the win, but you get some really great competition so early on in the year?
One thing is if you can stay healthy, because we've seen it where it kind of beats you up because you're not used to that. But if you can do that and you get the experience, look, you're going to play at Florida State. You're never going to play in front of anybody more. So the environment itself gets you ready. So when you go to play in the Southland, a lot of time, one of the weird things about it is the first game back in the Southland, you go from 90,000 to maybe 2,000 or 3,000. That's the shock all of a sudden, and you got to kind of revamp and kind of build your own energy. But it teaches you a lot of what to expect, and mainly in those games, you have to be yourself. You can't worry about the scoreboard as much as you've got to accomplish something and get something done for your program.
Schedule's also really well set up. At SMU, at Florida State, yes, those are tough, but then a bye week.
Yeah.
So you get to recover a bit. Then you turn around, you go to Grambling. Look, going to Grambling's not an easy place to play. That's a pit over there. A great stadium, great fan base, obviously, but that is a tough place to go play. NC Central for your first home game, and then you start conference play at Northwestern State, who's currently on a 20-game losing streak and trying to get things turned around. You've got a real opportunity to drop those first 2 games and then turn around and potentially win 3 in a row before you host Lamar.
Yeah, and go into it understanding that don't get caught up in the first 2 losses. That's why the bye week is good, because you can almost recalibrate your whole season right there and kind of say, okay, we go back to where we were. Now we know what to do. Now we're back into our own element.
Well, you talked about a lot of excitement in those first 2 games of the season for East Texas A&M. There's a lot of excitement going on in here right now. We're going to head back up to the podium, and we have another press conference coming your way, presented by Big Game USA.
I love that name. Say that again. Was it East Texas? Oh,
East
that sounds
Texas,
so good,
yeah.
doesn't it? Yeah.
Great.
That's good to have that back. There's no doubt about it. No, we're excited. A lot of great things going for us. We're obviously made the transition now fully to D1 from D2. So we're excited about that. And we've got a great fall ahead of us. We're a week away from camp, and I've got 2 of my stars here with me, and just great guys. I think that's a big part of it. You'll hear them talk. They handle themselves well, and we want a player-run team, and I think that's what we've accomplished here. If we get in guys that don't fit us, we want them to run them off, and I think that's the beauty of what we have here. Our culture has always been that way. When I played here in 92, 93, that's how it was, and nothing's changed. That's the beauty of being at East Texas.
Now we're going to open up questions right now to the student athletes, and I'm going to start with this one for Crhsi and Christian. And I talked to y'all off stage. Y'all got to tell me about the shoes. Tell me about your shoes. What's going on there? Crhsi, I'm going to start with you. Christian, you'll go after.
All right. I wanted to keep it classy at the top. I just wanted to let the shoes talk today. So that was the goal. Let the shoes talk, honestly.
They're talking. And then Christian, same thing?
I went with a 3-piece. I wore this at a wedding before, and my boy put me on the shoes. So once I saw him, I was like, yeah, I got to go with it. So, yeah, let him talk today like he said.
All right, let's talk some ball. So you guys finished the year winning 2 out of your last 3. You had a big win over SFA and HCU during that time, and you lost a close game to who were the champions in UIW. Is there momentum that you can take from those last 2 games that go into the 2025 season? Let's start with Christian and then go to Crhsi.
Most definitely. At the end of the day, they're learning experiences. So going in next year, off season, with that in mind, what can we do better? What we can harp on? So everything's more intentional as far as what we got to get better at. So every day we're attacking something with a real defined goal in mind. 1% better. We stack days.
Crhsi?
Yeah, we can definitely build on what we had last year towards the end of the season. The attention to detail now is to finish. Take them to the deep end is our motto, 4 quarters. So that's what we're harping on right now.
Coach, you've been waiting to get through this transition period like all the other Lions out there, and this was the job you walked into. How much of a relief is it now that you don't have to put an asterisk by your recruiting pitch?
It is. It does make a difference, and I think that's our class we brought in the spring is a good one. We brought pretty much all our offense back from last year, which is how you become a good football team, is keeping your guys around. We kind of hit our stride towards the end there. Yes, we did lose 9 of our starters on defense, Crhsi being one of our starters coming back. 7 to graduation, 2 went up. That's going to be part of the game now. But now that we can, go to the playoffs, it does help recruiting. Portal kids, junior college kids, you want to go to the playoffs. You want to go run. Your whole goal is to win a national championship, and now we have that opportunity. And, I think we're hitting our stride at the right time.
You've got Ron Peace back at quarterback, settled in now, if you look at the last few games of last year.
No doubt. He is our starter going into the season for sure, and he's earned it. He threw for over 3,000 yards last year. It's taking a big role in the offseason and making sure he's doing his part to make sure the rest of the guys are going to follow him and be a great leader for us. Taking care of the football. That's our number one goal, is to make sure at the end of every play, whether it's offense, defense, or special teams, to make sure we have the football. Thought we lost a lot of games last year because we didn't do that. If we can control that and do a better job of taking care of the football, we'll win more football games for sure.
Christian, you promised that you would always take care of the football. How's it been for you guys on the offensive side, just being able to play catch with each other for a full year, just stay in sync and communicate?
Nah, it's definitely a plus. Last year coming in late, for me personally, I didn't have a lot of chemistry with Ron, much of the guys, but now, like Coach said, we're bringing everybody back. So we all familiar with each other. You know, we know what type of passes we like, what type of routes we run. Me and Ron on a really good same page, really good chemistry. So at the end of the day, we just got to keep building on that to August 30th.
Kyrie, I know y'all are going to have a lot of new teammates on your side of the football. It takes leaders like you and some other guys to show them the Lion way, right?
Yes, sir, of course. Once again, I want to thank my coaches for amazing recruiting offseason. They brought a lot of guys in, like you said. We had a lot of key pieces that's gone, and I think we did a great job bringing them back and bringing better people. So it's gonna be an experience, but we're all here for it.
Outstanding. What do you guys think? SMU and Florida State.
Exciting. Opportunity.
Definitely exciting. Ready.
Coach.
Yeah, cupcakes. We got a couple cupcake games right off the bat with SMU, Florida State. That's sarcasm, by the way, in case you didn't know. No, it'll be fun. There's no doubt. Two quality teams. SMU, went to the playoffs last year in FBS, and probably the top 5 defensive line in my opinion last year for their team is why they were so good. They're obviously lost some of those guys, but the quarterback's coming back. Their offense will be top notch. Florida State was not Florida State of old last year. They are now. They had a really good recruiting class. They'll be tough again. Obviously going to their place. What a great atmosphere. With the 100,000 screaming fans of, everybody knows that beat and that their whole motto of walking to that place. It's one of the top 10 places in the country as far as atmospheres and fans.
Coach, last question. The overall look on the team, even from the outside looking in, is the Lions are expected to do better. They've got you picked in the middle of the pack. You like that or not?
We're okay there. We'll start there. And again, keyword start there. We'll start there. We're gaining confidence, and you can see it every day. Coach Mack, he's basically their coach, in the summer. And so the last 2, summer sessions, he's had them. He's worked with them. Our kids are not afraid to work. They get out, and he works them harder than I ever wanted to work in college. I can promise you that. And they love him for it. And that's when you're doing it right. When you don't have a lot of complaining and, crying and boo-hooing going on while you're actually getting the work in and trying to, progress going into fall ball, which is here, and our kids have done a great job. I'm excited to watch them this year.
Kyrie, you're moving into the linebacker position, and we mentioned earlier about all the newcomers coming in. Just how important has it for you to emerge as a leader of that group and step into a big role this season?
Yeah, it's been a process by me coming a linebacker. I learn every day. I'm like a sponge. I'm just soaking it in. I got an amazing defensive coordinator, Coach Tyler. So through the process, though, it's like a building experience. We're all trying to work it together, and just honestly, like taking it day by day, like not expecting too much from people, but like knowing that we're here to work. So build the brotherhood together, honestly.
And Christian, we talked a little bit. Coach, you mentioned about Ron and what he did as your signal caller last year. Talk about the chemistry you have with Ron. You came on so strong last year, really broke out as a wide receiver last year in the Southland. And so what's that chemistry you've built with him going into this year?
He was my roommate, so I see him all the time. So we had a little porch in our apartment. I'm always watching film, just sitting out, just burst out the room, go talk to him like, hey, man, I see this right here, we can work this. So, and then he's just a sponge too. So whatever I like, he likes, and it's vice versa. So going into Saturdays with a good scheme, we gonna make some noise.
It's got to be a lot of fun with your roommate, right? Knowing that y'all are on the same page there, same wavelength.
Quarterback's right there. It don't get better than that.
Absolutely. And Coach, coming back to you said it at the top, but I want to come back to it. East Texas A&M. What does that especially mean to you as a former player here, and the history that goes with the school? And yeah, some people might think it's just a name change, but there's a lot of history there.
There is, over 100 years of history for East Texas, and yeah, it's gone through some name changes and some levels. Our levels have won national championships wherever we've been, though. And, we're stepping up another level. And our goal is no different, is to win a national championship. I think the name change only helps us with that because our alumni, that I've been around and known for, the last 30-something years from, moving on from East Texas State when I was there. They're excited. We're excited. I think we'll be a lot better than everybody thinks we will this year. And so I'm anxious to get out there and show that. On Kyrie was opposite of B-Tuck last year, so he was a starting linebacker for us. He will be taking B-Tuck's position, and I don't think we're going to miss much there. So B-Tuck's a great football player. We wish him the best, but Kyrie's going to do a great job for us this year.
That's awesome. And we asked the players this earlier, but do you take anything? Last season is last season, we know that. But do you take anything from those last 3 games? Do you feel there was some momentum starting to build that's carried over into this year?
No question. It's when you make the transition from D2 to D1, the first year you're probably going to get handled, quite a bit. And the next year you start playing a little closer in those games and win one here and there. The next year, which was this past year, you're starting to believe and you start, playing those close games and winning some of those close games, which we did towards the end of the season. Now we're looking to make those steps to win, a lot more of those close football games because we learned how to win. It didn't hurt the name change at the same time worked out, for that. And we were playing quality football. Keeping guys healthy is everything, and we were kind of healthy going into those last 5 or 6 weeks, and it showed. It makes a difference in keeping those guys, healthy, and the credit to our training staff of keeping them upright.
Get you out on this one, just these 2 players. You touched on Kyrie a little bit and how important he's been, but these 2 guys as 2 of your leaders, how important they are to the program and to your team's success going into this year?
Great human beings is first and foremost for me. I get emotional talking about these guys because, heck, man, I have 105 kids basically that I have to be around, and they welcome my house anytime. My wife treats them like our own kids, and it's fun to have them around. They run the team for me. I mentioned that earlier, and I want that. I want a player-led team, and it's not about yes, they're both great football players, but they're great speakers, they're great human beings. They do everything they're supposed to on and off the field, and that's what we want at East Texas.
Coach Dalzell, Christian, Kyrie, we thank you for your time. Good luck this season. Ladies and gentlemen, the East Texas A&M Lions.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
The Southland Conference would like to thank the following partners for sponsoring the 2025 Southland Conference Football Opening Drive presented by Big Game USA. Big Game USA, official partner of the Southland Conference. Credit Union One. Credit Union One is the official banking partner of the Southland Conference. Visit cu1.com to discover better banking for all. Coshada Casino Resort, Louisiana's best bet, official partner of the Southland Conference. Game One and Adidas, the brands behind your brand, official apparel partners of the Southland Conference. Jersey Mike's, proud supporter of the Southland's women's sports, a sub above. Signature Championship Rings, official championship ring partner of the Southland Conference. Set your team's success in stone today. Soldout.com, the official ticket resale marketplace for the Southland Conference. And Vvenue, experience the new era of ticketing with Vvenue, the official ticketing platform of the Southland Conference. Well, we continue things here on the Southland Conference Opening Drive presented by Big Game USA. We're now joined by Northwestern State head coach Blaine McCorkle. Coach, thanks so much for taking time to stop by our set.
Thanks a lot. Good to be with you.
So a really, really young team that you had last year. And now that all those players have a year under their belt and in your system, is there a couple players or a position group that really excites you as you look back on how you guys have looked this offseason?
Well, there is, but the first thing I would say is as young as we were last year, we're probably younger this year.
Man.
Right now we've got 50 redshirt freshmen or because we were able to redshirt all those guys last year. We've got 22 sophomores. That's 72 guys, so just about 3/4 3/4 of our team has 3 years or more left. So if there's a younger roster in the country, I'd like to see it. There's some groups there that I think have made tremendous progress. One, our offensive line last year, if I'm perfectly honest, was atrocious. I'm a career offensive line guy, so I don't take that lightly. But I think the spring practice that they had was really impressive. They got a lot better. They gelled together as a unit. They grew up. They've gotten bigger and stronger, which has been a huge emphasis for us. So I'm excited to see those guys kind of grow up and come along, because that's where it's all got to start for us.
You're just surrounding yourself with those guys to keep you young.
That's right. That's exactly right. Yeah, we need some birthdays in a hurry, though. We need to get older. So that's the good thing about freshmen, is they don't stay freshmen.
Yeah.
Coach, you talk about building with youth, and in the age of a transfer portal, it seems that's not the way a lot of coaches tend to do it. But when you took over at Northwestern State, you really did have a complete rebuild. Is that behind what the strategy of going with just freshmen instead of the transfer?
Yeah, it is. It's no secret that what we took over at Northwestern State a year and a half ago was unique, and really had never been seen in college football before. So we had to really do some soul searching and figure out, how do we want to build this program back to the place that it once was, because this was once one of the proudest places in FCS football, and it needs to be again. Turpin Stadium was built the way it is for a reason. So we felt like if we could bring in guys that were local from Louisiana, we're excited to be at Northwestern State, weren't coming to lead, but we're coming to build, we could do something, because we want to win, and we want to win now. We make no mistake about that, but we are in the unique situation that we have to do it right, to not let us go back to where we were. I think there's 13 Division I football playing schools in Louisiana. The last 2 years we've signed more from Louisiana than anybody in the state at 82%, and we've had very few guys leave. In the spring portal window, we had one guy leave our team in the portal. One, where you look at other teams in the conference where they'd have 15, 18, 20. So I think those young guys are buying into what we're doing. We're believing, and we're trying to create a culture and a mindset that, where in the world would you want to play other than Northwestern State? Why would you ever want to go anywhere else? And it's been neat to watch our guys, get united. We talk all the time about, you guys have to fall in love with each other, and that's what they're doing. It's been fun to watch, because that's why and how we're going to win, because of where we're coming from. And with that, we'll start filtering in some really good football players to go along with them.
You probably had one of the toughest jobs in the country last year.
Agreed.
You had a lot to clean up, and not just on the field, but off the field, the image of the school and that. What's the difference this year now that you're building off of something and kind of a year away from that now? You're kind of able to recruit a little differently, kind of get your own message. How do you do that, and how does it feel now?
Well, the kids that we brought in the first year, that first recruiting class, they truly came on blind faith. They really did. Now it's a little bit different, because they can come in, the recruits now can come in and talk to players who've been in our program for a year and see, all right, what is the culture? Where's this thing really going? And the best recruiters we have right now are our current players who've been with us for a year, And, you're never going to coach a football team that if you coach them for the right reasons, you love your kids, and you want to grow them and mentor them and make them the best football players and men you can be. And I'm not ashamed to say this, and some people will probably take this wrong. I don't care. But there were times I would go in the team meeting room last year, and it was kind of hard to like our team. Now I go in there, and it's hard not to love them, because they're there for the right reasons. They want to win. They want to compete. They want to be a team. They want to do something special. They recognize where the program's coming from. And though we're very young and we do still have a talent gap that we are overcoming, I've got 102 guys in my locker room right now that are kind of on a mission, and it's been fun to watch.
You're a guy that wants accountability from your guys, but you also want your guys to be accountable for themselves as well. You don't want to have to be the one that holds them accountable. On a team that is so young, how do you go about finding leaders that are willing to be guys that hold each other accountable?
Yeah, it takes some work, and you kind of have to identify those guys quick. We have a leadership council that I meet with, about once a week during the summer and kind of throughout the year and whatever. They've been really, really good. What I will tell you about the accountability piece, and Patrick, that's very important to me, is what arguably could be the best player on our team coming back from last year decided not to go to a couple workouts this year. So I went to the leadership council and I said, what do you guys want to do with this really good football player? And they said, he's gone. They made the decision to move on from a really talented player when we have the longest losing streak in the country. To me, that was one of the most powerful and impressive examples of leadership maybe I've seen in 27 years. When you're struggling and you've got a guy that can probably help you on Saturday, but they're seeing it bigger. They're seeing a higher standard in where they want to go, and they made the decision to move the young man on, not me. And we all wish him the best. We love him. We want what's best for him, but we're trying to do something special, and hard things are hard. What we're trying to do is hard, but it's going to be very much worthwhile in the long run. So really proud of the guys with the leadership and accountability aspect of where they're going with that.
The other thing is, you mentioned having so many young guys. In today's day and age of football, with guys being able to stick around as long as you've got 23, 24, 25-year-old guys, and your guys are 17, 18, 19. There's a bit of a physicality gap there. I know Jason Smelzer, your strength and conditioning coach, is working a lot with that. But what's that like, trying to overcome an 18-year-old body versus a 24-year-old body?
Well, it takes time. It takes time. When we get on the field, we know that we will be significantly younger than a lot of the people we're playing. So that's where we as coaches have to be really smart with the amount of volume we put into our game plans, how far we go with it, how we practice during the week to make sure their bodies are ready to go for the pounding that they're going to take on Saturday. We want to be as physical as anybody. But I will tell you, you mentioned Jason Smelser. What he's done this summer has been incredible to watch. We've really, I could go through all our numbers. I don't want to take up our time doing it, but every lift and every running category we test has exponentially improved. Our average player last year was like 219 pounds. Right now they're 227 pounds across the board. So we're a bigger, faster, stronger team, even with the youth. So him and his staff have been incredible, and it's been fun to watch them kind of transform some bodies.
Coach, you have a new rivalry trophy with SFA. It's 7'4". You got the.
It's a big one. That's right. It's a big one.
It is a big one. Talk about that process, because that's a really cool process of how that came to be to replace Chief Caddo.
Yeah, well, Chief Caddo was there for years, as we know, and then when the rivalry came back, Coach Carthel and I got on the phone and had some fun conversations together about what we wanted to look like. And he and I were on the phone a year ago, and while we're talking, I just started doodling and kind of came up with an idea, and I texted to him, and then he's like, "Oh, that's pretty cool." And we were back and forth, and then he was able to find somebody over here in Texas, this lady who's pretty impressive with a chainsaw. I'm not messing with her when I watch her videos, because she slings that chainsaw around pretty good. And they came up with the Chief. We're still calling it the Chief, but it still has the same dimensions, so we can still claim the biggest trophy in college football. And one half of it has the pitchfork for NSU, and the other half has that little hatchet or whatever they have in Nacogdoches over there on their side of it, and the winner flips it up. So it's a pretty cool deal, and it was a good way to get to know Coach Carthel a little bit. So he's had a good time with it.
Everybody talks about what does success look like. For you guys, what does success look like besides convincing them about you want to win games, but also how can you get success without the wins, and when will you see that kind of split around?
Well, we're planning on winning here in about 38 days. Okay, so we're not, we've got a lot to do to grow our program, but we're not going to wait to win while we do that. We want to teach our guys to win now, so when they do grow up, you're not winning games, you're winning championships. So, but success, to me, I kind of define it in one word as improvement. Improvement is success. That's the definition of it. We kind of talk about it all the time. So we're just working hard to get a little bit better every day, trying to get a little stronger every day, trying to become a higher football IQ team every day, and do every little thing we can to get better. And I think we're doing that. I think in year one, though the scoreboard doesn't show it, we've shown a ton of improvement in a lot of categories. The next phase is the scoreboard, and when August 28 rolls around, we're going out there for one reason, that's to win a football game, and that will be a great mark of improvement for our program, and I think that can really kickstart some things for us.
38 days. The countdown is on, Coach. Thanks so much. We appreciate you stopping by today, and we'll see you this football season.
You bet, guys. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
All right. Northwestern State looking to take that next step this season. A couple players who are going to be leaders on and off the field are now joined with Brooke Kirchhoffer.
Thanks, Austin. Yeah, we've got the Demons here with Caleb Billiot and Cam George. We'll get this one out of the way. You guys know you went 0-12 last season. When you have a year like that, what is the first order of business in camp?
I say for me is to get bigger, faster, stronger. That's what one of the main messages that Coach McCorkle said all season. So we hit the weight room hard, we hit the field hard, and just get bigger, faster, stronger.
Cam, for you on the defensive end, what was the mindset and the message when you guys got back on the practice field after last season?
I think the biggest thing for us was just finding our identity, just being the kind of team that whenever people put on the TV, they're like, that's how you play the game of football, just being tough, physical, just having that mindset of, just dominating.
Now, you mentioned bigger, faster, stronger. I mean, we can see that the guys have bulked up a little bit. What changes were made in the weight room, or even just mentally trying to prepare yourselves better for physical performance?
A lot more people are bought in. Coach Smelzer, our strength coach, showed us the stats from the previous years, and you can even see it, the speed changes, the weight room growth, and everything like that. So I just feel like one of the main things is no more complaining, and a lot more people on our team are really bought in, and now that we actually see the progress, they're actually starting to believe it.
Why do you think this team is built to have that turnaround season like you guys have been talking about?
I think the biggest thing, is just adversity. Over the last few years, this program has been through a lot, but I think it's definitely made us stronger. We are definitely, built for tough. So I feel like, what's to come in the future, we can definitely handle it.
Look, iron sharpens iron. You guys get Minnesota and Cincinnati to start the season, 2 tough opponents. What are you expecting to learn about yourselves when you face those opponents?
Every game you're going to have adversity. So just going through adversity, being able to lean on one another. And, just it's going to be a challenge, but, we're not going to back down from it. And so it's only up from here, and we're ready.
All right, we'll stick with you being on the offensive side of things. What have you seen from your quarterback, and especially the quarterback race? We know there's been some competition there, but you do get Abram Johnson back. What have you seen from that room and what they want to bring this year?
He's really starting to step into his role as a leader. He's trying to lead the guys on and off the field, getting guys to come in for extra work. And, he's still a young guy. But with him being so young, it's really amazing to see how big of a leader he actually is on this team. And so, we're happy to have him back.
Love to hear that. Cam, you're the leader on the defensive side of the ball. What can we expect to see from that group this year?
Expect to see a lot of plays, made, just a lot of turnovers, guys who just love the game of football, a lot of energy, so definitely excited.
All right, when you have the season you have last year, is there one game you're circling this year that you see as a get-back game?
Obviously we're ready for every game. We want to take it week by week and game by game. But for me, it had to be either Prairie View or East Texas A&M, so I'm really ready for those.
Same for you?
I'd say all of them, honestly, yeah.
Back to it. Really good answers from players who have just been joined in the room by their head coach who is standing behind the camera. You guys were great. Thank you so much for joining me, and good luck this season.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Austin, we'll send it back to you.
Thanks, Brooke. I love that answer. Every game is a get-back game for them. Coach McCorkle wasn't shy to say that, hey, we know we have the longest losing streak in the country, but 38 days. He has that countdown going right now, Patrick, and this is a team that you've covered and you've seen. Mm-hmm. What positive strides have you seen this offseason from them?
Well, first of all, Cam George makes me feel bad about myself with that suit. That guy looks
great.
Unbelievable. Best dress
yeah.
that I've seen so far.
I agree.
That Alcorn State game is going to be huge. Northwestern State almost broke their losing streak against Prairie View last year. They had a tush-push with no time left on the clock and didn't make it to lose that one. Obviously, the losing streak's at 20. If you can find a way to get that first home game against Alcorn State, it doesn't matter what you do against Minnesota and Cincinnati. You'll have a massive weight off your shoulders. If you don't find a way to beat Alcorn, then the losing streak probably reaches 23 before you get Prairie View A&M on the road. This is a team, I think, more than anything, just needs some positivity. They're super young, as he mentioned. They might even be younger this year than they were last year. They just need something to go right because basically over the course of the last few years, everything's gone wrong.
Well, you look at this and you talk about the schedule. The first game, Alcorn's not going to be an easy,
of course not,
win, of course. But then the next 3 on the road, and that's a different Prairie View A&M team. Jermaine Jackson coming in has made headlines with all the players that he's brought in, bringing a lot of swag and a lot of attention to Prairie View. And then you go straight into the Southland Conference. I mean, it's a tough battle. I agree with Patrick. If they get that first one, be a huge weight off of their shoulders, and that could lead to 2 or 3 more wins middle of the season.
Yeah, the main thing is to get them to see where their work is paying off. That's what wins do, is it kind of rejuvenates the practice field. You see you are actually getting better because the scoreboard says it. You can get better all you want in practice and that, but fans don't notice it. And players don't notice it until you get that win. Once you get the first win, wins seem to follow in them. And it's bold to go out there and play 2 power Power Fives right off the bat.
Well, Coach McCorkle talking about how this team might be young, even younger this year, but it does seem like he has a lot of great pieces, some mature leaders, and so we're looking forward to see what they can do this year. Let's take a pause from the football action for just a second and go back up to a press conference, and we're joined by a very special guest now, Commissioner Chris Grant.
I want to send our condolences and definitely our support to the Kerrville community. It's a big part of what we do as a conference. We actually host a few championships there for the last 2 years, and has impacted us as well, but not as much as that community. But just wanted to extend, our appreciation and love to them. Let them know, hey, we're thinking about them. We're going to do our part, whether it be financially, and those of us that are able to get down there to support that community. But they're not alone in this. And so, but I want to thank everyone for being here. This is year 2 of this partnership with the Texas High School Coaches Association. And you see it, like the foot traffic, the alums are coming by and stopping. But this is the experience that it creates for our student athletes and our coaches in order for us to kick off a heck of a year for football, right? Year 1 was phenomenal under the direction of James Hill and the rest of the Southland Conference team. This is really a big-time event. Been a part of a lot of different conference media days at the FBS level, and it's probably the best when I've seen an FCS so far that we've done. And want to continue to expand on that and want to continue to grow our brand because our student athletes deserve it and our members do too. Thankful for our partnership with Big Game. You all see a lot of football and different equipment they provide. A partner of ours there in Dallas, as well as one of our other partners that excited about this year, Speedio, that will have a positive impact on football and providing more instant replay angles and for not only football but 6 of our other sports too. So excited about that, and it'll put us in another echelon when it comes to really moving the brand forward, providing the resources. Hey, we didn't have goal line cameras, and we will this year, all right? To think about, how many years of Southland football we've had and not have the camera on the most significant play of the game when we cross the goal line. So it's things like that we're trying to improve on as a conference, more stability than we've ever had as a league, and being 12 members that are happy and being here and content. We've had some members speak about, moving up to FBS and what that looks like, and we want that, right? We want challenger brands because we're a challenger league, and we want to support them in those initiatives. At the same time, we want them to be great while they're here at the Southland Conference, and I think we have that commitment from those presidents and those athletic directors. And so this will be the first year we're not putting together a last-minute schedule. First year we're able to celebrate all the communities that we're actually in and not worry about who's exiting and coming. And so just really thrilled about what we've been able to do, and our membership and our board of directors trusting myself and our team to build a bigger platform and a better experience for our student athletes.
At this time, we'll open it up to questions, and before we do, let's start here, Commissioner Grant. Week 0. We've got a big one with the defending champions, past 2 defending champions, Incarnate Word and Nicholls down in Thibodaux. How significant is that for the league to be able to open with the first game in America, to be on ESPN2 and have this linear opportunity?
Yeah. You think about that. I mean, the FCS, the Southland Conference, opening up first game college football in America. That's big time for me. Something James and I worked on with ESPN, being a great partner of ours. And, we started that. Tom Burnett, my predecessor, did a great job putting this conference right in the forefront of that, the ESPN deal. And it was my job and our team's job to come through and see through that second iteration of ensuring we're building our exposures on that platform. And this is the result of it. The more people watch, the more, the better football we put out there, the more opportunities we'll have on the national linear network. So I'm excited to have a conference, our last 2 champions, so to speak, playing on that game day, and hopefully the community of Thibodaux shows out. We saw what they did for the Manning passing camp. I'm expecting even a rabid crowd for that, and hopefully there'll be some folks from right here in San Antonio making a bus trip over or a flight over too to come support. But what a better opportunity for us and our football brand being on national TV.
John Gruden, if you're out there, we're expecting you there as well. You've already hyped it up for us, so we're expecting to see you in Thibodaux on August 23rd.
John Gruden, we want you.
We want you, John. And also, if anybody in the audience does have a question, just stick your hand up and somebody with a mic will come by. But before we jump into that, obviously another big talking point in Southland football this year is the addition of the UTRGV Vaqueros. Yes. We've seen the excitement from the community, obviously, just working with them. Just talk about the excitement level from the conference perspective to get to 10 schools. Obviously, that affects scheduling going forward, but just having them join and the excitement of the community.
Yeah, I mean, we've always seen it with baseball. We've seen it with basketball games. We've seen it with volleyball games. The Valley is the real deal when it comes to community support, student support, and really what that athletic department and Chase Conk and President Bailey, what they've been able to create there in the atmosphere, but even the facilities they have going up. Like, they're doing things at a very high level and have exceeded expectations right away. 7 championships last year coming into this, into this year. And really recruiting for the future, right? And going beyond what Chase and I, when we first sat down, we talked about what their goals were. They now are expanding beyond that. And we look forward to continuing to usher them into the league. And at the same time, looking forward to the opportunity for our other members to see what the Valley's all about. I mean, you think about it, there are over 35,000 students on campus there. In that Valley area, you have 3 cities that at some point will be considered a metropolitan city coming here soon. 3 different airports to gain access to. And it goes into our overall mission. We celebrate being a gas tank league. We're not going away from that. But you think about it, I mean, you get here, and if you go to Houston, probably the largest metropolitan city in the city of Texas, where most of our alums live, everybody can get there with a gas tank away, right? And that's so staying regional with that and having another opportunity here locally in the Texas region to highlight that and to come in. I think I tell Coach Bush all the time, he's sandbagging. I'm expecting them to come in. He had a year of commitments, right? And they were practicing blood, sweat, and tears and doing some life skill things as well. But I'm expecting them to come in and compete right away.
Obviously, it's been a big year in the league as a whole. East Texas A&M becoming a full member of Division I. How big is that for the league? You've seen the transition period they've gone through, going from NCAA Division II to Division I, and seeing that process come to fruition now, being an official full member. Talk about how big that is for the conference.
Good. Another challenger brand, right? Right there, in the Dallas area, and gives us a lot of relevance near another metropolitan city. And what they've been able to do, so far, even as they were transitioning to recruit student athletes that play, when you don't have an opportunity to play NCAA postseason, and now have the right ones in place to go in and compete. And I think, from the coaches they have in place and what they've been able to do in football, excited for them to start the year off. I was just there this past week, new chancellor in the A&M system. He's coming in and he's very aggressive in what he wants to accomplish. And, now we have 2 in that A&M system, them and Corpus Christi. And so really excited what that brings to the table. And, more importantly, is it shows that a unified front of our league, right? Our athletic directors, our presidents, all on the same page, creating that stability for the league and allowing us to move forward. And allows us as a conference to focus on kind of the nuts and bolts, right? What makes the conference go? How do we continue to market it? And how do we create a better student-athlete experience? And, it's really being able to support the student-athlete initiative. We're still graduating student-athletes, celebrating amateurism. It's not all about the bag and what they're taking away from revenue share and NIL. And so I'm just fortunate to be able to work with leaders that believe in that.
A big question that we've heard a lot today among some of the coaches is what does it take to get the Southland kind of back to a 2-bid and beyond league in the sport of football? And we know there's been a lot of major steps already taken, but from the commissioner point of view, from the conference point of view, what do you see in an already very quality football league to get back to a multi-bid league?
It's one of those things, James, that as I talked about the league and how we've evolved over the last 4 years, now is the time, and I told the coaches this yesterday, we're at that plot, right? It's the climax time. We've been building it. They've been working through us through uncertainty at times with membership, with new schedules annually as they've crafted their non-conference schedules. Last year, should have had 2 in. The year before, we should have had 2 in. I've talked about that with the NCAA selection committee, our coaches, and the media, and I'll continue challenging that. My goal is we have 3 and 4 in. I want to look more like, who we're chasing now, the Big Sky, and what we're doing in the Missouri Valley Football Conference. And that's a lofty goal, but it's definitely attainable. You see a lot of parity happen in our league last year, adding on a new brand. And again, I'm expecting them to come in and compete right away. I expect us to be able to still keep that level of competition and see the cream rise to the top and putting 4 teams in.
Coaching legend returns in the league, Matt Viator from McNeese. We talked to him a little bit earlier. Just predecessors us a little bit, but obviously he had an incredible run with the Cowboys in the 2010s. What's it been like to catch up with him, to work with him, and to have him back in the league in such a historic program?
I tell you, for the longest, it was like an old fable. Like you hear so much about him, like all the illustrious days and the success and what's happened. But Coach V has, he definitely exceeds what you expect when you meet him. And, being that calm demeanor, but at the same time, so much experience. And when you can add that to your head coach's room and you add that to a community like Lake Charles and what that does for our brand of football, as we know, everyone celebrates kind of what, history is a great repeater of future success. And so, they look for the Southland Conference from some of those brands that compete nationally and where they are. So McNeese has been right there knocking at the doorstep, and I expect him to come in and really get him over the hump and, and hopefully be able to add value to our league and get us to that 4 bid.
touched on it a little bit earlier, but just how cool is it for the Southland Conference to be back here at THSCA, to be working with the High School Coaches Association, to be back at coaching school, to make opening drive a little bigger and better, and to be back for year 2. Just how important has that partnership been to you?
You know, look, so thankful for the Texas High School Coaches Association for having us and seeing a vision we saw 2 years ago and putting this together. It's something where, you know, over close to 18,000, you know, head coaches represented from across the state of Texas. A lot of our a lot of coaches that have graduated from Southland schools and alums. So to see them stop by and not only seeing what their blood, sweat, and tears did when they're on campus, and you know, kind of being here and being celebrated, and you know, and really being relevant, you know, and being here in the footprint, and really excited because with the Vaqueros coming on this year, it will be accessible to them too, right? And a gas tank away. And so with that, want to continue to expand upon this, provide a great opportunity for our student athletes to come out and see, hey, talk about what does life look like after sports, right? We always talk about what the current competition looks like, but we rarely sit and talk about, hey, you know, we're actually going to pour into you for your life after sports and what your careers are. So to come learn about it and see what some of their coaches went through and had to come and get qualified for and certified and being here when they were coaching them in Texas high school, I think we put a list together, and probably over 65% of our participants from student athletes are actually Texas high school graduates. So continue to expand upon that for our Louisiana head coaches, opportunity to build relationships, and we should be in their backyards recruiting, as you know, the transfer portal's here, but getting them from the start from their freshman year too.
It's no secret, not just college football, but college athletics is ever evolving. We've seen it with the House settlement, NIL, transfer portal. But talk about the opportunities that Southland has created. And as you know, some people can see that as the sky is falling sometimes, but how the Southland has taken that and spun that into positive things.
You know, it's one of those things, every time your phone, you know, dings now, it's a D1 ticker or, you know, Ross Dellinger, or, you know, all good supporters of the Southland. But at the same time, you're kind of nervous of what's going to come because, you know, we pride ourselves right now not being reactionary and being more proactive in what we've been doing. And so for us to get out in the forefront of this, I appreciate our athletic directors being knowledgeable, using their networks, but also coming in and sharing that information. And we've done a great job of that, of, you know, hey, having last minute calls or, you know, jumping on that week soon as the information comes out and try to inform them the best as possible and allowing each individual institution to go back and make the best decision possible for them, their student athletes, to move forward. As a conference, being able to pull a lot of our resources together and make it make sense, whether talk about instant replay to our NIL and influencer, you know, Teamworks partnership, to a lot of things that we're doing now, it really makes a lot more sense for us. You know, it makes the dollar go a lot further, but it creates a better student athlete experience, and it puts the conference all on the same page and that we're rowing the same direction.
We'll get you out on this, obviously, on the we're here for Football Media Day and talking about what's going to be an exciting football season in 2025, but we know kind of on an overall perspective, it's been an awesome year for the Southland. We saw that in basketball last year. We saw a tremendous baseball season. We saw historic things in softball, golf, kind of across the board. And so just talk about your kind of overall vision, how it's come to fruition, and the things you're seeing as this conference continues to grow and have success.
Yeah, you know, in 2021, when we talked about it, people thought I was crazy, right? They told me to crawl before I walk. But, you know, I'm competitive, right? Being a former student athlete, having seen it at all levels of, you know, NCAA, and, you know, there's no reason we shouldn't continue talking about the success that we should be having. And we set an expectation that we're not just coming in to compete and field teams. We want to really set forth and set our communities on fire and build, you know, those, you know, relationships, but go on and compete nationally and compete for national championships, right? It's no longer just showing up for that first round NCAA competition and just being happy to be there. It's coming in and focusing, locking in and competing and winning that game. They're taking on and not only bringing the conference back love, but again, bringing that community back love and hopefully, you know, increasing enrollments, you know, creating a great community environment for us to rally around. And, you know, when it's not a tragedy and when we're coming together, you know, as one, as a conference, it makes us all better. And that's the fun thing now. Our text threads, our email chains, is everyone's celebrating each other, not enough as opposed to, hey, how can I get a leg up on each other? But using our resources wisely to kind of root for one another.
Commissioner Grant, we appreciate your time. Ladies and gentlemen, Commissioner Chris Grant of the Southland Conference. Our next team that will be coming up at 12 p.m. to the press conference area will be Lamar University. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to Commissioner Chris Grant. We will also have him joining us on set later on in the show. But right now we are joined with Lamar head coach Pete Rosamondo. Coach, thanks so much for stopping by.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Well, a really historic turnaround it's been for this team in the last 2 years under your direction. Now in year 3, how do you just continue to build upon that success?
It's just a process. We just go day by day, and we don't really worry too much about what happens in the future or in the past. We just try to take it day by day and just keep recruiting, keep doing all those things that really, really important to building a football program.
Coach, you have taken this and you've talked about it before, and we've talked about it multiple times when we've spoken, how you have a vertical alignment at Lamar, and that has been what has helped propel not just the football team but the whole university forward. If you could speak to some of that vertical alignment, how everything goes from president through AD all the way down.
Yeah, we have incredible leadership, and it's great to be able to be a part of that. And I've been places where you didn't have that alignment, and a lot easier when you have it. And Dr. Taylor, Jeff O'Malley, those two together they make a great team. They work really hard. Nothing phases them. I've worked for athletic directors where, one loss is the end of the world, and that's not the way Jeff operates, and that's not the way Dr. Taylor operates. They understand it as a plan moving forward, and we just continue to move forward each time. We don't worry about what happened in the past.
Coach, talk a little bit about the fact that you were only gone from the conference for 1 year. But since you've been back, you've almost been a completely different program. What's been the change, and now that there's a clear direction of the future, how much has that helped?
Well, it helps to be in the Southland Conference. That's the conference we should be in. We shouldn't be in any other conference because it's a great regional conference. We have really good teams in it, and I think that Lamar lost its way for a year, and I think that, or two, I think it might have been 2 years. But now being back in it, it just gives us an opportunity to really recruit our home state and recruit Louisiana and really bring together, that feeling of home being in the Southland Conference. So I think that's really what helped us, and obviously the leadership change that when they did move over back to the Southland, it just propelled the whole university and our athletic department.
What did that last game beating McNeese mean to you to finish 7-5 instead of 6-6, but the way you wanted to? An extra play of the game, the last play of the game, the last drive where you get a fourth and I think 27 or something like that. What did that kind of mean? Because those are the games Lamar used to lose.
Yeah. The players do that. They do it. They're the ones out there doing it. And it was just great to watch our guys be calm, be ready to we talk about it all the time. Don't bow down in the face of adversity. Just continue to drive, and they did it. And both teams really, they were down big in that game too, and they came back. So it just speaks to the rivalry and the way our guys, compete against each other. But to win is way more important than losing. Yeah, for sure. So it was a fun game to win. It was, there was a lot of wild twists and turns.
Oh, it's a wild night.
Our quarterback got thrown out of the game in the third quarter, so. We did it with a backup quarterback, and it was a 4th and 19. We converted on that last drive. And, Kendon Fuselier, you're going to talk to, is a huge part of that game-winning drive, obviously catching a touchdown to win it.
You mentioned your quarterbacks, and you have an unusual situation in today's day and age of college football of having two QBs back. You played both of them, Coleman and Longino. Tell me about I hate to use the term room, but tell me about the quarterback room.
Yeah, we didn't know we were going to get Robert back. We had no idea. And really, he didn't go through spring practice with us because we kind of missed the window. We had signed another quarterback, and Robert, there's no room for you. And he kind of got ready for his pro career. And then at the end of spring, we said, hey, man, we got a spot. Do you want to come back? And he said, yeah, definitely. And, he's going to be our starter right now. He's having a great summer, and he's really been great. He's an incredible leader. He's really gritty. He does pretty much everything we need a quarterback to do in our offense. And
by the way, you have the best lapel pin. Lamar's got the best pin so far. That thing is
I agree.
Spectacular.
Yeah, it looks good.
Beautiful pin. What's the kind of long-term next step for you guys, right? Because you've seen the stability of the program start to grow. What then becomes, obviously, championships, we know that, but around the program itself in terms of facilities and buy-in and whatnot, what is that next step for you guys?
Well, next step is an indoor. We're working on funding the indoor and redoing our locker room, but we've totally revamped the rest of our facility. New team space, new weight room last year, new coaches' offices, all redone, remodeled. So it's kind of brought us into this new era of Lamar football, and really the next thing is to make the playoffs. Get to the NCAA playoffs. Our president, he He doesn't hold back. He's not shy. He wants to compete for a national championship, and that's the next step, is to get to the playoffs and compete at the national level against really good teams.
So how do you go about accomplishing that? Because, you build that momentum. You got to obviously keep winning games. Is it getting that automatic bid, or is it trying to find a way? Because this conference, and you can speak to this, should get 2 bids at minimum every single year right now.
We have to do our job. I mean, we didn't do our job last year. We win one more game, we go to the playoffs. We're 8-4, and we go to the playoffs, and we just didn't do our part, as us and Sela both. And we needed to do a better job, get to that 8th win. But yeah, I think that's the key. Is just for us is just taking it one game at a time. I know that's coach speak, but I always said, if you have one eye on the prize and one eye for the journey, you're never going to make it, Well,
and one thing I know about you everything that comes at you, you just kind of take it and adjust. Nothing blocks you. You find a way around all of it. You go around the obstacle, whatever you got to do. Same thing comes with coaching changes. With success, you get some coaches moving on. You have had that. But like you said, you've got a list, kind of like players. Players leave, you got a transfer portal list, right? You've got a coaching list ready to go all the time.
Got to build a board. We say all the time, got to build your board. Coaches, players, you got to have guys ready to go. But, we have our new offensive coordinator is a guy that I have a lot of history with. I coached him back in 2000. He was my quarterback when I was the offensive coordinator, so I got a lot of familiarity with him. He's a great developer of quarterbacks and really does a good job of putting an offense together. And obviously I'm involved in all of it, but I really feel comfortable with him. And the rest of our staff's really all been together this year, so it's been exciting to have almost the same staff coming back.
They're getting younger. We're getting older, I think. That doesn't feel right, does it, Coach?
No, it does not.
You guys are ascending as a program, but how important is this particular year to keep that? Because you want to keep the funding going. You want to keep the interest going, and you got to keep building on that. So how important does this year become?
I think every year is important. I don't know. I mean, I remember when I got the job at Lamar, the president said, just win 3 games, show some progress. And I said, if I win 3 games, I want to be the most miserable person in this university. So, every year you're just trying to win every game. That's always the point. Just go out there and win. And you can't control injuries. You can't control how the ball falls sometimes in a game. But, we can control the way we prepare for a game. We can control the way we get our players ready, the way we resource our players. And that's what we try to do every day, from a coaching standpoint, from a financial standpoint, making sure those guys are having a great experience. And if they do that, they're going to go play really, really hard. And hopefully we've developed some depth. That's the one thing we've been missing the last couple of years is when a guy gets hurt, there wasn't a guy that could step up and really fill those shoes. And I think right now we have that. I say that, and I knock on wood. Hopefully we could stay that way, but yeah, we got some good depth going right now.
You talk about the playoffs and that and doing the one thing you have to do, one more thing. South Dakota, you get a game that is an FCS Power League team. Those games, are those the games you got to win?
South Dakota's coming to Southeast Texas in September.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're excited about that one.
Better than going there in November?
Well, we did it. We went there 2 years ago, and we were 7-6 at halftime, and the second half got away from us, and don't think we haven't marked that date on our calendar because we certainly have. That's going to be a big game for us from a program standpoint, showing where we are and how far we've come. We got dominated on the line of scrimmage in that game 2 years ago, and we're fixing to try to reverse that trend. And then we got UCA coming to our place too, which I think's a former Southland Conference team, but coming to our place instead of us going up there.
Let South Dakota welcome them with some 100% humidity. That'd be a good plan.
Yeah, I said you could turn the heat up as much as you want in that dome. You can't put the humidity in there. And our guys working out in it all summer.
Hey, I know the Southland has a really busy schedule for you today, but this event is in conjunction with the THSCA, and you talked about recruiting in the state of Texas. How much fun has it been for you to get to walk around and see all these high school coaches as well?
It's incredible. These guys they're the best in the business as far as I've been everywhere. I've been all over the country, and these guys are the best at what they do. And And we get players that are ready to compete. We get players that are mentally understand the game of football, and it's all due to the coaches that they have every day and the mentorship that those guys bring to these guys. But no better place to be. That's why I took the Lamar job. Best recruiting base in the whole country right here in Texas.
Well, you brought a couple standout players with you here today. Let's head over to Brooke Kirchhoffer to check in with them.
Thanks, Austin. We've got the Lamar football team here with us, and that's my alma mater, but don't worry, we're not going to be too biased, give them too much love, but we do have some great things to talk about with Christian Pugh as well as Kendon Fusilier. Coach was just talking you both up, but let's talk about what Coach Rossimondo has done at Lamar. You guys are coming off back-to-back winning seasons for the first time since the 1966-67 seasons, well before any of us were born. How have you seen him build back the football program?
Well, basically, we just work very hard during the off season, and we just taking it one step at a time. And every week we go out and we compete.
Christian, what are some of those steps that you have seen in wanting to continue to move this progress forward with the winning season?
It takes a collective, all of us. It's just not one person. It's as a team. The strength and conditioning coach, the position coaches, the players, it's just as a collective, and we just work very hard to be where we're at.
Another reason why you guys work really hard, you are repping the 409. We got Nederland and Beaumont here, well represented. Coach has, it seems like he has made a real point to recruit locally. How have you seen that help fill the seats in Provost Humphrey Stadium?
I think it helps a lot, just knowing that you have local players out competing for their local team. And I feel like every game it just gets more and more fans coming out.
And Christian, what did that mean to you, being able to represent the hometown coming to Lamar?
You know, fans love to come see somebody in their hometown play and just put on for their city, so I'm proud to do that.
Got a new play caller on the offensive side of things, new offensive coordinator in Ryan McCarthy. You guys do return a lot of familiar faces, though, on the offensive side of the ball. What do you expect from the offense and how he wants to run it at Lamar?
I think the offense will be very explosive. You know, we're working to find our identity each time we step on the field. So we're just going out there with the mindset of scoring every time.
You guys have continuity on offense. Unfortunately for defense, you guys lost 8 starters this offseason. Who has stepped up this spring, Christian, and what have you seen from that side of the ball?
Well, we got a few guys out the portal. I'll give a shout-out to Paul Amodia. He stepped up big-time corner for us. Sean Connor, that play safety as well. And just a lot of guys stepped up, though. And we just can't wait to see what they do.
Can't wait to see it. One thing I love that Coach Rossimondo is quoted often saying, the benchmark should never just be a winning season. What is the benchmark under Coach?
A ring, Southland Conference Championship. We've been making an emphasis on that this offseason, and that's what we're trying to get accomplished.
All right, high expectations here from the Lamar Cardinals. Guys, thank you so much for joining me, and good luck this year.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Awesome. Austin, back to you.
Thanks, Brooke. She was with 2 Texas standouts that are now playing here in the state of Texas, and we mentioned that with Coach Corey, but how important is it for Lamar to recruit these Texas athletes and to be in an environment like this today as well?
They're in the Golden Triangle. It's a recruiting hotbed in Texas. It's huge that they're here with the high school coaches. Those relationships is where it starts. Recruiting is all about relationships, and the one person who's got the relationship with a player all the time, that high school coach. And all the assistant coaches. It's not just head coaches that are here. The assistants are here too. It's very important for all them. And then also, he said you got to build that board.
Yeah.
How are you going to build that board? You meet these guys, and that's how you do it.
Yeah, recruiting is all about relationships. And the more relationships you have with high school coaches, especially in Texas, or as McNeese likes to call it, the I-10 corridor from New Orleans to Texas to Houston, the better you are prepared to go get those kids, have them know who you are when you come into the building so you're not always introducing yourself. McNeese's issue, honestly, was they lost their I-10 corridor for a while. And now they're getting it back, and that they lost kind of that Texas connection. And to see that come back is kind of where their progression has been, and I think the same is with Lamar. Once Lamar came back into the league, they started to get that connection too, and that's where you see this happen, and the relationships are the important thing.
Look, to me, Lamar's the team to watch this year. I think they're the most intriguing program in the Southland Conference, especially as you mentioned, Robert Coleman left and then decided to come back. He was the starter. Jacoby Longino is very good as the backup. They kind of had a system going. Not a lot of teams out there that can East Texas is one of them that said we have our starting QB coming back. We're ready to go. I think Lamar is the underdog team to win the whole thing.
There's no. I don't know anybody else that has two quarterbacks that played in our back. When one's usually gone if they're not the starter.
Well, and that was they like he said, he didn't know Coleman was coming back. But when you look at Lamar's schedule, it is very, very. It's set up for a playoff run.
Very manageable,
right? You've got South Dakota coming into Beaumont in the heat.
And by the way, just
humidity.
to note, that's not South Dakota State.
No.
That's not to malign South Dakota, but that's not South Dakota State that's coming to Beaumont.
But it's a game that if you win, it's against a conference that you need to beat to kind of raise the profile of the Southland. Then you got Texas Southern, Central Arkansas. That's another one, right? Like they're coming.
And you're not playing them on the stripes, the gray and purple. You're playing them on whatever green, I guess, in Beaumont.
You have 3 games against a conference opponent that comes from a conference that was rated higher than you last year. That's a great opportunity, and all of them are at home.
Hey, if they make the playoffs, it's because they took care of their business. They've got the schedule set up for it. They've got everything ready. And that's the kind of stuff we've talked about. What's it take to make the Southland a 2-bid league? That right there. That kind of scheduling, you go out there and win those, all of a sudden you're getting 2 playoff bids.
Yeah, I love what Rossamondo's done in Beaumont, and it's also, as he mentioned, you win a bit. Your president says win 3 games when you get hired. Obviously, no coach is happy with that, but you find a way to win and start to get the facilities and the funding and the support that follows. Lamar's a sleeping giant in Southeast Texas. That's big oil country. So,
and you have the ability to fund the program without a Power 5 or Power 4 game,
correct,
financially, so that gives you the opportunity to compete in all those.
Well, the trajectory is just out for this team. We are so excited to see what they can do this season. Patrick, you have high expectations for them. So does Pete Rossamondo, and he's now on the stage for a press conference with 2 of his student athletes.
Christian Pugh. Welcome, gentlemen. Glad to have you here at Opening Drive. Thank you for being here. And Coach Rossamondo, let's start with an opening statement.
Yeah, we're really excited for the 2025 season. We've had a really good offseason. It seems like we got a lot of familiar faces back on our team, and it's going to be fun to compete in a league that I think is really, really deep. And obviously we got an incredible out-of-conference slate with North Texas, South Dakota, and UCA. So we're just fired up for 2025. Our guys have been working really hard throughout the summer, and it's fun watching them go compete against each other each week, but it's going to be great to go compete against other people.
At this time, we'll open up to questions for the student athletes, and we got to start with the obvious. Kendon, you know I'm coming to you. Tell me about the shoes.
I really just wanted something that's going to stick out, so that's why I wore the pink, and then I wanted something plain, so I went with the white and black.
Yep, and then since we're talking fashion, Christian, I'm going to go to you with the Gucci. How you feeling right now?
Come on, man. You know it's Gucci down.
Guys, 2 leaders on this Lamar team. Tell me about what you've seen from the spring, going into the summer, going into those leadership roles that you've been in, and your excitement level going into 2025. Let's start with Christian, and then we'll go to Kendon.
You know, it's just a process, one day at a time, just working every day, learning new stuff, just getting better, and we're ready for the season.
Like you said, I'm just getting better every week. Every time we step on the field, we're trying to get better and take one step at a time, 1 week at a time, 1 rep at a time.
So we know you have the conference season, which, you know, is one hand, but your coach just mentioned your non-conference schedule. You get UCA, you get South Dakota, you get some really fun matchups, and a lot of them in your backyard as well. How exciting is that for you to have some big-time matchups, even when you get to the end of the year, obviously, with the rivalry with McNeese in your backyard? Talk about, for the Beaumont Nation, you know, what it's like to have those big home games. Kendon, let's start with you.
It's going to be fun. I'm coming down to Provost Humphrey. It's going to be a great atmosphere, and I can't wait to compete against great teams.
And Christian?
Put on for the city, but we approach every game the same mentality to win. So,
Christian, what have you seen specifically on the defensive side? What are some things you've seen that you've liked in your offseason so far as you're getting ready for 2025?
11 hats to the ball, always. Playing fast.
You as well, right?
Of course.
I love it. And Kendon, same question for the offense. What have you seen in the offseason? What are some things you've seen that are gelling well? What gets you excited with this group?
Every practice, we just continue to find our new identity with our new OC, just trying to find our identity and be as explosive as we can.
And I'm going to ask you guys, we don't stick too much in last year, of course, but you capped the season last year with in quite a way with a Hail Mary catch to beat McNeese. What are some of your memories from that moment?
Man, I'd be lying if I said it wasn't an exciting moment, but they was a great opponent. We had a great play call, and Gino just put it up there, and I had no choice but to go get it.
I love it, guys. Well, thank you to the student athletes for your question, and Coach Rosamondo, coming back to you as you enter your third season at Lamar. Talk about your excitement level entering this season, what you're seeing from your squad so far going into the year.
Good. I think our defensive backfield are way longer at corner right now. I think on offense, you got Rob Coleman back at quarterback, and he's been a 3-year starter now going into this year, and we got a lot of competition there. The running back, it's going to be a little bit different. Last year we had Kalen Griffin up here, and he was the workhorse, but, it should be a little bit more committee this year. But most important part for me is we got a lot of guys back on both lines, offensive and defensive line. We got 4 starters back on offense. We got, a bunch of guys back on defense that have played a lot of snaps, and I always get excited when our O-line is experienced. They're mean. Those guys play hard. And I'm just fired up to watch those guys go out and play. Because without them, guys like Kendon can't do the things he's doing out on the perimeter. And, without the D-line, we're going to put our secondary in bad situations. So, we got the quarterback of our defense here. Obviously, Coleman's the quarterback of our offense. But Kendon he's the lifeblood of what we do on offense. When we say we want somebody to be a Lamar Cardinal, Kendon Fuselier on offense is the guy we're thinking of. So we appreciate everything these guys do from a leadership standpoint. The work ethic's been immense, incredible. When they talk about being, going one day at a time, that's the most important thing for us. Be better than yesterday. Don't worry about what happened 2 weeks ago. Just keep getting better than yesterday. And our guys they've really exemplified that all summer long and all spring long. And, again, a lot of familiar faces. It's always fun when you get to walk out there, and those guys have been playing a lot of snaps of football. And, these guys have both been starters since they were freshmen. So that's very rare in college football today.
Absolutely. A 7-5 season last year, and Coach, you had a handful of games. You were right there and had opportunities to win. What are some of the difference makers this year to turn some of those close losses into wins this year?
Yeah, and I say that we easily could have been 8-4, 9-3, or we could have been the opposite, 3-9. So, we just got to continue to work to make plays, and we got to when we're in those games where we have an opportunity to close it out, which we did a couple times, and we couldn't finish those games. So we got to be able to finish those ball games in order for us to take that next step, and we got to make the playoffs. Most important part.
You've taken this program. What has this culture shift been like for you? Because this has been a Lamar program. It's the first time back-to-back winning seasons since the 90s. You have a chance to have 3 straight winning seasons, which hasn't happened, I believe, since the 60s or 70s. Like, what has been that culture shift for you in the program that you're trying to build?
Well, it's just a relentless pursuit, for us for perfection, and that's the one thing these guys know about me is that I'm not going to ever slow down. I'm not going to ever, tell them it's okay to be average. We're going to continue to strive to be great and elite. And, these guys are exemplary for what we're trying to do. And that's really the culture shift is just, we're not going to take it lying down ever. We're going to continue to fight.
Did you feel there was a baseline, maybe a shift a little bit, upsetting a team like Weber State last year, nationally ranked team, not just for yourself, but, for a conference that's trying to get back to a multi-bid state? Like, how big are wins like that, especially on the non-conference side?
Huge, because, we had to play. And the one thing I love about it is, we won that game on defense. And we're finding different ways to winning on defense, winning on special team, offense winning, running the football, throwing the football. I think when you can become a complete team, that's really when you start to turn the corner, and I think that's really where we need to be.
how important is it? You talk about your returners, but I want to focus a little bit on Robert Coleman, entering his third year as a starter, has 22 starts under his belt. As a head coach, how big is that for you to have an experienced person under center?
Big, it's huge. And, if you look at Kindon, he's shaking his head because he knows how important it is to him to have a guy that knows the offense, that understands how to get the ball in people's hands, that understands, really when to not make a bad play worse. I think as a quarterback, those are the things you really look for. And I think it's exciting to have a familiar face behind the center. He's a leader in our locker room. The guys really, respect him, and they know how hard he works, and they know what he brings to the table. So it's been great having Robert back, and it's going to be fun to see what he does in 2025.
And on top of that, as you talk about returners, you see a lot, especially in this transfer portal era, it is hard to hang on to folks. And not only do you have returners back, you have all conference players who have returned to the program. As someone who's leading this and building this program, how important is that to you to get people to buy in and be a part of this Lamar Cardinal program?
Well, we always talk about building it from the 409, the Beaumont area, and that's why these guys are here. They're all conference players that are from 409. We build it there. We continue, and I think when you build it there, it creates a home feeling. And these guys their families get to see them play every weekend in person, and they get to watch them, and their friends get to go to games. And I think that's always important when you're starting to build a culture and a program is to have homegrown talent that stays home and they perform at a really high level. Sometimes you recruit guys from around your area and they don't perform at a high level. I think what you see from these guys is performance in the 409 and bringing it onto the field and really playing at a high level. When you talk to all these coaches, they discuss how these guys have changed the face of Lamar football. And they were here when they were 1-10, and they know what it's like to turn it around. Now they just want to take that next step.
Kendon, Christian, let me ask both of you this. How important has it been for you, the Beaumont community that's had your back? You heard Coach say even when you were having one win, now you have back-to-back winning seasons. What does that mean, to put on for the 409 there and to be a representative of that Beaumont community? Let's start with you, Kendon.
It's definitely an honor just playing in your hometown and getting the community out to actually come and watch some good football. So it's really an honor, and I don't take it lightly.
It's a proud moment, just all the love that they show you, and you can just show it back to them while you're on the field when they come watching you play. So,
Coach Rosamondo, you touched on Kendon a little bit, but just these two guys, what do they mean to you? What do they mean to this program? And obviously you have them here for a reason, but what do they mean to you?
They mean everything to me. I think most importantly is the growth that I've seen from both of these guys throughout the course of the 3 years that I've been with them as human beings. They were both great players. Christian was a starter when I got here. Kendon was playing a lot and became a starter. And, they're great football players for sure, but to watch them in coaching, that's why you get into it. It's for guys like this. These guys are both going to graduate in June. I think that's a huge accomplishment for them. Obviously, they're going to be hopefully all conference players again and continue to strive for their dreams of becoming an NFL football player. These guys are the heart and soul of what we do on defense, on offense. Really, Christian plays special teams. Kendon returns punts for us. Set the Nicholls game in the right direction with a punt return. These guys they're integral part of our program, integral part of our culture, and integral part of Lamar football. When they look back at Lamar, they're going to remember these two guys for a long time.
Christian, Kendon, Coach Rosamondo, thank you for your time, and we look forward to seeing you this season.
Thanks, James.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Lamar Cardinals. Our next school will be coming up at 12:30 p.m. to the stage. It'll be the Stephen F. Austin Lumberjacks.
Well, we are now joined with Colby Clarksville, the head coach of the Lumberjacks. Coach, Stephen F. Austin, preseason number 2. A lot of exciting things happening. I know we still have a little over a month away, but how do you feel like your team stacks up going into this year?
Yeah, we've got a good bunch coming back. We were very fortunate to retain some really talented young men that bleed purple. And that's hard to do in today's climate of college football. But, for the most part, our entire locker room made a commitment to each other to come back and kind of take that next step. We had a good year last year. Wasn't a great year. We found ways to lose a few games, and I think they've been very dedicated and working hard to kind of make up that ground. We've added a few pieces through recruiting, and so they're kind of, they know they're still behind, but they're coming in with a chip on their shoulder, but coming in this season with a little more confidence than we did last year.
Well, Colby, it helps when you have Sam Vidlac coming back as your signal caller as well. How many prayers were answered from you when you found out that he was going to return?
Yeah, there wasn't ever really much doubt in that one. Sam's a different kid, and he's been married 3 years now. There were some blessings with that injury. He was able to be there when his son was born there right in the season, and God's always got his hand in things, and so he's found his home. He and Jaden are very they love living in Nacogdoches. Nacogdoches has embraced them, their son Mason, and so that's what we kind of built it around. Yeah. So I guess I don't sleep at night because you do worry sometimes, but he made it very clear very early that this was his team and he was coming back, and we were able to kind of build it around him.
The one thing about it, this year there's a lot of expectations. Last year there was some thought that you might be able to jump in and get it right away, but what did you learn from last year about the Southland Conference that you can build on but also take into this year and say, okay, this is what we've learned now. What do you have to go out and get and do?
Yeah, it was new coming in. It was a new league. We've been through it in my 6 years there. Playing in 4 different conferences. So it was good to get home and be home. But it's a learning process, learning those teams. It'd been 4 years since we'd played a lot of them, and kind of getting the feel for them, the lay of the land. We were picked 5th last year and we finished 3rd. So we finished higher than the preseason expectations. If we can do that this year, we'll be in good shape. Being picked 2nd, and that is a tribute to the guys coming back and what they were able to do last year. I felt like last year there was 3 playoff teams in the Southland, UIW, Southeastern, and us, and unfortunately Sam got hurt and we didn't finish the season the way we should. We still Gavin Rutherford came in, did a great job, and we beat Abilene Christian last game of the year soundly, and they went on 2 rounds deep, and so it was unfortunate Southeast didn't get in. I thought league kind of got messed over there, but I think this league is really, really strong this season, and I think there's 4 or 5 teams that are on paper playoff caliber teams. It'll be interesting to see how it shakes out.
So I got a question. How in the world do you get the committee to see what we all see with our eyes on the field?
Common sense ain't all that common anymore, and so I don't know if it's a old stigma, and talking to our constituents and our fan base and everybody around, the Southland Conference is light years ahead of where it was, 10 years ago, and that's not saying anything about anybody. It's just the league has decided we're going to go up and move forward and advance, and I think they have. I think the football being played in this league is as good as it's ever been, and I really expect this year to have a 2 or 3 team, bid league out of the Southland.
You think it takes a couple years to catch up because of what had happened a couple years before? Nationally?
I don't know. I think there's so much of it is politics. I think they need to have some metrics that they go by, and so it's not. There's nobody at our level that's on those committees has time to watch all the games. So they're giving you a BS answer, in my opinion. So that there needs to be some metrics to it. With your strength of schedule, if you're going to play these games, it should matter. And so I think they're working on figuring that out. College athletics, there's a lack of clarity, and I think there still is there. So really, all I tell our locker room is control what you can control. You don't want to be on a bubble, then win games, and you're not on the bubble. You're an automatic bid, or you're 10-2, and there is no question who's going to the playoffs.
It's not often that your gaping hole is in special teams, and Chris Campos, obviously an All-American and leading scorer in school history. How do you go about making sure that there is an emphasis on that? Some coaches will, some head coaches coach it themselves. Some make sure they have a coordinator. Some will have one coach, an assistant coach every position, the punt return, the punt, defense, whatever. How do you make sure that position is taken care of?
That's a great question, and we're probably a little different than a lot of folks. That's the one thing they do let me still coach a little bit is special teams, so I have a little bit of hand. But Nick Nelson, our special teams coordinator, does a phenomenal job. and just the energy he brings and the detail he puts into it. And then my dad, that's kind of his role too, still with our staff, is, he works from afar, but is always scouting ahead with special teams. We do have holes, losing Callum Eddings. He's first-round draft pick in the CFL, our punter, and then Chris Campos. So I still don't know what it's going to be like to walk out there one fall practice and not see Chris. He's been there every practice I've been here, and so those are some question marks for us, but we'll put a lot of emphasis on it during fall camp. And, the good thing is I think, return a good nucleus on offense and defense. But special teams, that's the punch they never see coming. And so we'll be ready, and I don't know if we'll be All-American that we were last year, but it's going to be a strength for us.
All right, I need you to give us a little bit more about you and your dad and him advanced coaching for you. Tell us a little bit about how that works.
He's done this for us. I've been a head coach now, I think, 13 years, and he's been with me 12 of those 13. And so he just, with everything being digital now, he watches film ahead of time. He charts every play, old school, with pen and paper. Handwritten. And, if he can figure out the scanning, he'll scan it, and send it to the whole staff. And so his is the first report we get on Sunday. We still hadn't even put the past game to bed, and then we're getting a report on next. And so it gives you a good feel, because I think you can determine or have a pretty good pulse of what the team you're fixing to play is going to be based on their special teams. And so that gives us a little bit of a head start in the preparation for the next week's opponents.
Do you ever get a report on the last game or previous games from him on maybe some things that need to be cleaned up on your end?
He's always self-scouting us, and he's very honest. I get it from my wife first, I don't even get home. Sometimes I have a text or, she lets me know on the field, this needs to improve. And then I get it from my dad. And so I'm just trying to please the family.
Yeah. You can't escape it.
You can't escape it.
Well, when you talk about that, your dad, Don, is he's a legend.
Yep.
He's a legend at West Texas A&M and in the Lone Star Conference. And they're finally honoring a legend at West Texas A&M this year. That's got to mean a lot, not just to him, but to you and the whole family.
No, it is. He's going to that Hall of Fame. I think that's his 4th or 5th Hall of Fame he's gone in. My wife is the same way. She's in a bunch of them as a player and coach.
How many are you in?
0.
I'm some catching up to do.
I'm just trying to make a first down, Corey. So, no, we're blessed, and we're a coaching family, and athletics has played a huge part in our life, and athletics teaches life. And so that's what had somebody ask me the other day, what's good about football? Football, it helps get you set up to succeed in life because life isn't easy. Marriage isn't easy. Being a parent isn't easy. Job isn't easy. Neither is football. You learn adversity, you learn teamwork, and it's the greatest sport on the planet. Blessed and honored to coach it.
Does your dad critique your coaching?
All the time, and my dad, people always tell me around SFA and Nacogdoches, your dad's our best coach. He's undefeated. He stepped in for me when I had COVID back in 2020.
Yeah.
He's 1-0, and he reminds me of that difference in our coaching record all the time.
It makes sense, right? Does he get to be put at the top of the media guide for coaching records? He should.
No, come on. Let's just put an asterisk.
Okay.
Deep-rooted family ties here to the Lone Star State, and an event like this in conjunction with the THSCA has to be a lot of fun for you to get to see so many high school coaches, because you're really trying to recruit players here in the state of Texas.
It is. It's great exposure for us and our all the teams in our league and our Southland Conference. So it's unbelievable. It also saves you a weekend, because you don't have no time in college coaching anymore. And so we're able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone with coaching school and media days. And so that gives us maybe a little bit more time with our families, which, every moment is precious. And so, but this is a great opportunity for all of us. And there's a buzz around coaching school with this media day going on here.
Well, high expectations for your team this season. We're looking forward to watching you guys on the field. Good luck this fall.
Appreciate it.
Let's check in with some of your student athletes. Bert Kirchhoffer is with them now.
Thanks, Austin. Yeah, we have the quarterback, Sam Vidlac, here, as well as defensive tackle Kai Thomas, both fifth-year seniors. But, Sam, I want to start with you. Things have changed over the last year for you, not just in football with the injury, but also in your personal life. How are you feeling at this point, health-wise, and also getting ready for this next season, and some personal things going on, too?
Yeah, starting off health-wise, I feel really good. I think that we have a great training room, and they were able to help me with the injury. And I feel I'm 100%. I've been 100% for actually a long time now, and the weight room's been really a great help this off season. Made a lot of strides there. So health-wise, I'm ready to go. And then on the personal side of things, it was a big year for the Vidlac household. My wife and I had our firstborn son, Mason. He's about 7 months old now. So things have been going good, and we've been really thankful for this past year.
Yeah, chasing around a little one. Not yet. You said he's just now starting to crawl, but that's so exciting. And also for you to get into your 5th year. Kai, for you as well in your 5th year. Want to go back to last year just briefly. Had Sam not gone down with injury, where do you feel like you guys could have ended the season?
I mean, I'm not much for speculating because it doesn't really do us good. Hindsight's 20/20, but we were definitely trending upwards with our game. And, I mean, I believe that we could have beat anybody at that point. And even with Gavin Rutherford, I still believe we could have beat anybody. It didn't happen that way. We had some tough battles, but, I mean, I think we were trending upwards, and we could have been really successful. But like I said, looking back, you can't do anything about it now. We can just move forward and work with what we have now and keep getting better. So.
Yeah, moving forward and working what you have, especially on the offensive side of the ball, you guys return some really awesome players as well as bring in some new faces. You bring in the former Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year and running back Richard Reese, and then you also get Kylan Harris back. I know you've got to be excited for the weapons around you. What do you expect the offense to look like?
Yeah, I'm really excited, really thankful to have a great group of guys surrounding me. Like you mentioned, just those two guys right there. I mean, Richard's a really explosive guy, and he's a great dude. Really glad to have him on the team. And it's great to have Kylan back. I mean, going into year 2 with him and being able to build a connection with him it's really nice. And, a lot of people don't realize is last year with the whole group of receivers and tight ends and everybody, we only had a fall camp together. That's all we got, and then we rolled into the season. So I definitely think it's a lot nicer for us to be able to have that chemistry rolling into year 2 and have guys like those two guys you mentioned, and then Jordan Neighbors is coming back, Blaine Green, Clayton Whalen. Like, those are really good players, and I'm really thankful to be surrounded by good guys that can have the football in their hands, and then also a really good offensive line that I think has improved a lot as well. So,
And Kai, for you on the flip side, what excites you about this defense?
I mean, it's just exciting to come and be around guys that want to work every day. I mean, we have a great group of guys through the whole defense, through the offense as well. It's really refreshing to be a part of a team that you get excited to wake up and when your feet hit the floor, get out there because they're going to work as hard as they can, and that just makes you want to work even harder as well. Like I said, it's our 5th year. We don't have anything to leave on the table, so it's just exciting to be around guys that are going to get out and work because this is all we have. So it's our last turn, and it's not their last turn, but they're there working hard, and it really just fires me up. So it's awesome.
Sounds like you guys are both excited about a lot of the continuity on this year's team. From what you've seen in spring ball, did anything stand out specifically, or maybe a little preview you can give us on what this team's expectations are and maybe some new players you're excited to see?
I think we had a really productive spring, and then as far as expectations go, I think the way we're trying to approach it is we're not looking at it holistically as like, oh, we got to do this and win this. It's really just a one day at a time kind of a mindset and trying to maximize each opportunity to get better. And I think that gives you the best chance to maximize your potential as a team. And if we do that, then I do think we'll be sitting in a really good position as these games go by and the season goes by. So I think that's kind of where we're at as far as a mindset goes with our team.
Awesome. Looking forward to it. Thank you guys so much for joining us, and best of luck this season.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having us.
All right, Austin, back to you.
Thank you, Brooke. Stephen F. Austin finished 7-5 last year, 4-3 in conference play. We were just talking with Coach Carthel, and he said their mantra for this season is we're behind, and they are preseason number 2. But talk about the expectations of what he thinks they can accomplish this year.
I will say this. I think, I'm not going to speak for everyone, but I think most people think SFA wins the league this year. They're pick number 2. A lot of that has to do with UIW winning the league last year. But Vidlac's back. The schedule's not bad. You've got Kylan Harris is back. I mean, this is an explosive team that also, while you weren't looking, had a really good defense on the other side as well. Led the league in scoring offense and scoring defense. I think they win the league this year. And so you can say we're behind, and obviously going 7-5, that was not the expectation. They thought they'd be a little bit better than that. I don't know that they're behind. If you're behind, you're behind one team in the preseason poll. That's it.
It's just a mindset, though.
I understand you want to always be the underdog, but it reminds me of every time Bill Belichick or one of these amazing coaches tried to talk about how they're the underdog. Kansas City talked about they're the underdog. They're not. Stephen F. Austin's not the underdog this year.
Well, I look at their schedule, and they might be an underdog in a couple of games.
Well, they're going to be an underdog to start, certainly.
One of those is at Abilene Christian. That's a tough one. That one's going to determine a lot. And also the road game at Incarnate Word. Those are the two games that I think determine not only whether they win the Southland Conference, I also think it determines an at-large playoff spot as well. Those are two massive road games.
And they had two really cringe-worthy losses last year, because this is a team that could have been easily 9-3. So to me, and in my pick, they're the pick. I have them number one, which got a little heat, but that's okay. Because I think when you have the best quarterback coming back, when you have all the pieces in place, the defense, I don't think enough people talked about their defense last year. I thought at times last year they were the best team in the league. So I don't think it's much of a reach to say they're the best team this year. I fully expect them to be either one or two.
Well, you look last year, a lot of that game against McNeese really symbolized the whole season. They had a Hail Mary they gave up right before halftime, and then the late, they had a chance to close it out and win that game twice, and they just didn't. Those are the things that I'm looking at this year. Those are things like Jim's talking about they have to avoid.
Yeah, and the one thing that is different is I think there was an attitude, especially with their fan base, that, we're coming back to the same old bad Southland, and we're going to dominate it. And they found out pretty quick this is a completely different league. And I think that's a learning experience that they all will take this year in the offseason.
Yeah, look, the Southland now at 10 teams. I know, RGV's never played a down before. Northwestern State's on a 20-game losing streak. But nobody's easy to beat in this league. And I think, and like you said, they came in with a little bit of, we've been in a quote-unquote better league. We're stepping down to come play in the Southland. I don't mind a little humble pie for some of those fans, but this is a team that's ready.
Yeah, and if they use the humble pie right, they're going to eat all season. So I think they have the best talent in the league.
Listen, they've got Sam Vidlak. You've got a quarterback. That's what teams run on. We see that all over. When you've got that, you've got a chance.
They have Sam Vidlak. And also speaking on that schedule, every single game is in the state of Texas until the very last one of the season. And they're still just going 100 miles down the road. So all these games are going to be played here in the state of Texas. We're here in San Antonio right now. Coach is taking the stage. So let's hear what he has to say.
Everybody, we're excited. That's the theme of the week with media days, but everybody is. They're thrilled. They're fired up to be back and get fall camp started. We're very fortunate to return some really talented players that made the decision to stay in today's transactional world of college football. We got a bunch of selfless lumberjacks that we built it around these two guys up here on stage, and so excited to see what we can do this year. They picked us 5th last year, and we ended up 3rd. And got us picked 2nd this year. So if we can exceed those expectations, it'll be a fantastic year. But I do feel like we've got a team that has a chance to play and be competitive in every ball game, and hopefully have something to play for there late November and hopefully play on into December. So we're still behind right now, but fired up to get started and see what happens with this 2025 season of the Lumberjacks.
So we'll start with our student athletes, and Sam, you return obviously off a great season. Obviously, probably not how you wanted to end, of course, getting injured there towards the end of the year. What has that rehab been like, and just your excitement to get back on the field and get rolling again?
Yeah, the rehab has been really good. I think that we have a great training room. They really have helped me get back to full health, and I think we have a great weight room as well. So we've really made great strides in there as a team too. I think we're a lot stronger, a lot faster, and a lot more physical than we were a year ago. So that's going well. And then just as far as the excitement to get back out there is, I couldn't be more excited. I'm really looking forward to it. It's some really great opportunities we have to go chase our dreams as football players and as a team. So.
You got a lot of playmakers around you. How fun is it to throw the ball to someone like a Kylon Harris who can just take it and make plays? How great is that for a quarterback?
It's a lot of fun. I'm blessed and really thankful to be able to be surrounded by the teammates I'm surrounded by. I think we have a really good offensive line that's made a ton of really good improvements. I think the receiver room is a really deep room that's really good. Like you mentioned, Kylan Harris is a special football player, and I think we have a special connection that I'm really looking forward to continue building on going into year 2. And then you got guys like Jordan Neighbors who can just take the top off and fly, really great with the ball in his hands, and Blaine Green is super physical, and he's a great leader. So I really think you look around the entire offense, and really the whole team, we have a bunch of good dudes and guys that are ready to work hard and good players.
And Kai, the offense gets a lot of shine, and deservedly so, but that other side of the ball is pretty nasty as well. Do you all carry a little chip on your shoulder at times on that defensive side?
I mean, definitely. We got an offense they're lights out, and I love to have them on my side. I wouldn't like to play against them for sure, but I think as a defense, we know what we are and we know what we're capable of. And even if they're getting the recognition on offense, our defense is just as good. We got guys that love to come to work every morning, love to play, and it makes me excited to come to work every morning because we have a group of guys that's fast, physical, and then we play free, so it's just awesome to be a part of it.
What are some things you've seen, in your off-season workouts, in the spring ball, and leading up to the 2025 season with fall camp coming up? What are some things you've seen on the defensive side, or really on the team overall, Kai, that just gets you excited, gets you fired up for the season?
Well, like I said, we just have a group of guys that they make me excited to come to work every morning because I know when I go out there for either run or lift, they're going to be working just as hard as me, and it pushes me. And this is our 5th year, me and Sam. We don't have anything to leave on the table anymore. This is it. So with the group like that, it makes me work even harder because I know that they're going to be on top of whatever they're doing, and they're going to work their butts off the whole time. So it's pretty awesome.
I got to ask, with your return to the Southland last year, and this will be for both of you, obviously some rivalries were renewed, but one I want to touch on was the Northwestern State game, the new trophy. How exciting, how important was that for you all to make a statement there and to walk away with the new trophy that first year? Let's start with Kai and then go to Sam.
Like I said, it's awesome to win that trophy. I think it's cool with the tradition that we have to make a statement, like you said, but really it's just another game. I think there's a lot of games that we had out there that we could have made a bigger push towards, and it was cool to do that. But this year I think we're coming with a different mindset as we want to do that to everybody. We want to make a statement, and we want to play to the best of our ability. So,
Sam?
Yeah, I would say, kind of what Kai alluded to is that as an athlete, you treat it like any other game, but the other side of that is that, rivalries and things like getting that trophy and things like that is what makes football really awesome. And that's the thing. The fans are great. Like, you can't recreate an environment like college football, and so it is what makes it great. And then on the flip side of that, as a football player, you got to treat every game the same and prepare the same way. And every game is a unique opportunity and a chance to go out there and try to prove to your teammates and everybody in that locker room that you guys are what you believe you are. So.
You both alluded to it, and we were talking a little bit off stage that, last year obviously was a great season, but there were some things that were still left on the table. Talk about that focus going into this year to overcome that. Let's start with Sam and then Kai.
Yeah, I think that our focus this year is not going to be focused on, let's pick this one big gaudy goal and go after that. I think the focus is more on a day-to-day basis on how do you maximize each opportunity every day to get better. And I think if we do that and you keep winning each day and getting better every day, you have a better chance at maximizing your potential. And I do believe that if we maximize our potential, we'll be in a really good position. We have a really talented team.
And like Sam said, that's really all it is. Coach Carthel tells us every day when we meet after practice, we're behind. And that's how we treat every game, every day, every situation that we're in. We're behind. We were ranked 5th last year. We're ranked 2nd now. That doesn't mean anything to us. We're going to treat it every day like we were picked last, and we're going to work as hard as we can to reach those outcomes that we desire. So we're just going to keep going and working and stacking days. So.
Thank you to the student athletes and Coach Carthel. We could probably just keep going with the student athletes. Some excellent answers there. How awesome is it to coach these two guys and to have these two guys as leaders of your offense, your defense, and your team in general?
No, they're fantastic and fired up. Honored to be their coach. They make my life a whole lot better, and these guys committed to finishing their careers as lumberjacks, and so I've slept a whole lot better this offseason with these guys coming back. But we've got a whole locker room full of good guys. That's one thing that I think gives me the most confidence going into the season, just where our locker room is right now, and the culture that it's their locker room, it's their culture, and they've done a great job with that. And again, I think this team does kind of have a chip on their shoulder a little bit, and their jaw set, and building strong backs and broad shoulders, and getting ready to have some fun this fall.
An explosive offense. There's no doubt about it. Explosive offense last year, a lot of returners. We mentioned Kylon. Obviously, you have Sam sitting right next to you. Talk about that outlook on the offensive side and keeping that train rolling and putting points on the board.
I do expect us to be pretty explosive offensively. We were, I think, had the number one scoring offense in the country after week 9 when Sam went down, and still finished top 10. And we returned a lot of guys off that group. Our skill, offensive skill, is as deep as it's ever been since in my 7 years. There were the Lumberjacks, and so he's got a good job. Just hand it off or throw it to all these guys that can make some plays. But I think our biggest improvement is going to be up front. Coach Graff has done a great job with our offensive line. Those guys have really taken the next step. And that, as explosive as we were last year, we struggled a little bit in third and short, fourth and short. And so that's going to be a definite focus that we've addressed in the weight room and in the offseason with our offense, and so hopefully we can be even a little bit better there. But should be a fun. We have the ball. Should be a fun group to watch.
Well, and as we talked to Kai and mentioned, sometimes it does feel a really good defense last year was a little bit overlooked, and then you have Kai coming back, Aaron Austin, Charles Demings, preseason All-American. So what do you look? What's your outlook on that defensive side?
Yeah, those are the guys that are really, I think, have something to prove, and they were number 1 or number 2 in the conference in every statistical category, top 10 in the country, and we didn't have a single player of the week. Only had one all-conference player, and so you talk about a bunch of guys that are fired up for the season. They've got something to prove, and Coach Moots does a great job. Our defensive staff, and up front, Kai leads a returning defensive line. We've got everybody really coming back from that group, and so it begins and ends up front, and so I feel really good about our O-line, D-line, and just overall the team. I think this team has a lot more confidence coming into this year. Last year we were kind of an unknown. No one knew who this guy was. He joined our program. He got to Nacogdoches in June, and after week 9, he's putting up All-American numbers. And so we've got everybody coming back that has been together now for a year and a half. And really one of the biggest things is we returned both our coordinators, Coach Ross, Coach Moots. This is the first year since 2020, that we've returned both coordinators. That's so tough in today's day and age when you're having to replace coordinators and start over with a new defense or a new offense. And so returning both coordinators, everybody on the same page, the same playbook now for 2 years, I think you'll see some strides made on both sides of the ball, and looking forward to it.
And as you enter your 7th season, and you touched on this a little bit in your opening statement, how important is to you, the Lumberjack culture, to East Texas, to have a good bit of returners? That's difficult in this day and age, and we know something's going to happen with the transfer portal, but to have this buy-in from these guys, what does that mean to you?
It means a lot, and I think it all started with Xavier Gibson, and he had opportunities to leave and chose to stay and finish his career as a Lumberjack. And you see more and more guys doing that. We've got a bunch more than just these two, Charles Demings, our corner, he's got a preseason, a 5th-round draft grade, and I saw a bunch of major college guys, GMs from Power 4 schools saying, how'd you keep this guy? And we've got something special going on, not just in our locker room, but SFA in general is booming right now. Our enrollment is way up. We joined the UT system, the injection of that, and Dr. Weaver, our new president, Michael McBroom, our AD, our enrollment this fall is up like 29%. And I'll tell you, as a head coach who's been there, and we've had some headwinds in my 6 years, 6 years of football and 6 different presidents, and a lot of headwinds with this program, and we've continued to win. Had winning seasons 4 out of the last 5 years. But for the first time in my tenure, I feel wind in our sails, and just not only just in football, but across campus and this university and in the community. So we're excited that we're the first team that gets to play, and fall is football season, and I think we've got a chance to really be the flag bearer for the university, taking SFA to new heights.
19-6 inside Homer Bryce since 2020. Talk about that community, Nacogdoches, playing in front of your home fans, and being able to really protect your home field very well. I think you saw that at the end of the year against Abilene Christian, a very good playoff team that even without an All-American quarterback with Sam Vidlac, you were able to handle. Even UIW, who ended up winning the championship, had that game down to the wire. Just that community, that home atmosphere, what's that mean to you?
Well, there's nothing like playing at home, and you know, we're kind of the flagship university in East Texas, you know, Beast Texas as I call it. There's something special going on out there in them piney woods, and so you know, Lumberjacks, whether they graduated in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, you name it, they're a proud alumni base, and they do a great job coming home to support the Lumberjacks. Our community's unbelievable. That's why, you know, we love it and we call it home, and majority of our coaches own their homes. They don't rent. It's just it's a great place to raise a family, great community, and come Saturday night in the fall, there's no better place than Homer Bryce, and they show up and show out. And so it's going to be fun. It's going to be the hot ticket, I think, this fall, and so there should be some fun fireworks at Homer Bryce with these guys running the show.
Coach Carthel, Kai, and Sam, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the day. We're looking forward to seeing you in 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, the Stephen F. Austin Lumberjacks.
Axum Jacks.
Next.
UTRGV, the newest member of the Southland Conference, and we are here with head coach Travis Bush. I know I'm excited for this football season, but I have to guess you are even more excited to finally get out there and play a game after using last season to just recruit and practice, Coach.
We are, you know, excited, really excited for the young men that have been here since day one and working towards this. Excited for the Valley. Of course, they're excited. You know, every game's been sold out, and the you know, the excitement continues to grow, and really a sense of curiosity for me, you know, really getting into camp, and we got our final roster set, and really just trying to identify, you know, who those guys are going to be over the next few weeks.
Coach, is that final roster set? I know you're getting close to the fall camp, and a lot of times there's still 1 and 2 changes that can come. Have you got that pretty well settled?
We're pretty much set. We've had it set for a couple of weeks, and then had a few additions. You know, we added 39 since spring ball, you know, with the 10 guys that came out of high school. So, you know, again, trying to, you know, get those guys into camp and trying to identify who the final starters are going to be. You know, we still don't have a depth chart. We don't have returning starters. We don't have preseason all conference like some of these guys. So there's still a lot of question marks to be answered here in the next 40 days.
But you have a quarterback.
We've got a few. I like our quarterback room.
You know, I know Eddie Lee Marburger is the name that most people talk about coming over, and I think that's probably, if you got to start one area, you want offensive line. Behind that, on offense, you want your quarterback.
Yeah, and really, you know, and talk about Eddie. Eddie came in at midterm and did a phenomenal job for us and really picked up the offense, and his leadership, his experience, you know, you can see the difference. And, you know, came out of spring is probably our best guy, and really excited about Axel Chavez and Aiden Jacobson as well, and feel comfortable with any of those three getting in the ball game and being our starting guy. So, but again, Eddie's got the game experience, and we'll roll with him hopefully game one, but really want to get the other two in as soon as we can in some non-conference games and get them that experience.
What was kind of the vision you were recruiting with that for the year when you didn't have a game to play or anything to kind of show off? What was kind of the vision you were doing, and how hard was that?
You know, honestly, that was a big question mark when you took this job. You know, was you know, who are you going to get to come down here and practice for a year, come to the Rio Grande Valley, but was so pleasantly surprised. You know, ultimately, our plan was to bring in like 60 guys and try to practice, and we had to cut it off at 90. Because there was so many guys, and really, you look at the landscape of college football, where we found there was so many high school athletes not getting recruited, and good ones. And we brought in 75 high school freshmen that first year, you know, to give them that opportunity. But our roster, you know, peaked at about 93. But it was really, it was pleasantly surprising that able to get that many guys down there in that caliber.
And of course, you get 6,000 season tickets sold right away. That already makes you either 2 or 3 in season ticket sales for the year. You haven't won a game yet. What's the interest like down there?
It's more of an obsession, I would say, than interest. But that's the Valley, and that's why, you know, bringing football to the Valley was so huge and so beneficial for the university, the region. You know, they love football, they love their high school football, and now to have a Division I university in their backyard, it's been phenomenal to watch, and the excitement has continued to grow. Again, all games have been sold out. You know, tailgating spots have been sold out. So that's probably, you know, people talk about looking forward to August 30th. That's probably the one thing I'm most excited to see is just the the stadium, the event, the people, the tailgating, and all that just coming to fruition here on the 30th.
Let me put you in the shoes of the Sul Ross coaching staff. They have no idea what you guys are doing. None. You don't have film. There's no idea what's happening. I'm going to put you as the coaches for Sul Ross State. Are you pulling your hair out trying to determine? Like, sometimes you get a new coaching staff that shows up and what are they going to do? What are the wrinkles going to be? How's it going to be different? You're an entirely new program. What kind of element of surprise benefit do you have going into game one?
Hopefully we have some, but if you put ourselves in their shoes, and I work with Lee Hayes back at University of Houston, so we do a lot of the same things offensively. But if you go back and just I'd studied Brian Gamble, where he's been our defensive coordinator, look at what he's done in his programs, and just really go back and look at where we're from, what we've done in the past, and you can get an idea of kind of what the mentality.
Okay, so what are you going to look like? You don't have to give me game plan. I don't need X's and O's, and we're going to go five. But, I mean, what do you want the sort of identity of the Vaqueros to be?
One, we're multiple. We want to be multiple offensively and defensively. So, what that looks like is, really a lot of similar to what you see your top colleges of the nation doing, mixing in and out of fronts and coverages on defense, and not trying to keep the offense off balance. And the same thing offensively, and mixing in different personnels, and mixing up your tempos and trying to again mix up the run pass game and be as multiple as we can be and take advantage of what they're giving us.
What have you done against? Have you had any time working against anyone else other than yourself?
Just ourselves,
That's
every day. So that our guys that they're kind of getting there at the end of spring ball. They're kind of getting tired of hitting each other, and I can imagine here in training camp we're gonna have some scuffles because they're just tired of hitting each other. But they'll be ready to go on August. They'll be hungry.
I bet.
Well, they'll have to be ready to go because it's unbelievable that the Rio Grande Valley has not had a Division I football team. It is an incredible place. It's going to be a party. We saw that it's not just the football program, though. The whole athletic department is on the uptick. You've got season record for attendance for baseball. They were close fighting for a bid into the college baseball tournament. All that momentum has got to help you guys, too, and knowing that if you perform, the fans are going to show up and sell out all the time.
No doubt. And all that credit goes back to Chase Conker, athletic director. He's been there since 2019, I believe, and really just revamping the entire athletic program. And that's the front porch of the university. And so, just the enrollments have gone up. But looking at the facilities, every single sport since the announcement of football, every single sport has gotten brand new facilities. Of course, ours are finishing up here. We'll move into that building here in the next couple of weeks. In our practice field, our stadium. Again, we're excited to believe we have the best facilities in this conference, and that's what his vision is for this program. And again, the landscape of college football is setting this thing up to keep moving up.
What was it like last fall when you didn't have games but you were practicing all the time? What were those practices like, and did guys get underneath each other's skin then? Because there was no end in sight at that point.
Yeah, we did. We made it kind of fun, and hadn't done it before at UTSA, and it was a grind that year. But we didn't have a training camp. We didn't bring them in till school started, and really kind of broke it up like 3 spring balls. And we'd go about Monday through Thursday, give them the weekend off. We'd scrimmage every Thursday, and then after about 3 weeks, give them an open week where we didn't practice. So we kind of kept them. About the time they started getting tired, we'd give them a week off, and we were able to go watch high school games every weekend and keep recruiting that next class.
I guess everybody's talked about Rio Grande Valley being a sleeping giant, that the opportunity there is enormous as far as the entire athletic program. Do you feel that not only in football, but that just the interest of the area taking over for this university, what's that like to be a part of?
Yeah, and I mean, and having grown up there and family been down there, and you've seen it grow, but it's one of the fastest growing regions in the country, and it's continued to grow, and people from all over the state, the nation are moving down there, and it's really just a booming metroplex right now. And that's really, people asked about recruiting. What do? We just got them down there. And once you get them down there and they can see, it's a metroplex, and you have everything down there that you have in Austin, San Antonio, Houston. It's not just little border communities. It's a full-blown metroplex. And so guys fell in love with it. All the recruits, the transfers, everyone that we were able to get down there has fallen in love with it.
Yeah, you know what? Really cool history for that school, too, with UTPA and everything that kind of went into creating UTRGV. That's a really neat place down there. I've had a chance to go to Edinburgh and call a basketball game, and that is a unique place in the world.
It's fun, great people. It's just passionate about sports, passionate about food, passionate about each other, and again, it's just a great place. Like I've always said, there's no better place to start a Division I program in the country right now than the Rio Grande Valley.
They will have some of the best food.
Well, we are a little over a month away before that first football game. I know your fans are excited. I know your team is excited, and I have to imagine the two student athletes that Brooke Kirchhoffer is with right now is also very pumped to get out there and play that first football game come August.
Yeah, Austin, they are. I'm here with MJ as well as wide receiver Tony Diaz. Welcome officially to the Southland Conference. What have been your first impressions and what have you learned?
It's an amazing environment over here. Great people over here for sure.
Man, it's been an experience, man. The Southland has opened us with open arms, man. We're excited to be here.
Everybody wants to know about the Vaqueros. What can you tell the people that are watching that haven't seen you guys play yet what to expect on the field?
We're gonna be a hard team to beat for sure. I'll tell you that. We're gonna go in with our heads down. We're not gonna let up just because we're new. Nah, we're gonna be a hard team to beat.
Yeah, everything is new. You haven't faced any of your conference opponents yet. What game are you circling on the calendar?
I mean, we don't have any game circled. There's no rivalry here. We're kids on the block, man. We just want to go out there and earn our respect, man. The thing that we're circled right now is July 30th, man. So that's the first day of training camp. Go out there and execute, and we got to win that day before we worried about any guys in our conference.
Well, with being the new kids on the block, building chemistry is at a premium, especially with a young roster. What have you guys done, and maybe some fun stories about what you guys do to build that team chemistry?
I mean, we had a whole year just to build team chemistry. I mean, we'll go out, have some bowling matches and everything. I come out on top every time.
I mean, I've never seen them bowl. I've never seen them bowl. I mean, I'm either hot or cold. It's really, really high, or really, it's really low. But a lot of basketball, a lot of basketball action going on with us, man. So yeah, that's what we do, like at the rec. So yeah.
We're looking forward to seeing it and you guys getting onto the field, not playing each other. I know you guys are looking forward to finally facing somebody else, but with a lot of new faces, who do you guys expect to have a breakout year this year? And you can mention multiple players.
Xavier Nolan, receiver. We got a lot of guys. I mean, we got the whole O-line. We got Wes Thompson, TK, Gannon, Eddie, Aiden. We got a whole bunch. I mean, the whole team gonna have a breakout season. That's what I say. Hey, Tavian Cord too.
So, MJ, what about you on the defensive side?
So on the defensive side, man, a lot of guys, man, a lot of new guys, a lot of new transfers, man. But AP, man, Elijah Prosser, man, it's a stud, man. Elijah Prosser, Jarius Williams. Got new guys, Logic Hudgens, Elijah Graham, TJ Neal. It's a lot of guys, D-line, Nick Fernandez, Corian Thompson, man. A lot of guys, Jackson Manor, y'all met, Jackson was here last year. Got a lot of guys, it's our first year, so I guess, we're going to break through and have a good year, get it rolling, year one, so.
Yeah, so if you heard that, just get a roster and highlight everybody's name. Excited to see everybody. I can't let y'all go without you explaining the all-black fits we have on. I know you can't see their shoes, but what went into this? And I know, MJ, you've got more on it.
Okay, so, man, I'm a big movie guy, man. So John Wick, man, is very much business. You don't play about his dog if you seen a movie, but just be businessy. Just know we want the Southland to know that we take this opportunity very serious, and this is business for us. It's a business trip. It's not we had a lot of fun with the media content, but man, it's very serious for us, man. We want to introduce UTRGV with that business mindset. So yeah.
So was this MJ's idea, or Tony, was this your idea?
This MJ idea. I just had to cooperate with him.
I'm telling you, lucky I can't see the orange shoes, man. He got the suede orange shoes on, man. He got it going on. That little James Brown.
You see him?
Come on.
You see him?
I'm telling y'all, man. He got it going on, man. Yeah, he got it going on, man.
Yeah, he's got the orange for UT Rio Grande Valley, the Vaqueros. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We look forward to seeing what you guys do in your first year in the Southland Conference. Good luck this year.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having us.
Awesome. Austin, back to you.
Yeah, that's right, Brooke. August 30th. Mark your calendars. UTRGV will play that first football game. I know they are so excited, as the newest member of the Southland Conference coach was telling us that fans, it's not just an excitement, it's an obsession. They are counting down the days for a football game to be played there.
They are. I was talking to their SID before, and he said they sold out all 6,000 season tickets. They have a waiting list of 6,000 for season tickets. That's incredible. And, that first game, August 30th, Sol Ross, new coaching staff. They've had some struggles out there, the Lobos have in Alpine. That's a very winnable game for UTRGV, and could just get it off to a great start. It's good. The tailgating, it's going to be one of the best weekends of college football when it opens up down in the Rio Grande Valley.
Yeah, and if you've ever been there, it's a completely different atmosphere than a lot of the Southland Conference. We went there for basketball last year. The gym is huge. It's a really nice facility. This is a program and an athletic department that is above what you usually see when somebody not only starts a football program, but comes up. They're from another level. They're only a couple of years out of Division II. So this has the potential, especially with that fan base down there, to be as big as anybody in the Southland Conference.
Yeah, and I'm also very curious what they're going to look like. We kind of tried to, we're balanced. We're going to be balanced offensively. We're going to have a lot of multiple. Everybody say multiple. I just want to know what they're going to do. We're going to have read option? Are they going to line up in the shotgun? Are we going to run it? Are we going to try to two backs like Northwestern State? Are we going to try to be 4-5 wide like UIW? I just want to know what their identity is going to be. I'm just excited to see what they look like. And by the way, just as an aside, since we're talking about the greatness of being in this venue, there are currently 3 All-Americans that are talking with Commissioner Chris Grant right now, 2 from Northwestern State, and y'all might remember Lindsey Scott, the quarterback from Incarnate Word, all talking to Chris Grant. That's what I love about this event, is that you got nothing but All-Americans chatting with each other right now.
And one thing about Rio Grande Valley is there's 3 TV stations locally here. 2 of them are from them. So they are getting the attention. And that's something that's something the league really needs.
Oh, yeah, they are a hot commodity for those tickets. If you can get your hands on a pair, make sure you go out there August 30th for their first game. It's going to be buzzing in the Valley. But right now we'll head to a press conference. It's HCU who's now on the mic.
Hey, we're honored to be here to represent Houston Christian University. I'm extremely excited to speak on behalf of our university and our football program. I got 2 great gentlemen beside me. We're excited about who we are and what we are becoming. These guys have put in a lot of work over the offseason. We brought in 47 new guys to our program over the course of January to our current present day. And each and every one of these guys have bought into the program and to our standard of operation of who we want to be and what we want to be. And so we're excited moving forward. We've talked a lot about it over the offseason, about our standards, how we're going to live, how we're going to perform on and off the football field. And these 2 guys, as well as the other members of our football team, have taken ownership in that. And so we're excited to see what that does for us heading into this current season. We know that Southland is full of great programs, and we want to be a part of that program. We want to be a part of the gold standard and be one of those national talk about teams. And we got 2 guys right here beside us that are going to help us get to that. We know we still got a lot of work to do, but we're excited moving forward.
At this time, we're going to open it up to the players at this time. And Champ, Darius, just first start me off with just your excitement level going into a new season and getting ready to kick things off here soon. Champ, we'll start with you, and Darius, we'll go to you.
First, I just want to thank God for putting us in this position. Thank Coach Baxter for having us represent the school. We're just getting really ready, get excited. It's a new change in the locker room, and we feel good about the season. All the players, we have a bunch of new guys, and we just want to win. I can tell by the way we work in our workouts, the looks on our faces, and the conversation that we have in the locker room, and it's just about winning a championship.
Darius, same question.
Yeah, man, I've been at HU for 3 years now, and this team is different. Simply put, we got a bunch of new guys, like Coach Bachtel said. We've had guys that come in from top JUCO programs, top high school programs, and they let all that go and bought into our standard on and off the field. Just like Champ said, we've seen a lot of guys be able to grow spiritually, mentally, and just grow as men. And I feel like that's going to project us to be a better team and to be better men once we go into the world and we have our own families, we have our own kids and stuff like that. And I can simply say that this coaching staff at HCU is preparing men for the world beyond football. So that's something I'm super grateful for and super excited about for this team coming up.
Champ, 788 all-purpose yards. You can do it all. You can run it, you can catch it, you can return it. It's just whatever is asked of you, is it not?
Yes, sir. I just try to do the best I can to help us win. I know I can help in many ways, and whatever Coach Bachtel asks me to do to get a win, I'll do it with anything.
And Darius, just talk a little bit of what you've seen. Coach Bachtel mentioned a lot of newcomers coming into the program this year. On the defensive side, or even on the overall team, what are some things you've seen? What are some things that are getting you excited as you're getting into the season that you've seen working with your squad so far?
Yeah, we just got a bunch of like-minded individuals on the team. We got a bunch of guys that, like I said, have bought into our standard. They come in and day out, whether they feel like it or not. You never notice it. Those guys are going to come in, they're going to work, and they're just going to lay it all down. They're going to lay it all down at this program, and they're going to represent this program well, no matter where they are. They know that they're a Husky at the end of the day. So I'm just excited to see how those guys grow.
I love to talk from both of you, and you get the sense of the culture that's been established with Coach Bachtel. And can both of you touch on a little deeper just what Coach Bachtel, both coming in as an offensive coordinator and then going into head coach, the culture he's instilled with your program and how that's really turned this program around to being a 500-level team and now to go beyond that as well. So, Darius, let's start with you and then Champ.
Like I said, it's all about our standard. Every single time we come into a meeting, we're going to hear Coach Bachtel talk about our standard for a good 20 minutes. And I can't lie. Sometimes I'm like, oh, here we go again. But I'll tell you one thing. Every guy is listening. Every guy is writing it down 100 times. I have it written down at least 60 times in my notebook about what our standard is and just being disciplined, being unified, being committed, and being tough. We talk about being tough, not only physically, but mentally. And so Coach Bachtel has instilled that in us. We do just like different things, whether we go out on the field and Coach says line up in single file order, tallest to shortest, or whatever it may be, just doing things that requires us to use our mental and just be mental tough and physically tough and just committed and work as a team.
Champ, same thing.
Like I said, or like Bean said, Coach, he really stepped in to discipline us. He wanted us to be the most disciplined team in the conference. Like, we don't need to have any penalties against us that's going to harm us. We have to be disciplined. That's the number one thing that we have to be. We have to be disciplined. If not anything else, we have to be disciplined.
Thank you to the student athletes and Coach Bachtel. As you hear your players talk about the standard, what does it mean to hear them with that buy-in to the standard that you've instilled? What does that mean to you?
Well, as a football coach, you always had what you think you want your guys to understand. What I loved hearing about both these guys, what they said is it's the standard of who they are going to be when they leave the field. Football's our platform. And what we're called to do, what our ministry is to build men. They're the future leaders. What we don't realize is one of these guys in our locker room may be the next president of the United States. They may be the next governor of Texas. They may be the superintendent of school. And so the men that we are called to build is far more important than the X's and O's. But also the standard that they're saying they're buying into, the X's and O's don't matter. The X's and O's are just a byproduct. That's just something that we throw out on the field. It's who they believe they are. Do they believe they're 10-foot tall, bulletproof? Do they believe they're the toughest guy on the field? Not physically. We all know football players have to be physically tough. But how mentally tough are they? Because the people that you look at in life, they are winners if they're mentally tough. Mentally tough people win at the game of life.
And another thing they can become is a Super Bowl champion. And I did want to just touch on that for 1 second of how cool is it for this university and this program to have a Super Bowl champion in Jalix Hunt. And not only did he win a ring, he had a sack in that Super Bowl on Patrick Mahomes. And I see them getting excited. But tell us how cool that is with Jalix.
Yeah, a huge sack and also a huge fine came with that. So, the Philadelphia people rallied behind him and did that. Jalix Hunt is probably the biggest advocate that we have for Houston Christian University. And when I say that is like, I love Houston Christian University and we promote the dog out of it. But Jalix Hunt does it probably bigger and better than we can ever imagine. It's huge in his first year, not only what he did in his first year in the NFL, but how he finished that season. That sack was well worth it. It was a huge, huge milestone for our program and our university and put us back on the map. There were two things when you start looking at Jalix Hunt, when you start looking back at our internet clicks. The first one was when he was drafted in the 3rd round, 94th pick overall. We had the most hits as a university on that night. The second was the sack of Patrick Mahomes, and Houston Christian comes up across the world.
Truly incredible moment for HCU and as well as the Southland Conference. And then, you've touched on it a little bit, but the two men you have with you today, and both Champ and Darius, both on at least the football side, as you said, a lot of transfers coming in, a lot of newcomers coming into this program. And even though these are younger players and as redshirt sophomores, how vital have they been as leaders to this program?
When people look at redshirt sophomore, they fail to realize these guys have been with me for 3 years. So they've bought into everything that we've said for the last 3 years. From the start of the Coach Harris era all the way up into myself taking over and to where we currently are. Every great football team is led by the players. These guys have bought in and they embody that. Coaches lead, but the best ones have player-led, and these guys have bought into that. So to have these guys up here right now, these aren't the only two. They're just who we chose to represent us this weekend. And but you hear, I did not prepare them for any of this. I didn't tell them what to expect. Our SID, Jeff Sutton, did not prepare them what to expect. I want authentic, real conversations. That's who we are. That's what we want to be about. And so what you're hearing is unprepared, unplanned. And so I feel like they've heard enough talk. Now we've got to put it all into action.
One major piece I want to touch on that returns to the Southland this season is Rodney Dansby. Obviously, if you've watched the Southland, you know who Rodney Dansby is. He's been a big player, 3-time All-SLC player, and a Stats Perform All-American, and a Buck Buchanan finalist. How big is it to have him back patrolling your defense?
Well, Rodney's a great football player, and he's shown that. I've seen him, obviously, in the 23 season. He was a freshman and sophomore All-American, and obviously, like you said, he's been, a Southland Conference all-conference player. So we know what Rodney can do. Rodney's got to come out and continue to produce that way. We're excited to see Rodney get to his way of how he wants to play over after some injuries. Prime example of understanding that Rodney tested the waters of the transfer portal and found out that the grass isn't always greener, and HCU's not all that bad. And so we're excited to have him back. We're excited to see what he's going to do, and we're excited to see him really perform on a high level.
Coach, when you arrived at HCU, it's been a lot of first times. First time 500 or better. First time beating a nationally ranked opponent. Talk about how you both in previous as an offensive coordinator and now as a head coach have continued to build this program in the competitive state.
Well, we're still young. We're about to play our 12th football season. And so there are still a lot of firsts to continue to happen. And it's exciting, but at the same time, you got to ground yourself. Obviously, we've got the most amount of yards on the ground, most amount of yards in the air, the most points scored in an FCS ball game and a non-FCS ball game. those are great. But at the end of the day, it's not a conference champion. It's not a playoff team. So those are two firsts that we talk about. What we want to accomplish in our time is being the first group to win a conference championship, to be the first one to make it into the playoffs. So we still have a lot of firsts. Those are great accomplishments. Those are things that we can look back on and build upon, but that's not who we want to be.
I'll get you out on this as you enter the 2025 season for the Houston Christian Huskies. Just talk about what excites you, what fires you up to get this season kicked off here shortly.
Well, I think you mentioned it earlier, is we still got a lot of guys who are still young but have still played a lot of football. You got two guys beside me. We're still very youthful, but what we really like as a coaching staff is we've had a large amount of change. A bunch of guys who are buying into who we want to be as a program, who our staff is, what they've recruited. They're recruiting great men in the classroom. Another first, we've set the all-time record for highest GPA as a football program at 3.11. So we still have a lot of firsts, but what excites me is when you look at our coaching staff, we didn't have a large wholesale change in our coaching staff. We have hired Mike Nesbitt to be our offensive coordinator, who comes in from Ottawa, Arizona. He was their head coach there. And so I'm excited to see what he does. I'm going to step back, and I'm going to worry about the culture, and I'm going to worry about the guys and be able to be on both sides of the football. Obviously, our defensive staff has stayed intact, which is huge. Coach Wilkerson and those guys do a heck of a job. I thought it did a phenomenal job last year of keeping us in ball games when offensively we were struggling. And so I think when you see the camaraderie amongst our coaches and our players, and they love each other, X's and O's are all just going to be a counterintuitive part, and they're going to play big time.
Coach Bachtel, Champ, Darius, thank you for your time, and good luck in the 2025 season. Ladies and gentlemen, the HCU Huskies. Coming up at 1:30 to the press conference stage, the UTRGV Vaqueros.
Well, we are now joined with UIW head coach Clint Killow. Coach, thanks so much for joining us today. It's been a busy day. Before we talk about this season, I do want to go back to last season. Southland champions, just how proud are you of the way that they competed last year?
Oh, yeah, extremely proud. Those guys, from players to coaches, are extremely diligent. They work their tails off. They're extreme competitors, so they got a chip on their shoulder. They relate to their head coach, that's for sure. But we've done a great job of leaving 2024 in 2024. We got out there on a big stage at South Dakota State, and it didn't go the way it should have went, and it was obviously our own doing, so we've done a great job of looking in the mirror and getting back to work in 2025.
Coach, it feels like you set a new standard for this conference. And I say that because a couple years ago, you were on the outside looking in, the bubble team that should have gotten the bid. Last year, you got the automatic bid, but you did that because you changed your schedule around. You chose to go to South Dakota State last year, doing that. Now I look at these schedules and I'm like, man, there's some big teams all across the conference. How much did that help you guys, and how big is it for the national profile of this conference for you guys to play those teams?
Yeah, we try not to focus too much on the national profile and what people think of us, to be totally honest with you. We're trying to challenge ourselves in the non-conference, and that was the biggest thing of going up to Brookings, going to Carbondale and playing Southern Illinois, and going to two places that were storied programs that had really quality opponents that we felt could kind of forge us in the fire a little bit before we got into conference play.
Coach, you've kind of led this rebirth of the conference a little bit with three championships since COVID, really. What's the difference in the conference now, and can you remember back to when you were playing two games against the team just to keep the thing alive?
Yeah, I think Chris Grant has done a tremendous job in creating stability. You know, I think there's a ton of pride in the communities and in the programs that are in this league. I think, you know, obviously the Louisiana schools, we've done a great job of bringing SFA back into the fold, a startup in UTRGV. So I think there's a ton of stability in the programs, and I think the pride is continuing to create momentum, you know, and football is seasonal, you know. I mean, there's ups and downs in programs, and obviously there's a ton of attrition and people in leadership roles, and things change, and it's kind of the ebbs and flows, you know, and one of the hardest things in life and in football is sustaining success, and that's what we're trying to do every day.
Do you feel like maybe the national media hasn't really caught on to the fact that the conference is different than it was 2-3 years ago, and that's one of the reasons why you're having a hard time getting 2 teams in? And
I don't know, to be totally honest with you. I mean, I'm so focused on Incarnate Word. You know, I got my head in the sand to a degree, to be totally honest with you. I am where my feet are. I'm focused on helping these guys win in football games. You know, my opinion of this conference is that it's a tough league. You know, we went in the second round and played a Villanova team, which is a good football team from a nationally viewed, I guess, physical, tough conference in the CAA. You know, and we physically got after them, in my opinion. You know, I had a feeling probably through the first half that we could physically get after them, and I didn't feel that way about every game I played in conference. I mean, you got some really physical teams from SFA to Lamar to Southeastern Louisiana. I mean, there is a physical brand of football that's played in the Southland Conference, and I think there's a little bit of a misconception, and it's probably from the era of Cam Ward, Lindsey Scott, Cole Kelly, and that we're just going to score a bunch of points and it's going to be flashy and we're going to throw it down the field. But, I mean, there is a physicality in this league that is definitely underrated.
You know, every time I talk about Incarnate Word, and I just saw Lindsey Scott just a second ago. It was great to see him. The offensive numbers flash.
Yeah.
But your defense is so good, and especially the ability to create lost yardage plays. Yeah. The tackles for loss, the sacks. You were one of the leaders in the country in that last year. You being an offensive guy, obviously you like to put up points, but how important is that other side of the ball and the growth of that making you such a more complete team?
Yeah, I mean, it was huge. It was a huge emphasis when I got this job. Really was putting good people around me. You know, that was a huge emphasis for me, and that was what my predecessors and my mentors and GJ and Eric had kind of said is, hey, put the best people around you that you possibly can, because as much as you want to do it all, you can't. You know, and I got blessed. Again, I relied on the people that I've relied on, and I've built relationships with. Actually, Jordan Shoemaker, who was our offensive line coach from 18 to 22 and is now up in San Marcos, connected me with Coach Gush, and obviously I interviewed a ton of people. And me and Gush kind of hit it off. You know, obviously he's a 40-year coaching vet, so he's been doing this longer than I've been alive. But he's a competitor. He's kind of cut from the same cloth with what I do. I think schematically, he's seen everything that you can possibly see. He's had experience with an offense like us in terms of a tempo spread offense from his time with Art Briles at Baylor. You know, and he can be multiple. You know, there's a ton of line movement that he's able to create. He'll pressure you, and then he can also go man free and put bodies on bodies. And
it's interesting because Eric Morris, you mentioned him, and GJ Kinney, obviously. Eric Morris at North Texas made some waves in his press conference, talking about the fact that, hey, UIW is a program that needs more funding. It needs more support. You know, you're in a massive city. I mean, obviously you're here, you're home. How do you go about trying to create an identity and forge an identity and make waves in a large town? That's something that no one really in the conference has to deal with but you.
Yeah. You know, I'm solution based. You know, I'm gonna do the best I can with what I got. You know, and I think that we've done a tremendous job of that, especially over the last 5 years since 2020 of building a brand. I mean, I don't think how much more of a brand can we have when the number 1 draft pick in the NFL was from Incarnate Word,
yeah,
you know, and we won a conference championship and all those sorts of things. And obviously, you know, we're focused on sustaining success and winning football games and being the best leader that I can. You know, all that other stuff will take care of itself. That's above my pay grade. I'm worried about our building and the guys in it because they're dependent on me to be my best every day. So
every year, Clint, seems like the exact same question for your offense. Right? Who is going to be on it? Who's going to run the show? Who's going to be the receivers? All I know is your roster can turn over as much as it needs to, you find a way to find those players.
Yeah, I mean, attrition in the transfer portal, I get a ton of questions about it and kind of how you deal with it. And I think you just got to go with the flow. You know, you can't swim against the current in terms of the portal, because as much as you want to, it is what it is, and it's not going anywhere. Every program in the country, every coach in the country is dealing with attrition. So, you got to go with the flow of things. And it's a privilege to play football at Incarnate Word and be on a team that's championship driven. And again, we're building something special. So we've done a great job. My staff has done a great job of recruiting with intention, which is obviously what our culture is built on. But I'm anxious to get this kicked off on Wednesday, because we got a ton of competition going.
We had talked about the quarterbacks and how Incarnate Word has become a school for quality quarterbacks. You go back Cameron Ward, and you go back John Copeland. Before that, you've got Cameron Ward, number 1 pick in the draft. You know, Lindsey Scott Jr., we know what he did. He was player of the year. Calzada, it just keeps going down the line. Is it something that you bring someone in that understands the gravity of playing quarterback now at Incarnate Word? Yeah.
I mean, it's become high profile to a degree. I think there are some expectations. Obviously, the lineage speaks for itself, and people want to be a part of that. They want to be a part of that lineage. So we got 3 guys that are studs, that have a ton of talent. Obviously, Richie's been in the program for a couple years. He knows the system. He's a smooth operator. He's a gamer. He brings charisma to the position. We signed E.J. Colson and Dion Baptiste, 2 younger guys that are extremely talented. E.J.'s kind of got some of the moxie and can utilize his feet, which is really exciting. Obviously, getting another hat in the box, and then Dion's got a huge arm. So we got competition all across the board. So I'll here in a couple weeks we'll find out who we are.
Well, Coach, you said your message, leave 2024 in 2024, but we are looking forward to see what you guys can do again this season. Good luck. Thank you so much for stopping by the set.
Thank you guys.
All right, Brooke Kirchhoffer is with a couple student athletes who have made a big difference to this UIW team. Let's hear what they have to say about their expectations for this year.
Thanks, Austin. Joined now by Travion Newsome and linebacker Declan Williams. We have the champs with us here. Not last. You guys were supposed to go last. You got bumped up. I think a little bit has to do with that, winning the conference championship last year. What is the message that you guys want to send now, especially starting the season on the national stage?
Going to be a force to be reckoned with. Definitely going to send a loud message to the rest of the country.
How much are you guys looking forward to that, getting to play on ESPN2 and showing the rest of the country what UIW is about?
Yeah, I think it's a big stage for us. I know a lot of guys are excited about it, as much as well as I am.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And you do have a new quarterback. I know it's been a quarterback competition, but what have you seen from that room?
A lot of guys being leaders. I know it's a few new guys. Richie leading them. I'm sure because I think he is the oldest one. But yeah, I think them guys ready to compete.
You guys do have a ton of new faces, though, coming back this year. A lot of guys in the transfer portal. What is the biggest challenge in the offseason with a lot of new faces, bringing that chemistry up to speed?
I feel like the biggest challenge is just getting everybody acclimated. But for us, it's like a family over there. So it's really it takes no time for the new guys to come in. Mike Please, Tyler Morton, just 2 guys that I think are going to be make a big impact on our defense.
Love to hear that. You were talking about the family, too, and off camera, we were talking about your head coach. He's a San Antonio guy. How much does that play into helping build the chemistry? Somebody who wore the uniform, grew up here, and is in his first year coaching here.
Mm-hmm. I think it plays a really big role. I mean, for him to play at UIW and then go straight into coaching at UIW, I think it makes it's a big role in how he is with all of his players, all of my teammates.
And Travion, how did that play into recruiting for you as well, wanting to come here?
I think it played a big part in recruiting. Just on my visit, you could feel the natural thing from him because he's from here. I got to work on that. Come on.
That's all right. A little camera shy, but when you guys are looking to repeat as champs, when you look back on the success you had last year, what's maybe 1 or 2 things that you draw on that you want to bring into this season, whether it be in what you practice, how you practice, just the message and the mindset of a winning season?
I think coming into this year, I think the biggest message that we need to send to the rest of the team is we're going to have a bounty on our head and a target on our backs. Okay. I mean, we're everybody's Super Bowl. Yeah. We're ready to go.
Awesome. Big expectations here from the UIW Cardinals. Thank you guys so much for joining us.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Awesome. Austin, we'll send it back to you.
Hey, you just heard them say they have a target on their backs. They won the Southland Conference Championship last season. No surprise, they are picked to win it all again this year. But there's also some really good competition when it comes into this year. What are the biggest obstacles when it comes to trying to repeat as a champion?
It's hard to put so many players together, new players together every single year. Clint Killough has been masterful at it. Can he do it another year? That's the question. Pete, you got to give him the benefit of the doubt. That's why they are now top of the Southland Conference in the poll. You look at the schedule, they've got Nicholls starting. That's a big-time game there on ESPN2. Eastern Washington coming here to San Antonio. They get the game with UTSA. You know, a few years ago, there was talk that they could have won that game. It's a schedule with Abilene Christian coming in. And then you talk about conference. SFA comes to San Antonio. Lamar comes to San Antonio. It plays up for them to repeat and have another good year if they can find a way if Killough can find a way to make all kinds of new players fit again.
Yeah, and chemistry is always the key when you have so many new parts going in. Can he bring them all together to buy into his system? And he's been able to do that. The hardest, it's very hard to build a program, but it's equally hard to keep a program going once you've built it and to take over a program that's winning and keep it going. So, because complacency does set in to a program, that's the key is can you keep the chemistry going?
Well, they were undefeated at home last year. We'll see if they can do that again this year. But that Week 0 game is a big way to start the year. We'll see how they do this year, but high expectations for UIW. Let's check back into the press conference and see who's at the mic next.
Definitely excited to be here, excited to be back. Another first-class event put on by the Southland. Get a chance to get around these coaches. Got some top-notch coaches here in the conference. But, excited to be actually talking about playing the season and, see how we stack up in this conference.
We will open questions for student athletes. If you'd like to ask a question, please raise your hand, and a mic person will come around and bring you the mic to ask the question. First, I'll start, though, with Tony. Talk about the orange shoes.
I had to go all black, get a little hint of orange to represent UTRGV.
Marcus, what about you? Talk about your fit.
With the all black special, man. Shout out to my mom. We wanted to show that we're here for business. I like John Wick. I'm a big movie guy, so when people see John Wick, he's using it for business. So, that's just enough said right there.
I love it. Let's start. It's as simple as can be, but 2025, it all kicks off. What's the excitement level? Let's start with Marcus first and Tony. Where's the excitement level to kick this thing off?
Man, when I tell you, man, just me personally, I'm ready to go, man. I think the Valley's ready to go. The guys in the locker room ready to go. It's at an all-time high. I think we're just trying to focus ourselves in on July 30th. Man, we've been going against each other for the past year or so. So, that's what we really just focus on is July 30th.
Yeah, kind of what he said. All the players are ready to go. I know the fans are ready to go. We got season tickets sold out. It's going to be exciting for sure.
Talk about how it is competing with each other, to make each other better when you don't have competition coming up until this season. So how is it that you all push yourself and get yourself ready to kick things off? Let's this time start with Tony.
It's definitely competitive. We know at the end of the day we're teammates, but on the field it's we're getting each other better. Even in the room, the wide receiver room, there's no set roster, set starters, but so that makes you go every day and go work. You got to go get your position.
Yes, sir. And obviously being next to Coach Bush, reminds me of being a pro. That's something we've been focused on and competing against each other. There's tempos to practice and understanding the tempo and understanding that we're going to go get each other better. We're going to do it the right way. I'll tell y'all personally, man, it's tough going against number 14 right here, Tony Diaz, man. He's a stud. He's going to bring it every day. And then our receiver room, of course, is just Coach Gunn is going to, they're going to bring it every day. So us as DBs, we know we got to bring our A game every day, mentally, emotionally, and physically. And it's been good going against these guys.
Marcus, what's it been like for you, though, specifically? You have played some college football. You played two years at Davidson. So what have you kind of brought to the table with some of the new folks, some of the freshmen, about, kind of what's coming here when things do kick off?
It's been a level of maturity, trying to be that, they call me Unc. I'm the old head in the room. we got some older guys in there, so I kind of lost that title. But, just being, the steady piece, trying to be consistent every day, being just mature, kind of setting the example with just on and off the field, whether that's in the classroom or taking care of my body or, just getting in the training room. And it's been a lot. It's taught me a lot of patience. I think coming from my last school, it helped just seeing that how that program was. So just being able to be that piece every day has been very important.
All right, I'm going to get both of you to talk about the Valley and this community. There's a lot of excitement in the Valley, and I know both of you are feeling it. What has that felt like to you all to know that this community is behind you and is really excited to see you play? Let's start with Tony this time.
It definitely made me feel like home quick. As soon as I got down there, there's fans swarming you. Asking for autographs and everything. It's a great place too down there. The people are great over there. They think you made it already over there, but we haven't really done that yet.
Kind of like just bouncing off what he said, man. It felt like home. I'm a big family guy myself. The people that I do value my family time. So being in the Valley is very much a family atmosphere. They embraced us. Obviously, they've invested a lot of time and money into us. So we know that the love is there and the support is there. The Valley, I don't think you mentioned it, but the food in the Valley, man. The food in the Valley, man, you gotta track your calories, man. You gotta check your calories, man. You gotta make sure you're hitting the weight, and for the big guys, you're not going overweight. So the food there is fantastic, man.
We'll get both of you out on this. You are both Texas natives as well, played high school ball here. What's it like to just be at the THSCA Coaches Convention, maybe seeing some old coaches, old folks around? What's that been like for you guys to connect there? Let's start with you, Marcus.
It's been great. I went to, Rudder High School, so I got my coach, Coach P in the stands, got Coach OB in the stands, man. Just seeing my coaches, man, it just brings me back, man. A lot of the things that a lot of the reason who I am today is because of, these two individuals here and also my coaches back at Rudder. It's really just surreal to seeing, just kind of think back of where you started at, man, those 5 a.m.s, hitting it hard, whether, put some heavy stuff on your back, or, just running in track, after. So, yeah.
That's where it all started. I got Coach Bolden out here. He's my coach. It means something for them to be here watching. It started with them for sure. I thank them.
My question is for you, Tony. Coach you in high school, seeing you develop and grow from there to now. What would you say the biggest difference is from high school football to college football right now?
That's a great question. Okay. I'll definitely say the competition is different. In high school, I was just over there running past people like my eyes closed. But it's definitely competitive. But you got love the grind at the end of the day. It gets you better. Football's just a great game.
Tony, I wanted to ask you about your quarterback, Eddie Lee Marburger. How has his college experience kind of helped you guys get up to speed in the offense, and how valuable has he been to your group?
Yeah, he's a great quarterback. Very mature. He's been there, did that. So it definitely brings something like a +1. His balls are. The way he throws the ball is great. He got good vision. He can tell coverages. It's good. He's a great QB for sure.
That was a great catch there. You see what I did there? That is all on the student athletes. Thank you for your time, and we will turn it over to Coach Bush now. And I'll lead off with this, Coach. We were here a year ago, and now we're here a month out before kickoff. Just describe your excitement level.
Yeah, I mean, it's, now we're on the clock for real, and excited about these two young men here to brag on them for a little bit. Reason, we don't have returning starters or preseason all-conference guys like the rest of the teams do. But these two young men, they've been a part of our program since day one. They checked in last August, have gone through the practice season, not only established themselves as a top offensive guy and top defensive player, but really what they do across the board, in the classroom, in the community. They really exemplify the entire culture we're trying to build on a daily basis. So proud of them and what they've done, and excited to be sitting up here alongside them today.
Came on board in December of 2022. Obviously had recruiting classes in 23 and 24. Just talk about that process now to get to this point where you're getting ready to kick off. What's that process been like on your side of the house?
How much time you got?
Hey, we're here.
It's been it's kind of getting surreal. You start talking about meeting with our athletic director Chase Conk last night, just talking back to day one when it was a blank sheet of paper and there was a field over there. We envisioned our facilities going up and what kind of staff we were going to hire, what kind of roster we were going to be able to build, and to now see all that come to fruition here over the past 2 years. The support of the Valley has been phenomenal, and the resources and everybody that's been involved from the founder standpoint. But to kind of watch it grow from the first staff, the first roster, the facilities, and now stadium's about done. We're about to move in our Vaqueros Athletic Performance Center there, and then to have this final roster set and report to training camp in 9 days, and we'll again, we got a lot of work to do still. 40 days left before game one. There's still tons of work to do on our end across the board, we're just focused on one day at a time.
You were the offensive coordinator, quarterback coach for that inaugural UTSA team. Is there anything you take from that, with it being an inaugural team, that has come into place with UTRGV now as a head coach?
Yeah, there were a lot of things that we brought. It's such a different college football, such a different time now, different landscape. We opened UTSA. First of all, being an assistant, there's a lot less decisions you have to make. So that's probably been the biggest difference is from day one of all the decisions being involved in the program. We opened that program kind of like opening a high school. We kicked off that first game with mainly true freshmen and redshirt freshmen. So the transfer portal has given us the ability to kind of balance out our roster, and that was kind of goal number one from the entire process. Was when we kick off on August 30th, we wanted our roster to look like everybody else in the conference and the nation. And we, hats off to our coaching staff. They've done a phenomenal job recruiting. It's been a long process. It's been every day since they stepped on campus. We just got our roster set on July 1st, so we've been recruiting every day over the past 2 years. But to really balance out the juniors, the seniors, those classes, are really excited about the pieces we got. And again, that's going to give us a different opportunity than we had at UTSA that year.
Talk a little bit. We talked to Marcus some about him having college football game experience. How vital is that to your program, both from a leadership standpoint and just an experience standpoint, both with Marcus and any other kind of newcomers or people who have transferred in?
It's been good, and to bring those guys in that have played games, it's been fun to watch this team gel. And there's a genuine respect on both sides, and the guys that have come in from the outside respecting the guys that have been here since day one, and the guys that have been here really respecting the guys coming in, the older guys, and what they've done and the places they've been. So that's the key now, is to continue to get them to gel. But definitely still a lot of battles to be won. I'm excited. I'm curious about training camp. Again, we don't have returning starters. We don't have a depth chart set, so a lot of those battles are still there to be made. So it's going to make for a competitive training camp. You look at things like opening kickoff. We have guys running down kickoff that have never covered kickoff before. So there's so many things as we put camp together. We've got to try to simulate as many game situations as possible, not only for them but as a staff. This is the first time our staff's been together. Who's in the box? We got guys coaching college football for the first time. So as much as I haven't called a play in almost 3 years. So it's going to be an interesting camp, and as many situations as we can get both players and coaches in is going to be beneficial.
Talk a little about competition, because you've had a lot of competition for a few years leading to this point, and probably in a sense how your players have bought into competing with each other before actually competing against somebody else. So what has that process been like? And I'm sure there's an excitement among everybody to now compete against somebody else.
Well, and that's the heart of everything we build is that competitiveness and not necessarily, as an event, but a mindset. And we want these guys competing in everything they do, not only on the field, but in the weight room, in the classroom, in the community. So it's a mindset they bought into. And really through this process, that's been the focus, is just focus on one day at a time. We talk about winning today, and that's all we've been able to win for the past 2 years is each day. But really just taking one day at a time, but building that mindset to compete. But there's going to be, again, going against each other. We've made it competitive. It has to be competitive. And guys are out there still battling for jobs here over the next 30 days.
August 30th, 7 p.m., Sul-Ross State coming up, and as we've said this entire time, a lot of excitement around that. Talk about the Valley, just the community. We asked the players about it, and we want to ask you the same, of just how they have been behind your program and are just kind of itching, I think, for that kickoff date.
Yeah, I think I don't know. We might have taken over the number one spot over the Cowboys down there over the past few years. So it's been fun to watch, and people keep talking about this first game, and I think I'm more excited. The thing I might be the most excited about is just seeing that stadium packed and seeing all the work. Our athletic department, the people don't know the work they've done to put together, college football from that side of it, but from every ticket, every parking spot, every tailgate spot. But really to see the Valley come together, it's going to be an exciting, and everything's sold out. It's been sold out all year. We've got suites that have been sold out for the next 4 years. I mean, it's a passion, it's an obsession, and it's been fun to watch. But that's going to be exciting to see. For everything to just come together and walk out that tunnel and see that place packed in orange and, 12,000 orange flags waving in the air, and to see these guys in full uniform, it's going to be a special moment.
Any questions from media?
Coach, just wanted to ask about Eddie Marburger at quarterback. What has he sort of brought to your team, and how has he stood out so far?
We're excited about Eddie, and that was, he joined us at midterm and really had a great spring and really picked up the offense so fast. But, what the biggest thing he brings, one, is game experience. He's the only one with college game experience in that quarterback room. I like our quarterback room, but really that maturity, the leadership, he's come in and has added that dynamic for us. Now, I love Axel Chavez, Aiden Jacobson. Really feel comfortable with any of those three being in the ball game right now and starting for us. But Eddie has definitely, started against Tennessee last year, so he's played at a different level. It shows some of the plays he's made this spring and been able to create some explosive plays for us. So excited about him, and hopefully excited to be able to get those other two in ball games early in the season as well.
Coach Bush, Marcus, Tony, we appreciate your time, and we are really looking forward to seeing you guys kick it off here next month. Ladies and gentlemen, the UTRGV Vaqueros.
Thank you. These up.
Thank you for having us.
Our final press conference will be at 2 p.m. with the University of the Incarnate Word.
Well, we saved the best for last now with HCU head coach Jason Bechtel. Coach, thanks so much for joining us. You are a Texas native, so you've coached at the high school level and the college level. We're here in conjunction today with the THSCA, a really fun event. I have to think that it's been fun for you to get to cross paths with so many coaches that maybe you've seen once or twice back in the day or currently.
Yeah, this is I love the fact that we have our media days right here at THSCA because, again, as a former high school football coach and an active member of the THSCA, I get to make my rounds, see us, promote our program, promote our league, and so I love the fact that it's right here in San Antonio. I think it's moving to Houston next year, so I'm excited to see if we move this event to Houston. 0 week could affect some of that stuff next year, so we'll see. But, yeah, it's great.
Well, on the field, it's a whole different era for you. You decided you've been offensive coordinator and head coach. You decided to take that step back. I'm curious, one, how that kind of what came about that. What was that decision like? And number two, how lucky are you? You brought in a guy in Mike Nesbitt, who is a head coach at Ottawa, very successful NAIA, and really just an offensive mind with ties in Texas.
Yeah, I think going back to your first question is the why is I just didn't think I was a good manager of a program. I didn't think that I was a great head coach and an offense coordinator, and something had to give. You can't pay two masters, and both were affected. And so I wanted to be more involved with our defensive players. Our defensive staff is great. I'm not going in to their room or even to the offensive room anymore and trying to make changes. I want to be around players. I'm a relational guy. I love the relationship part of it. I believe that that's how you build a program. I want to make these guys feel like they're 10 foot tall and bulletproof and run through a wall, and X's and O's don't matter. And so that's the why. The who is a big piece because I wouldn't just turn it over to anyone. Mike and I had a relationship going back to the early 2000s when I played at Howard Payne under Vance Gibson and Mike was on the staff. And then when I was a student coach and coached with those guys and Mike and I were involved daily in game planning processes as he was the offensive line coach and I was the running back coach. And so those two positions interacted a lot, and we learned from each other, and I learned a lot from him. And what my philosophy is goes back to those early days, being with Vance Gibson, and Mike was part of that staff. Stephen Lee, who's the offense coordinator at Mary Hardin Baylor, and there's some really great coaches that came out of that group, and so that's the who and why. And obviously, Mike was getting to a point in OUAZ where just talking to him, he was looking for a change. And this was the perfect opportunity for him to get out of the time that he did and come in and try to marry up two offenses. And really, he's done a phenomenal job this spring. Our kids have bought into everything that he's saying, and they love him. He's a relational guy as well. And so I'm excited to see what those guys do as well.
24 kids from the FBS transfer portal. It's an awful lot of kids from FBS. How'd you get them there? What was kind of your sales pitch to them, and how have they kind of acclimated themselves to HCU?
Well, 24 from the FCS, 47 overall transfers. Just we've gone really active over into the JUCO world. I don't like talking about facilities, but the reality is the JUCO kids love our facilities, and so that's a big thing. If you look at those guys that are coming to us, a large majority of them are Houston kids who want to return home and play their last year or two in front of a family. And so that's a big selling point. Or they're guys who have left the state of Texas and they want to come back to the state of Texas. And so those are our two selling points. We have an opportunity for them to play. We also have an opportunity for them to be seen. Jalix Hunt has done wonders in that. When you can get every NFL football team and half of the Canadian football team to your practices because you're in Houston, Texas, they just want the opportunity. And now they have the choice to be seen and to show out in front of NFL talent every single day in our conference. But you have an NFL football team in our city. That's a big deal.
You are, and we talked to Coach Killo about this as well, you're the only two schools that are in massive cities. Everyone else, Stephen F. Austin is Nacogdoches, Northwestern State is Natchitoches, Hammond and South. They're all kind of small towns. What's the challenge unique to being in the fourth largest city in the country and having to try to differentiate yourself between not only a professional franchise but also tons of different colleges? How do you go about trying to get your name and your brand out there when it is such a massive place that you're in?
Man, I think that's a great question, and I think we have to sell what our university is. Our university is a Christian university who believes in Jesus, and we're going to sell Jesus. And we're not going to back down from that. But more importantly, we sell this in our city right now is over the last 2 years, we're the college program who has the most amount of wins over the last 2 seasons. And so that's a big deal in Houston. Now, obviously, we got guys, Willie Fritz and some of those guys have something to say about that. But the reality is that's who we are right now. And but being the fourth largest city in the United States and the fifth most diverse, people want an opportunity to be seen. We had that, and that's really what it all comes down to.
By the way, sneaky great food town, Houston as well. Unbelievable.
I've started losing some weight, but yes, I've had to lay off some of those spots.
No.
You know?
You mentioned also the facilities, and look, we've all had our fun with CVS being across the street. And,
hey, I never miss a prescription.
Yeah, I mean, it's always there. You're always. Matter of fact, I had a baseball broadcast. I didn't have tape. My color analyst ran to CVS and got me some tape for the broadcast. But, you know, the basketball teams talked about maybe moving some facilities and out of Sharp Gym and getting something new started. What is your laundry list, or what is your wish list of things that you would like to see improved facilities-wise and sort of with the support?
Well, I think the biggest thing is before we can ever get to the facilities, we've got to do our part on the field. And people love winners, and we've got to do our part first. And until we get to that point, we don't talk about facilities. We need to build our product first, and then all that's going to change. And, you know, we know that. That's nothing new. Everybody in the conference knows that. When we sit in head coaches' meetings, we talk about it all the time. I don't have a response other than it's my job to put a better product on the field.
Well, it also helps when you have someone who can bring on a national stage the spotlight to Houston Christian. You mentioned Jalix Hunt. Part of the Philadelphia Eagles Super Bowl team, made the cover of ESPN.com with his celebration after he sacked Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl. Those things, that kind of attention not only plays with college football players, but that plays with people around too.
Yeah, you know, we talk about two of the largest hits on our school website all came because of Jalix Hunt. The number one hit on our website was the night that he was drafted in the third round, 94th pick overall. One of the next larger hits on our website was after he sacked Patrick Mahomes and he does the bow and arrow. You know, so those are all great things. He's a huge advocate for us and our program and what we try to stand for. Any chance he gets to be back on our campus, he's there. You pick up the phone and just say, hey, Jalix, you know, can you mention this or this? And he's going to do it. Like, man, it's huge to have somebody like Jalix, who had a great experience at HCU, who loves our university and loves what we stand for and continues to promote us on a national level, bigger than what we can do right now.
You talk about getting kids back to Houston. How much does that help you get seen by the community, because those are local kids and they're bringing a fan base themselves, and how important is it to kind of cultivate that?
Yeah, you know, we still fight a few of the battles of what's Houston Christian, aren't y'all the high school? And then as we bring in local Houston kids, they put two and two together of, hey, you were Houston Baptist, now you're Houston Christian. And so it helps us build the brand of trying to get HCU out into Houston, where there's still some people in Houston that don't know who HCU is. And that's a big deal. I mean, it's a major deal in the surrounding area outside of Sharpstown.
Hey, Coach, before we let you go, I think we got to give a shout out to your family. They're here supporting you today, but your daughter in particular, she gets married, and this is where she decides to come for her honeymoon to support you.
You know, she just got married on Friday, and yes.
Congrats.
Yeah, congrats. Her husband, Bryson, is walking on to the Houston Christian basketball team for Coach Doty, and, you know, they decided to come out and go to THSCA. He's got a student membership, so he's doing that. But, you know, I was laughing with my wife yesterday. They text us at about 4:45, y'all want to join us for dinner, which was code for, hey, do y'all want to pay for our dinner on our honeymoon? So, you know, they're 2 for 2 on that. We've been here since Saturday night, and we bought dinner for them both nights. So, yeah, but a great time for them, exciting time for them.
That's working smarter, not harder there.
Get them for a third night. I mean, that's a sports sickness that I can appreciate when you come to the coaching convention for your honeymoon. I'm all over it.
Yeah, and just because she's married doesn't mean she's cut off completely. She's going to get that free meal when she can.
Mom will make sure of that.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, Mom's going to make sure that she's taken care of like she does all of our kids. Typical coaches' kids, though, they're always around, always supportive. And, you know, we can't talk about family if you don't live it. And so it's huge that they're here, and it's huge that they're around our guys every single day.
A great support system you have, Coach. Good luck this season. All right, let's check in with Brooke one last time. She has a couple student athletes for HCU.
Yeah, we'll look to finish it out strong here with the Houston Christian football players, joined now by running back Champ Dozier as well as safety Darius Bean. I want to start with you, Champ, because the offense is going to look a little bit different at Houston Christian. You guys have a brand new offensive coordinator in Mike Nesbitt. For you, what have you seen from him and what he wants to implement with this new offense?
As far as like the running scheme and some of our passing scheme too as well, it's just looking to open it up and get more guys open and more guys involved, more, just I can't tell you too much, but I feel like, let's see. It's going to be exciting. It's an exciting offense for sure.
Somebody who has seen it and has had to play against it is on the other side, Darius Bean as the safety. What have you seen, and did anything catch you by surprise?
I tell you one thing, they get the playmakers the ball. So I mean, y'all are gonna know who our playmakers are week in and week out, but you're still gonna have to stop them. We got guys like Champ, you know what I'm saying? He's gonna have the ball in his hands, and Coach Nesbitt does a good job like getting guys in the open space and getting them the ability to make plays, and they make those plays happen. So it's fun to see.
We're still figuring out who is going to be the quarterback under center. You guys have a ton of quarterbacks on the roster. It's been a three-legged race. What have you seen from the quarterback room, and what gets you excited about that group?
It's just pure competition. All of the guys in the race, they want to win. They're leaders, and I feel like they're good people as well, good people to lead our team off the field.
One of the things I love about Media Day is you get these little one-sheeters that give you information about the teams. And so I'm just going to ask you, Champ, because I know you're going to get excited about this. It says offensively, your team is aiming to return to a rushing attack that can lead the SLC in yards per game. How excited are you to get the rock and to put that into play?
I'm extremely excited. It starts with our O-line, though. I think our O-line is going to do a great job helping us get those gaps open and make it easier for me and DJ, Darrell Evans, in the backfield to make something happen.
Can't wait to see it. And Darius, on the flip side, you've really come into a leadership role, especially last year. I know you want to carry that into this year. Ton of new faces on the defensive side of the ball. What can we expect from that group?
We brought in a lot of guys from like JUCO level, a lot of guys that have won championships at that level, guys that have just won championships all around the country. You know what I'm saying? Like, we transferred in 47 new guys, so it's a lot of new guys on the team, a lot of new guys on the defense. But something that I've been able to see is all the guys that have come in have just bought in. They've come in ready to play. They've come in without feeling like they're entitled to anything, and they just want to work. And so I'm super excited. We got a hard-nosed defense, somebody that's going to come down and hit you every single play. So I'm super excited to see what we got coming this year.
All right, before we let you guys get out of San Antonio, we've seen cowboy hats, cowboy boots, the whole nine. You grew up on a ranch. Said you got a little rodeo background. What can you tell us about that? And I'm disappointed. Your family or your coach said you couldn't wear the hat and the cowboy boots.
No, yeah, I grew up in a small town, so I have a lot of friends that rodeo and stuff. So I grew up around the rodeo scene. My family, we own some acreage, we own some cows and stuff like that. So my stepdad's helped me out there in cow pens, working cows, worming cattle, just doing all kinds of different things. And it's really helped me with football. Just having to be tough. Teaching you life skills, teaching you how to think fast on your feet and stuff like that. So it's been good. I was disappointed. Coach told me no cowboy hat, no boots, and no jeans. So this isn't my usual attire, but this will work for today. But I'm super excited, and my family's done a great job in just turning me into a man through our ranch and everything like that. So
I love to hear that, and especially when you're chasing around a guy like this on the football field. Yeah, it helps a little bit. Before we let you guys get out of here, what does Houston Christian going to show us this football season?
We're going to show y'all that we're a new team, and we're here to win. That's it. We're here to win and compete. I say compete for sure.
Well, thank you guys so much. High expectations here for the Huskies. Thanks for being here.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, Austin, one last time. Back to you.
Hey, you heard it right there. They're here to win. No coincidence that those two student athletes are from Texas. We heard Coach Bechtel talk about how there is so much talent here in the state of Texas. He doesn't have to go far to recruit.
Well, he apparently has to go to Woodville, Texas, which I had never heard of. Now, that's no surprise. Small towns in Texas, there are thousands and thousands of them. By the way, right north of Kuntz, which is just north of Beaumont. No idea where it was. You're the Texas guy. Have you been to Woodville before?
I've not been there, but I have heard of it, and I know where it is in general. Yes.
Okay. Well, that's good. Look, HCU is one of those teams that was perennially underachieving all the time. They underachieve all the time. This is a team that I think takes that next step. They go from 5-7, 3-4 to the league. I think they get winning record this year. Not going to win the league, but definitely will make a step.
I think they're going to be a lot better with Mike Nesbitt
Nesbitt as offensive coordinator this year. It's going to be a good year.
I want to see them be consistent, though. They had a lot of good moments last year, but a lot of bad moments. They need to be consistent so they can win week after week.
HCU looking to take that step, be more consistent. Another team looking to be consistent and stay at the top, UIW. They are taking the stage now for our last press conference of the day, presented by Big Game USA.
I know it took a ton of hard work and effort, so thank everybody at the Southland Conference. Extremely anxious to get this thing kicked off. Obviously, we got a week 0, a tough conference opponent. We report for camp on Wednesday, start practice on Thursday, and our guys have done a great job of leaving 2024 and 2024. You know, at the start of the new year, those guys looked in the mirror and really figured out what they needed to do to better themselves and better this football team, and they've worked diligently to get an opportunity to compete for another championship.
We will now open questioning to the student athletes. If you have a question, please raise your hand, and we will have somebody with a mic come by. We'll open with this. Travion and Declan, you are both preseason All-Americans, named as of a few weeks ago. Just what does that honor mean to you? We know it's a preseason award, of course, but what does it mean to be honored with that sort of status before the season? Travion, let's start with you, and then we'll go to Declan.
Well, I can say that feels good. It's just an embodiment of the hard work we put in from last year.
It's an honor to be awarded with the preseason All-American, but to me it doesn't really mean anything. It's just a prediction. We got to go out there and prove it now.
Absolutely. And talk a little bit, Declan, on kind of the defensive side. It feels like your defense last season took some great strides. I think UIW's always been known offensive fireworks, right? But you guys had a pretty nasty defense as well. And so what have you seen, what have you carried over from last year going into this year to keep that defense at a high level?
Yes, sir. We carried over a very hard work ethic, you know, crossing our T's, dotting our I's. That's what we live by, leaving our baggage at the door and just coming to work every day, ready to work as a team, be the best defense in the country.
Travion, you are one of the top offensive linemen coming back in the Southland Conference. Gave up the least amount of sacks. You helped lead UIW to a pretty potent rushing attack, as well as on the passing side as well. So talk about what you've seen from your offensive side kind of in the offseason and going back or going into the new season.
What I've seen in the offseason that, you know, a lot of guys is going to work, especially a lot of people on the offensive side of the ball.
So coming up this year, you guys get to open the season at Nicholls, obviously a tough opponent, but opening up conference play early. But it's a week 0 game, and you get to start the season on ESPN2, the first college football game in America. What does that mean to this program? What does that mean to you all to kind of open up the college season and be on a national linear network? Let's start with you, Declan.
We got first dibs to play the beautiful game of football. That's how I look at it. I'm really excited for the matchup. It's a great conference matchup, and wouldn't want to start it any other way with any other opponent.
Travion, I'll ask you the same question.
I'm just ready to go to work, spot the ball.
I love it. Short and to the point. And then, of course, the other thing with UIW, still a young football program, but obviously now have won 3 conference titles in the last 4 years, have really become the standard of the Southland. But you also know that puts a target on your back. So how do you go forward with that mindset, knowing that you're potentially going to get everybody's A game? Let's start with you, Travion.
I think pressure builds diamonds. So it's really no pressure. I feel like we've been there before, so we know what it takes.
Declan?
Yes, sir, what Travion said. We know what it takes. We come to work every single day, ready to work, put in the hard work all summer leading up to the season. We got a great coaching staff and a great game plan for each week, ready to go.
How was it last year being able to get as high as number 6 in the nation, go undefeated in conference play, something that had not been done in a few years? So what did that feel like to go perfect in conference play, Declan?
It felt really good, but that's just a product of our hard work ethic. We knew what we wanted to do and knew how to do it with a great game plan each week, ready to carry over into this season.
Travion?
It felt really good getting the conference championship, but, you know, we wanted the big one. We needed the big trophy.
I hear that. Thank you to the student athletes. Actually, we got one question here.
Travion, just what does it mean to you to be picked to win the league? How important is it for you guys to get that respect that you're picked number 1 in the Southland this year?
You want to repeat yourself?
Yeah, what does it mean to you to be picked to win the league? How important is it to have that respect from the rest of the conference?
I think it feels good to be picked number 1 because, as you can see, I feel that we're number 1, and it shows that we're number 1.
And Declan, you guys have had a lot of transfers out, but I had a lot of new guys coming in too. How are you feeling about the way the roster looks overall as you get ready for the start of the year?
I think we added a lot of great pieces, a lot of great guys that are going to help us win a lot of football games on defense and offense. Chaden, slot receiver, he's going to be a dog. Mike Please, going to be a dog. Tyler Morton, going to be a dog. Ready to go.
Thank you to the student athletes. We'll turn it over now to Coach Killow. Coach, obviously you're an alum of UIW, you played at UIW, and now you've coached this team, 20-5 record, 2024 conference champions, got to a number 6 ranking this year, and yet I feel, and I think I know, you're still not satisfied, though. There's still more that you want to do. So talk about continuing to push this program to new heights.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's a daily challenge as a competitor. You know, that's one of the best aspects of this profession. Obviously, I think I got the best job in the world, just being able to mentor young men and you know, foster their ability to chase their dreams. You know, but from a competitive aspect, that's kind of the fabric that I'm cut from. You know, so I'm just from a competitive standpoint, being able to find competitive edges from last year and things that we didn't do well. I mean, you know, towards the back half of the year, I didn't think we played very good football, to be totally honest with you, in all 3 phases. I felt like we left a lot out there, and the Southland Conference is tremendous. I mean, there's a lot of really, really good opponents in this league, and that don't get enough credit from a physicality standpoint, from a style of play, from just a talent standpoint. You know, so it's not hard for myself and my staff and my players to find ways to get better and to have that chip on the shoulder and that competitive edge, because, you know, I can close my eyes and remember that feeling in Brookings, South Dakota, when we left that field, and to be totally honest with you, they dominated us in a football game. So there's absolutely no satisfaction from what happened last year. You know, that ball is shaped funny and it bounces a number of different ways, and we were fortunate for it to go our way. You know, and I'm a big believer in the harder you work and the more diligent you are, sometimes that ball will bounce your way. So we've done a really good job of putting our nose down and working our tails off this coming year and giving ourselves the opportunity to compete for a championship, and that's our intention.
Clint, as we were talking about earlier, the season, obviously big deal with Cam Ward, a guy who played at UIW before Miami and the NFL. How do you kind of use him to be able to help market and recruit UIW? Because, yes, everybody knows about him playing at Miami, but he got to start with you at UIW.
Yeah, it kind of sells itself. You know, we had our summer camp recruiting circuit this past summer, and one of the questions I asked is, hey, raise your hand if you know who the #1 pick in the NFL draft was this past year, and all of them know who Cam Ward is. So it kind of works itself, to be totally honest with you. And it's just a testament in general, and it's not just UIW. You know, I mean, all these kids, they just need an opportunity. They need one staff to believe in them and give them a chance to chase their dreams and become what they can become, what their parents raised them to be. And obviously, he is a testament to that at the highest level. And we're fortunate that he played for us.
Coach Killow, talk about the 2 guys with you today, Travion, Declan, how important they are to this team, how vital they are to this team as leaders, both on both sides of the ball, but also overall to the team, and what they mean to this program.
Yeah, I mean, they're walking examples of our culture. They live their daily lives with intention. They work with intention. They lead with intention. They were both transfers from the FCS level in the spring of 2024. And they came at a time when the chip on our shoulder was probably as big as it's ever been. You know, not that it's not big right now, because it definitely is. But they came at a time when we had a lot of purpose, you know, and we were driven, and we were coming off of a season of humility. And they've been through the ups and the downs since then. And again, they live their daily lives with intention, and they're the guys that you want to walk out with.
You had 6 UIW players named to the Stats Reform preseason All-American team. That was actually the most in the nation. And so some great honors for some of your players and some great returners and newcomers actually coming along on this team. But do want to touch on Jalen Walt-Hall. Obviously, he comes off a phenomenal season in your receiving corps and comes back as one of the leaders on the team and one of the leading receivers in the nation. And talk about what you've seen from him, especially as a former wide receiver yourself, and how his game has continued to elevate.
Yeah, we take pride, obviously, in every position on our football team, and we've had a ton of success at the quarterback and the receiver position, and we've had some really good wideouts before Jalen, and that was part of the recruiting pitch to bring him to San Antonio from Hawaii, and he's done a tremendous job since he got into the building, both on and off the field. You know, he's as good as it gets as a human being. He trusts the process. He understands that there's another side of college football at the FBS level where, you know, you're not at the front of the line, and some of those opportunities are scarce, and people believing in you is kind of short-termed. So he's he loves us and we love him back, and that's still a thing in college football. Relationships is still important, and I think he's done a tremendous job this offseason. He's picked his weight up. I think he's roughly 190 pounds, 195 pounds in that area, and he looks good. I'm ready.
Coach, thoughts on the expansion of more teams in the conference and maybe a rivalry brewing with UTRGV a little bit down south?
Yeah, no, it's awesome. I mean, I think there's tremendous stability in the Southland Conference, to be totally honest with you. Bringing SFA back, having UTRGV as a startup. Obviously, I was a little bit a part of it at Incarnate Word with how young we were. I was kind of on the back end of it, but we were still an upstart comparative to the McNeeses and the Southeastern and those programs that have a bunch of history to them. But, and I listened to some of the interviews earlier, and there was a ton of questions about, who do we think your rival is and all those things. And I think we were everybody's rival, which is great. Again, you mentioned we're going to get everybody's best shot, and that's how it should be. We're fully aware of that. We know the quality of opponents that we have, and we know that in competition, anybody can lose and win a football game. That's just how it is. That's how the ball is shaped. So from a rivalry standpoint or a competitive standpoint, we're worried about ourselves. We're not looking into the 6 preseason All-Americans. Obviously, that's something that, if you read it too much, it's going to set you up for some failure, So we're worried about ourselves. We're where our feet are, and we're going to work every day diligently.
Coach, Travion Newsom recently was named to a Community Service Award, and he said that's what it's all about. He was more excited to win or be mentioned for that award than a first team preseason for college football. Just what does that say about his character?
Yeah, I mean, the people that we have in the building, the people at Incarnate Word are special. We don't have all the shiny things, the big bright things, and from a facility standpoint and all these other things. But our people, I'd put them up against anybody. And Travion's is a walking example of that. I don't know how many times he's spent out there and taken it to the streets and helping the less fortunate in the inner city of San Antonio. And to be honest with you, it's where he came from. He knows what that struggle is. And he understands that he has a platform to help those guys, to help the next Travion Newsom that wants to sit up on this stage. And so he's a tremendous example. I'm proud to coach him. I'm proud that he represents me, and I wouldn't want to go to battle with anybody else.
Travion, do you want to touch a little bit on what that means to you and what it means to give back to the community, especially to San Antonio?
I think giving back to the community is way bigger than football. Because, I come from rough backgrounds. I know how I feel to be less fortunate, So giving back to the homeless, it really keeps me grounded. Yeah, it really is. That's a touching topic, so I really can't really get into it for real.
Thank you for sharing. Coach, coming back to you, one thing we talked a lot about, especially as the conference has grown and improved, is looking at multi-bid, at-large bids, and something that Southland's trying to get back to a multi-bid. In your eyes, what are some of the keys for your program, for other Southland programs, to get back to being a 2, 3, 4 bid league?
From a UIW perspective, we just try to win every football game on our schedule. I don't think it has to be this complex thing in terms of how we, dissect what the rest of everybody else thinks about us, to be totally honest with you. Schedule good conference Division I opponents, win those games, and let the chips fall where they may. It wasn't too long ago. In 2018, if I'm not mistaken, I think we had 3 or 4 teams in the conference my first year back as a coach. So we're not far off. I think you schedule good opponents in the non-conference and you win the games.
Coach, we'll get you out on this. Just what fires you up, what excites you as you go into a new season as the defending champs and getting ready to kick things off here soon?
Yeah, first and foremost, the opportunity to compete. But also, I think the hardest thing in life and in the sports realm, in any sport, is sustaining success. We're going to get everybody's best shot. Everybody wants to beat us, and I'm excited for that opportunity. I'm excited to compete. We have a tremendous roster, a tremendous staff, and they're chomping at the bit. We've been working hard all summer. Davis Conley, my strength and conditioning coach, is as good as it gets in the country, and he's been pushing these guys, and they've been pushing themselves. And because at the end of the day, we're only as good as these players take us. Good players make good coaches, and we've done a great job this summer, and we're ready to compete.
Coach Killo, Travion, Declan, thank you for your time today, and good luck this season.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that will conclude the press conferences for the 2025 Southland Football Opening Drive. Thank you for attending the last 2 days.
Well, as we put a bow on the 2025 Southland Conference opening drive.
Can I applaud for us? Like, we don't get applause. They get applause.
There we go.
Get some applause.
We'll give our own. We'll give our own.
There we go.
And I think we've got to give a round of applause to Commissioner Chris Grant, who's joining us now to wrap things up. Thanks so much. It's a busy time of year for you, so we appreciate you making time to stop by.
Oh, thanks for having me. Thank you all for being here in San Antonio. I mean, what an event. We've grown this. It's year 2. As far as calling the opening drive, right, to start the year off, a good start. The coaches, they have so much going on too, and I try to be cognizant of that. But to have that partnership with the Texas High School Coaches Association, big game investing in us, and being our presenting sponsor, it just means a lot. And the relationships you can create here for them to then either recruit as they come out of high school or as the bounce backs in the transfer portal now. I hope our coaches continue to take advantage of that and be a big part of this.
Well, let me say, every single coach that came here today just raved about the event and how much fun it's been, how much they love the atmosphere of having the THSCA here. So congratulations again to you on putting together such an incredible event that everyone is so excited about, and it gets us really geared up for the football season. So I want to ask you, what are you most excited about when you think about that the football season is so close?
Well, look, we're at 10 members this year.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, look, just in 2021, it did not seem attainable. And I came into this league literally playing home and homes in football. That's something I'd never even heard of. Basketball, you understand that. I'd never heard of in football. So from where we've come to where we are now, and then they have these brands that are thriving, coaches. When I was sitting in the coaches' room, 9 out of 10 coaches are new to this league. Right, and look, since I came in 2021, they think that Frank is the only one, and I remind him of that all the time. But at the same point in time, it shows our athletic directors and our presidents are investing in the sport of football. Facilities are going up nonstop across this league. I heard you all talking about some of the summer activities, whether it be the Manning Camp, the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame. They did a camp this year that was big time. Anything, of course, in Texas is always something going on here too. But with all that said, everyone's realizing the important role football plays into the academic and athletic profiles of all of our campuses, and it's only going to continue to grow. And I tell you, the Valley, what's going to happen down there, we've seen it in other sports, in basketball and football and volleyball, and selling out. They have 20,000 in the stadium. It's going to be unreal.
So how did you get that message to the national media, and more specifically, the people on the playoff committees that make these selections, right? Because in a way, this having this media day, this opening drive here at THSCA, even from last year, it took another giant step forward. This year, I think that's also how the conference has been since you took over. It's taken giant steps forward every year. You need 2 bids.
Yes.
How do we get the attention to let them know, hey, we got teams here and we deserve it?
And you wrote about this, and I initially was very upset at you, Corey, and the way you phrased it. But you came back in that same article. But you talked about, we've taken a hit in national brand wise, and I read that to the coaches because I want them to know how we're being perceived nationally, right? And in that committee room, I can't take it. I don't take it for granted that they're watching every game, right? I don't want to discount what they're doing, their efforts. But at the same point in time, it's on us to get it out there, our coaches to promote that. I asked them about, look, we have some stars here for our student athletes and who's being represented, and they're great. But they also have some transfers or other high-profile student athletes that we haven't discussed and talked about. Well, we need to talk about them more and give them the platform that they deserve in order for them to be successful and for everyone to put more eyeballs, because we need to talk about it east, west, north, and south about the Southland. Now, with that said, last year's explanation is, no one under 8 wins made the playoff field. Well, hey, no one played the schedule of Southeastern Louisiana, so I can't sit in front of our coaches now and say, go schedule the hardest you can possible, because the committee just told me to win 8 games and you're in, right? And now, we're not going to take the easy route out, but we're going to be more strategic about our scheduling and not really go on, and I'm not asking them to fly all the way to the corners of the West and, the Southeast, but look for those strategic partnerships. We're going to work on, hopefully here in the near future, on a few other FCS partnerships and, together in consortiums, and then create some more rivalries that way too, but make these games count and then promote them. And we're doing it this year. We get to start, first time ever that I've been told, to bring a linear game to the Southland Conference as a conference competition between Nicholls and UIW.
You and I were there last year.
Yes,
with
right.
McNeese at Tarleton, and you saw how Tarleton put on an event. And now that's you.
Yes.
Right.
Right.
It's all Southland. This is an opportunity. I'm sure planning stages are going right now. You got a big to really showcase not just Nicholls, not in UIW, but the whole conference.
Yeah, the whole conference. I mean, you all might have seen John Gruden, right? He's already given a shout out from Andy Kemp, said he's coming back, so we're looking forward to that. But doubling down, even the city of Thibodaux, they were host a concert, day before the game. I've been on Jonathan Terrell, the AD there at Nicholls, about, hey, this is going to be grand, making this. We're talking about a little commissioner's tailgate and bringing out some of the best foods, possible, maybe a couple sodas or some, So, but with all that said, yeah, we want to do all we can from a conference standpoint. Again, we can continue to do that, but as I told the coaches, we got to win games. We play those games, and Southeastern played that tough schedule, but we didn't have the results that we needed. So hopefully going forward, we'll have much more success. And, I told them, I understand this too. As I said, it's 9 new coaches. Just like we rebuilt this conference, they rebuilt in programs. Right? No one inherited just, even, Coach Clint, UIW is rolling, but to keep it going year to year now at FCS and the transfer portal, it takes a total type of different initiative, and because it's retention and then going out and finding new and best, to keep that high-power offense and basically double down on defense to compete nationally. So for us, it's twofold. Conference, continue doing what we're doing, provide the platform. Coaches and student athletes, we need the W's.
Well, I always appreciate you reading. Yes, like I do. I always appreciate you reading.
I have a screenshot of the phone if Erica wasn't here right now.
But more important than just reading, I could see how that would be upsetting, right? But you looked inside and said, hey, is he wrong? What can we do? How do we fix it? And then you've taken those steps. Yeah. And there's still more to be taken, right? But going in that direction, I think that says a lot about you and why this conference is on the path it's on.
Yeah, 100%. And look, you invested in us by coming in, and Jim and Patrick, all three, and Austin's been loyal to us and been showing up at our events. And we want to continue that consistency, right? Be loyal to the folks that are loyal to us. Give us your honest opinions of that. And look, I told the coaches, I work out of transparency, right? I don't always love it, but it gives me more to work on, right? I love that, and gives me the job's never done, and I enjoy that about this role, and that they trust me and listen to me now. And some, like Frank, it might go in one ear out the other, but I always know he's competing and he has a conference best interest in mind.
The commissioner being negative on something, it's good for you. Yeah. One thing about when the breakup happened in 2021, it was because there was a have and have-nots perception of investment.
Right.
You're starting to see a little bit of that. There's a lot of guys that are investing heavily in it. There's some that aren't investing as much. Are you worried about that? And how do you convince the ones that aren't investing it's good and see what it can get for you? Because that seems to be the one thing that will break it up, if anything else, is you're not coming. We're doing all this investing, but we're still going to play in some other facilities that aren't like that. Right. Are you worried about that?
In a sense that what's happening independently, but when we come together for those conference meetings and these Zoom calls now, we're talking about those collectively, right? We're providing that platform to have their executive sessions, to give those campus updates, and so those tougher conversations are happening behind closed doors about what we're able to do as far as one institution and what the top-tier institution. And, all athletic directors aren't built, equal, as well as all communities. Some have a vested interest in baseball. Some have football. Some have basketball. But collectively, they understand the strength of football, what that does, start to fall off. They understand the revenues that basketball can generate, and they understand that baseball and softball continues that momentum in the spring, right? And I just mentioned those because those are our sports that we're focused on and continue forward and not tearing them out. We love them all, but those are the ones that drive revenues on campus right now. So with that mentality, we understand who are the experts in that room in those sports, and we kind of follow the lead of that. Hey, what do we need to be successful here so that we're not being left behind and certain teams aren't investing in certain sports? How you continue to make it broad-based. So when I came in, that wasn't the case, right? It was just, hey, put the balls out sometimes in those situations. And I get it, they're tough jobs. Like these jobs, I tell our athletic directors, especially ones in Texas and then ones in Louisiana that come to recruit Texas, and if Austin lives here, like you can attest it, like, and Corey, you've seen it, the high schools look like miniature P4 institutions, right? With facilities, indoor, outdoor. And so that our coaches are able to recruit and bring those student athletes to campus, even though they don't have all the tools, bells, and whistles that they may have in high school. They're going off relationships, right? And that's a big part of being here for this. And so, but the best I can answer that is our presidents understand where investments need to be. Obviously, that influx of cash in Louisiana, from the betting tax, we hope that helps. Now, that's canceling some debts, so it won't just be revenue sharing or going into NIL or anything of that nature, but that'll put them in a better, upper tier of what they've been able to do in the past.
You going into year 4 with the ESPN Plus, all of your schools are originating their own broadcasts. Most of them are doing almost all the home games at this point, certainly in your major sports. I'm curious now, 3 years in, when it was novel in year one, it was one thing, but now that it's 3 years in, going into 4 years in, what are you seeing from that? Are you seeing the kind of reach that you envisioned when you first started this?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that. So I'll start it off by prefacing that we're in the middle of our negotiations and almost to the finish line with ESPN and doing that and negotiating TV media rights and hopefully extending there and hopefully to adding more partners and what that looks like potentially. And so hopefully to announce that here in the next few weeks as we can dot some I's, cross some T's. But what we've seen is the benefit that brings in negotiating that next deal, right? The opportunity that one of the biggest sport networks actually wants you a part of their brand and wants to continue investing and celebrating in you is a positive. Now, two, you mentioned those productions on campus, what it's doing when it's not the high-profile games and you think maybe someone, the viewership and exposures, and we all see it now with our top 10 plays, right, on SportsCenter. Now, with this year, between the last 2 years, it's been like 23, 25 top 10 plays, and that's, the presidents are now hearing about that in their board meetings and their board of regents, right? Athletic directors and their donors that, hey, it may not have been around. They see it now, and now they want to talk about where they come from and their alma mater.
Well, that's the interesting thing, right? Bobby Bowden years ago referred to sports and athletics as the front porch of the university. When you talk to the non-athletic side, the presidents and the folks that aren't the ADs or the coaches, how do you make sure to go about stressing the need for, as Jim mentioned, the investment in athletics, because it truly is what most people see of your university.
100%. And it's what we're metropolitan cities and we're some small towns too. My walk-up song was Country Roads for a reason, right? It's Take Me Home, because that's what I feel like when I'm traveling through the Southland. And, and that resonates with me because we're such, part of the ecosystem, the economics and the economic impact of those communities that our sports have to be successful, right? For those communities to continue to thrive. So with that said, that exposure provides more uptick in enrollment, right? Uptick, it's no academic program that can get the same highlights and exposures nationally than what you can do with sports, right? But it's our job to highlight those academic programs as a part of that. So presidents are starting to see where those ideas may sink at.
I don't know that ESPN can take credit for it, but Robin Roberts just put a huge investment in. There's now the Robin Roberts Southeastern Louisiana, a whole media center and a whole program involved with that. I don't know that that's all ESPN Plus, but it certainly doesn't hurt.
Yeah, no, it doesn't hurt at all, right? And so they bring more claim to it. She's actually watching games now. We've heard from the conference office, so that's awesome. Of course, Joe Dumars is back home now, so certain games that, I wasn't hearing from in year one, now you hear from him a lot more. And, of course, with McNeese's success in basketball,
well, sure,
makes sense, right? But you look at the Jalix Hunts, right? Third-round pick. You have Levi Rodriguez that came out of Texas A&M Commerce at the time, now East Texas, thriving with the Minnesota Vikings, starting there. And then, we had a gentleman with the Kansas City Chiefs before my time, excelling there. So with all that, some of them didn't have the same exposure. Lindsey Scott didn't have that exposure when he was winning those awards. Now we're doubling down on that. And other commissioners, other institutions and coaches are watching nationally. And, it creates a little fear. And it's like, hey, we want to be a part of that, right?
Are you ready to announce that you'll be in Houston next year?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, the Texas High School Coaches Association will be in Houston.
Yeah, exactly.
If we continue the partnership, which, is going very well, our goal is to be in Houston. I feel like it's more centrally located, more accessible to all of our institutions, right? Where
it's a better drive for me, and honestly, that's the most important thing.
It is a better drive for me. Yeah. Crhsi, going back to TV, has there been any talk or any thought about about blacking out the games in the home market only? Because there's been some talk that people aren't going to the games because they can watch it on TV. That's one. And the second one is, have you thought about doing a game of the week with a select broadcasting crew?
Yeah, so what we go first, we haven't discussed blacking out. That's actually a good idea, because I'll be interested to see, and talking to a few athletic directors, one recently even being up at East Texas, and Jim Curry and I, they did see an uptick of when start times really being the main issue. That when they were going at noon on Saturdays or earlier start times, they weren't getting the same attendance and butts and seats or viewership. But when they start shifting to 4 p.m., 6 p.m., they start seeing an uptick in both. And so it's tough to say if you black it out, are you really canceling out some people that can attend? I don't want to bring my kids out that late or wherever it may be. Someone may be sick. You don't want to take opportunities away from folks. But that's not a bad idea to explore. But I also don't want to be like the NBA and the MLB. They have their own issues with regional television sport networks. I like where we are. And then on the second question again.
The broadcast team for a
A game of the week.
Southland game of the week.
So we've been talking about more organic, could it be a commissioner's tailgate for football, right? A weekly thing. We want to, you and I have discussed, could it be a weekly podcast that, just highlighted certain things before we get to games of the week. But down the road, I can see that coming, especially with the ESPN. They're now going with a standalone, somewhat of a standalone platform similar to Netflix, and they're trying to call it, I think it's ESPN. So now you can go direct to consumer as opposed to having subscriptions all across the board and get that content. So more there to work on.
Well, I need to be on your payroll.
I see where you're going. That's a good setup.
We all know that all of us that love college athletics, that the landscape's ever changing. I mean, there was talk at one point that the Southland was going to disappear, the McNeese was going to leave, and it was the auto bid would be gone. Now you're at 10. What's the fight now to stay at 10, increase 11 or 12? What's that fight? Because as we know, it is always changing. The teams are always moving.
Right. It's just overall college athletics is not the college athletics any of us started out in.
Yeah.
Right? It's consistently evolving. For us, we love the 12 number, right? And when I took over, I was like, no, we just keep going, right? Again, have insurance in case something else may occur. But being a 10 football program is actually perfect because you have a true conference champion. You won't miss anyone because our coaches have now, followed my guidance and, agreed to go with the 9-game conference schedule. Mm-hmm. And that's going to be huge, in the sense that no one else is committed to that yet. But we'll have a true champion. We'll now keep games more regional, more bucks in pocket or more revenue on campus, and you get another home game for those. And an opportunity that we're looking to feature that week 0 of being a full Southland Conference weekend. So hopefully we can double down on these opportunities with ESPN Linear going.
I'm mad you didn't wear your cowboy hat today.
I thought about last year. You know what? No. Last year I wore it backwards. Kobe Carthel tells me after me today, hey, your cowboy hat was on backwards the second half of the day. And I'm like, look, I'm a city slicker at heart, but it's going to teach me the way. I'm trying, but I do have my boots on.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
There we go.
Well, we've talked at length about facilities today, and Patrick has brought it up to a couple of coaches. It is, you have 10 members, but you have a couple that are in big cities like UIW in San Antonio and HCU down in Houston. That's different, and how you have to treat them is different from how it is at the other ones that are kind of smaller towns oriented around the university. How do you traverse that to try to keep the facility growth happening in the bigger cities as well, which is challenging?
It's very challenging. I mean, because you look at UIW's footprint, it's okay. Where would you build on their campus? There's really not much more room there. You have to excavate something maybe they don't even own right now. And so if they renovate, where would they go play for a year? The Alamo Dome is definitely too big. It's too big for UTSA right now. So, I think, really what Richard Duran, I know he's doubled down on is that game day experience. And that's what I appreciate. They've been creative with what they have, right? It's, sometimes you can't change things overnight. And, Clinton and his team, they deserve all the support because they definitely put a great product out there since I've been a part of the league the last 4 years. And so for them, East Texas, it's also, they have a new event center coming in. And so some different priorities of, hey, graduations count too, right? So presidents have to, figure out, hey, what do we want to do that can impact the total student athlete and student experience and bring it together?
But you've got facility upgrades across the conference outside of those, right? Like you talk about East Tech, and by the way, that name change was just tremendous, right? And they just bring
phenomenal.
Oh, the uniforms are great, and because it says East Texas, right? That's really what it is. Right. But they're not the only ones. You got facilities going up across.
McNeese, Lamar's made some upgrades. I mean, it's all across the board. I'm looking at Nicholls, of course. We know what they have there. UTRGV again, what they've done down in the valley just to set that program up for success. Now, I call them sandbaggers all the time. I'm like, hey, what you all are trying to do here is not even fair sometimes. But I think, from a standpoint of where they're located, right, they'll have their challenges there recruiting. But I think they have the right folks in place to do that. And then you look at Southeastern. They have a new, complex coming on board. So you have a lot. They're doing God's work and the best they can with what they're being provided and seeking out those partnerships that'll provide the resources to build such facilities.
I know we're here to talk football. Mm-hmm. But the Southland Conference has grown and has quality competition, not just in football.
Right.
This is a league that could get and should get in some years 2 bids to not only football, but to baseball, possibly softball.
Yes.
We know basketball's out of there.
Right.
But, we saw UTRGV with the excitement this year, setting records of attendance for baseball.
1,000,
Yeah, how does that help promote to bleed into some of these other programs in some of these other towns.
I tell you, our league is very competitive, right? And I'm a competitive commissioner. But when other athletic directors and other presidents see that, they say, hey, I want that. How do we go about that? And so they're strategically going about it the right way. And I tell you, it's year over year, the time that board of directors, our presidents, are paying attention to what's happening in athletics and understanding if we're great here, this is going to be an uptick in enrollment. Sponsorships will go up as well, and we can create more partnerships locally. And we have a lot of more business-centric and minded and savvy presidents that are now looking at athletics as that front porch to every institution. And so I'm thankful for that. They trust me to lead this conference. I'm thankful that we meet with athletic directors here in a little bit and continue doubling down. And we're finally to a point that we didn't have to do schedules at the last minute, membership. I'm not making offers out there and visiting. That we can, as a conference office, start focusing on stability and what that looks like strategically in that scheduling, strategically in what we're doing for our championships, and most importantly, enhancing the student-athlete experience.
How much did Sunshine take the show today?
Sunshine fell asleep on my interview. So I don't appreciate that. I got my guy.
She wasn't the only one.
I got Bash. Bash the dude's going to be upset. That Sunshine's here. He's not, but what a perfect dog. K9 Companions, shout out Corey here.
K9 Companions, the 50th anniversary. They're just awesome.
Yes. So, but also, I just want to thank you all. Look, you all, took ahead of me and working with James and believed in the vision, what we have here to set this up, and you've made this show phenomenal. I can't wait to rewatch it. I get to watch the start of it, and then got a little busy myself. But from what we've seen here today, from the local media to, again, the student athletes, the content car wash, and then the alums just stopping by. Patrick, you saw Lindsey Scott.
Yeah.
I'm beaming.
You had 3 All-Americans,
right? Yeah, Northwestern State alums there.
And Roy Locks. Yeah. Those weren't 2 slouches.
Right. And that's big time when they see the Southland. Hey, we're continuing to grow, right? And expand. It's just not going to die from when they played. That we're going to continue being a challenger, hopefully disrupt, and hopefully double down on some innovation as well, and where we're going forward. But hey, we're here to stay. Last year I said we're not your grandfather Southland. This year we need to win some dang games. So our coaches know that, and hopefully we come back next year. I'll be talking about having 3 teams in. Earlier I said 4. I was like that might have been a little lofty, but I want it. Because the Big Sky and the Missouri Valley Football Conference have it. Now, they don't play each other, but, we'll figure it out. And I'll tell you next year, we're going to talk about Southland even being more multi-bid leagues and other sports.
Well, I just want to say I approve of your walk-up song. I love the cowboy boots, and we're going to find that cowboy hat in your closet and bring it out next time around. Thank you so much for taking time. Congratulations on everything. What a fun event it's been. It's a super exciting time of year, and we are ready for the countdown of football season. You know what they say, everything is bigger and better in Texas, and that's exactly what this event was today. The 2025 Southland Conference opening drive presented by Big Game USA. Don't know about you guys, but I am pumped, and the countdown is on for the football season. Don't forget about that historic Week 0 game, UIW at Nicholls, 2 of the most recent champs going head-to-head. For Patrick Netherton, Corey Hogue, Jim Gonzalo, Brooke Kirchhofer, I'm Austin Ivan. Thank you guys so much for tuning in today and watching. We will see you all this fall.